Welcome along, guys. We are finally here. We're at Monza for the 8 hours in SSRI this evening, and it's going to be an epic one. At the grid at the minute, it looks like it's fairly busy out in qualifying. There is an absolute bundle of cars out there this evening. We are looking at the minute at 24 cars out there, all top class drivers, and they're going to be racing 8 hours with 2 to 3 drivers in each team as well. It's going to be absolutely unbelievable. So it is myself, Colin Mooney, on commentary, and then on the broadcast side of things as well, he's too humble to put his name up, it's Tom van der Meer. And together throughout the day there'll be a few more commentary people coming in as I'm doing my stint. I know Oliver Anderson is going to be one of those amazing commentary folks that you do hear actually during the week on Split 2 on a Tuesday night. But it's going to be an epic race around Monza. Chance of rain, chance of sun, we don't really know yet. Looking at the track here at the minute, it's just absolutely beautiful. That's the straight up towards the Ascari there we're looking at. It's absolutely just, it's one of the most iconic tracks known out there, as we are actually now on camera going around here now, coming down the main straight. Now this always catches people out, especially on lap 1 of a race. Coming down here, it's flat out and hard on the brakes, and it's a bottleneck down into the first chicane. But it's a massively long straight, and the massive overtaking opportunities for here under the braking. But brake too late, you'll be going off the track over those lovely sausage curbs. But then you need to get your exit just right here as you come around towards the second of the chicanes in sector 1. And this is an absolute flat out piece of tarmac here, and great racing side by side. Also another massive overtaking opportunity to be done here, especially under the brakes. If you can defend that inside line, force people wide, sometimes that works also. But then as you come around this chicane there, obviously you don't want to go off with the sausage cars, will send you into the moon. But then we come around here to Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2. These ones here, not as much for overtaking, but you can gain a lot of time on a car ahead by taking the line just right, and you can really run nice and wide here as well. You can use all of that green bit of the extra curb there to carry as much speed as you can onto Lesmo 2. A bit more patient here, but you can use a little bit of the grass on exit as well. You don't really lose that much speed from it, and it's flat out up here now to Ascari. And also another massive overtaking opportunity, but also a massive place to make an error as well if you do get that braking wrong. So it's always good to be nice and careful. Ascari is one of the most iconic corners here, and you could end up either being a hero or dying off into that gravel as well. It's definitely not one for the weak, and especially with the tiny little sausage cars can send you into the moon as well. And then it's flat out again, another overtaking opportunity as well coming up into the Parabolica here. It's just such a super fast track. We would be expecting lap times into the 2:16s here, and even into the low 2:16s, possibly late 2:15.9s, depending on how big, I suppose, the cojones are of these aliens up in the front. But that is a lovely lap around it, and thanks to Tom for sharing that with us. Absolute legend of a broadcaster. Doesn't get enough of a mention. I know Oliver tries to take all the glory, but sure, Tom is a legend as well. looking at the standings there, so it's Team RNE Teal in first position in the Ferrari on 180 points. In second position is Team Racing Point in the Ferrari on 156 points. Team Rocket Gazoo Racing in the Porsche 992. It's going to be an absolute rocket of a car around here today. They're on 142 points. Behind them then is R2E, sorry, I do apologise, in another 992, and they're on 122 points, or 121 points. Then we've got Snack and Sons in the Lamborghini Huracan on 121 points. On overall points, sorry, is 120. Sorry, that's class points I'm looking at, guys. Won't be me about kind of talking a little bit all over the place. Mode 11 Racing then in the Ferrari 296 are in 6th position on 112 overall points. Then we have Team Abbey Racing on 98 points. They'll be quite strong here this evening. I know they are missing Chris Vickers as he broke his hand. I think he was playing marbles with Chris Hill and might have just damaged his hand in a sporting related incident with marbles. Then we have Sim Racing Holland next in the Aston Martin, and they're on 71 points. Then we have Minutemen Motorsport in the Mercedes AMG. They are on, I think it is 69 points. Quite a good number for them. Team DGTL Racing in the Audi R8 are on 60 points. Mode 11 Slow Edition in the Ferrari 296. They are on 53 points, so still doing a great job, so not too slow. Then in P12 is CBSO Racing in the Mercedes, and they are on 50 points. But Royal Sim Racing also in the Mercedes on 50 points, so very, very close for them. Then we have two teams I'm going to call out together as they are joint on points. So we do have Royal Simsports Endurance and 610 Motorsport are both on 46 points there in 13th and 14th. Then R2E seconds team 415 and the Lexus, they are on 40 points joint along with Simsport Race International in the McLaren, as well as TPR Wild Things in the Honda NSX. Down to 17th with those. Then it's Lork Driving in the Mercedes AMG. They're on 36 points. Then on 33 points is R&M Grip in the BMW. Then on 30 points, then we have, it is Pit Stop UK in the Porsche 992. Then we've got another in 21st position, R&E Red Team, or Team Red should I say, and the 992 on 28 points, joint with Team, I'm not going to say it, I'm just going to call them Motorsport Blue. I'm not going to ruin everyone's names. And the Lamborghini Huracan. Then on 25 points is Mode 11 Racing 2 in the Porsche 911 on 25. 1 point behind them is R2E 417 is the car, and another Lexus on 24 points. Then it's Sim Racing Holland in the Aston Martin V8. They're on 22. Then the amazing, the electrifying, the massively talented, untalented Motorsports themselves in the Mercedes on 18 points. Then 1 point behind them in 27 is Racing League in the Porsche 992. Then in 28 we have EM Racing in the 926 Ferrari on 16 points, or SSE2 in the Ferrari 296 on 14. Also joint with them is Sim Racing Belgium in the BMW M4. Then it's Astro Racing Team next on 12 points, joint with Astro Team Racing Advisor. And then Royal Sim Sports Endurance as well, also on 12 points. So a very, very close bunch of people there, and going to be interesting to see how we get on this evening and how much that will change over the course of the race. But looking here on the actual qualifying at the minute, provisional P1 Jay Hackler on a 147.035, with Mackenberg in second, only 0.032 behind in that Audi on doing a great job out there. B. McConnell is in third at the minute, Richardson fourth, Betton fifth, Dominic Geese up into sixth position in Untalented Motorsport, well done to him. Team Ario in P7 at the minute. Then my teammate Chris Tedder in 8th in car 63. It's super close, looking there all the way down to, you could say, 12th position is a second. That's a super close grid so far, and we still have 16 and a half minutes to go. Anything can happen. And I'm just going to jump in looking at the YouTube chat as well. We see Semi Racing in there giving a big wave. Jan Barrett, hello everyone, 934 and 935, great to have you in. Tom Mayer, good man Tom, you're in there saying hello and chatting up all the lovely viewers on the YouTube side. And Marvin Mackenberg, good luck, or goodbye Lexus. Oh, the big sad face with that. Oh, I don't like to look at that one. You may tell me more on that one. Were you a driver and have left the team, or what's the crack? But on here we're Hackler for a lap, as he is coming down hard on the brakes then and just past the 150 metre board. You really need to hug the first curb right, open up the second curb a little bit, and then get on that power nice and early. And with that there, he's getting himself a nice little toe as well with the car ahead, and you're absolutely flat out. You normally wait till just after the 150 metre board, harden the brake down to about first gear to get the turn in, and a lot of cars are second gear and exit at the second phase of this chicane. It's a lovely job. That's beautifully done there. He uses a slight bit of the curve, but gets the rotation in, and is now coming to the parabolicas. And this one here, you just need to be so patient with the throttle. Like, you stamp that throttle too early, you're going to be pushing yourself wide and scrubbing off so much speed. It's a very, very patient corner. And the same with this one, you just have to wait until you hit the apex, slam it on, and he's using a tiny bit of the grass. You don't lose too much time at all by doing that for some reason on that corner, and you can really utilise the track limits there. And he's getting a great toe the whole way around. I wonder will he improve this lap, or is he getting any aero wash coming into the corners as well? Using a lot of curb there in the Enzo Fiscari there. Just at that part of it, you really need to be careful with those three sausage curbs in the middle. Go hell and back, because they can fire you out. When they're coming up to Parabolica, he's getting a nice toe. But is it going to start impeding him with aero wash? Because I know myself driving the McLaren, you can definitely feel the effects of aero wash. But as he is coming around there, he's getting a toe all the way to the line. Will he improve? Doesn't look like it. There's Dominic Case. Look at that handsome devil. So looking there now, that's a massive different thing to look at there, because you have the fastest sector 1 and sector 3 by Hakkila. Well, Mackenberg clearly takes the fastest sector 2 by 0.025 of a second. But yeah, there's going to be I reckon there's going to be more time to come out with these guys. Looking through there with all the sectors, there's definitely going to be a good bit in. So we are on with Dominic Geese, and there we have Untalented Motorsport. Dominic with pure focus on his face. Does he improve? He does. Up into 6th position he goes, and he is staying going as well. So at the minute the track is only going into fast now, so hopefully by the end of this it may go into optimum, and we'll see how we get on with that. Hello from car number 935. How are you doing? Hope you're well, Manuel. So Dominic Eastoe doing a nice job. Pure concentration, not too much lighting for him as well. He's very, very strict with the lighting. I'm sure Oliver's probably jumping around in the background there somewhere. But these guys here are the epitome of who you'd kind of want in league racing. Like, they may not be the overall fastest, they will do their best at everything, and they get involved in the communities that they're in. I know Oliver does an awful lot here in SSRI. Dominic really using the track there. And I know Renee is in with Untalented Motorsports as well. So this is exactly what we like to see. We like to see a good mix of people, and it's great to see everyone that is racing here today from all different corners of the world. You might have one or two from America racing as well. You'll have people from nearly down under, all over Europe. And then there's Oliver. It's nicely done from Dominic through there. Do you know what? He's not doing too bad out there. Wee Matty Gamble is a man I know quite well in car 323 as well, and looking forward to see how they get on as well with Team Abbey Racing. Obviously missing Chris Vickers as well, which is a huge blow to the team, but luckily enough they have many talented drivers, to be fair, so they should be there or thereabouts this evening as well. There's another car I'm waiting to see, which I haven't seen yet, and that is the car of Amigos Racing Team. We have some very, very fast drivers I see racing on that one there as well, so I'm interested. So Amigos Racing Team, where are they? D Hill is in 556, so at the minute Dave's in it, but if Knockback takes over, watch out for a fast lap. That's all I'm going to say to you. So that's the Lambo there. So that car is raced by David Hill, by Chico Lindfar, and then Knockback. But Knockback is an absolute alien, so that's another car to watch out on, especially for people in the SSRI Endurance that might know these guys as they are new entrant. Definitely watch out for them. That's a very, very strong team there. So that's going to be interesting to see how they actually do get on and progress up through. As Dave Hill crosses the line, he must be only going to get his eye in. I'm sure there's going to be a driver change. If we see Knockback, I'll definitely get you to jump on. But I think for now, that is probably the car to be on. It is the most electrifying team known to man. Whoever drives that's very handsome and can talk the ears off anyone. That is my teammate there, Chris Tedder, out on a lap. To be honest, we're not expecting a win today ourselves as for this team. What we are expecting to be in the fight for hopefully a top 10. All going well, but we know how strong the SSRI grids are. It's not for the faint-hearted. And Chris gets up into 5th position there. Great lap, Chris. That's what we like to see. But looking through the field, it's super close. Like, even from, you look at, say, 10th position back, from 11th back all the way down to 21st is only a second as well. So you have a second for the top 10, and then the next 10 is only a second as well. Like, it's super close throughout the grid here. It's actually very impressive to see. And like, the only thing covering the whole grid is only 2.3 seconds. That's phenomenal. Oh, their hoist delivery is a thing of beauty, isn't it? That Mercedes is gorgeous. That is beautiful. How can they get on here now? So it looks like they're only starting a lap. So let's see. Hard on the brakes. Beautifully done there. The Mercedes has a little tendency to understeer, and I'm pretty sure everyone knows that. It's a car I really personally struggle with driving, but I really appreciate anyone who can get the most out of that Mercedes, because it has the weirdest feeling on the front. But I suppose if you know how to drive that car, the likes of Dominic Geese and everyone, they can really pull some crazy lap times out of it. So I really do actually really appreciate the skill that these drivers have, no matter where they are in the grid in that Mercedes, because it is a tough car to be driving. And as I say, that Petrovic is after joining in as well. So 24 cars now on the grid. They might have had a disconnect for a minute. But Troist here is doing a great job. Beautifully done. And jumping on with Jay Betton now in the Aston Martin. Actually a very nice looking colour scheme. It's a very aggressive looking car, that. And hopefully ACC will be bringing in the new 2024 Aston once it is revealed. So hopefully by Q1 or Q2 next year we'll have an upgraded Aston Martin as well. Van der Hoist is hoping for an updated Jag. I'm hoping too that it comes. Muller there doing a good job as well. Just looking to the full grid, it's super popular. But looking at the car selection here, are we missing any Baranda car is a question. So you have the Audi, have the Mercedes, have the Porsche, have the Macca, have the Ferrari, have the Porsche. Yeah. Has all of them in actually. And the Lexus for good luck. If they do show up today, I don't think there's any Lexus in at the minute. What can Jay Benton do now? So they're in P8 at the minute. They're not far off at all. And Mr. Vandermeer, look at that now. Up until P12 is less than a second. That's crazy. Where do you get these guys from? That's unbelievable how close that is. Ooh, and that's a McLaren off the track, but he does the right thing. No silly trying to re-enter, stay off the racing line. Let any cars that are on a lap by, and then when you can, get back on the track. And he's doing the right thing there. He's waiting to enter back on the track in a much safer position. Through the Lesmos is fairly blind when you're taking it at race pace. So fair play to him. That's absolutely brilliant race IQ there to understand not to re-enter on the track like that. I'm kind of jealous about the Aston. It's such a good car around here as well. I know the BOP hasn't been favourable to it, but hopefully they'll have a great showing with Mackenberg now in car 415, the R2E car. Doing a fantastic job out there, and a beautiful looking livery as well. I love the creativity of every single team here. Oh, Mervin's after telling me they're after changing from the Lexus to the Audi, so there's no more Lexus. That makes sense. I do like the Audi. I just think it's a sprint car. I don't know, for me it's very twitchy over race distance. You really need to be driving the nuts off it. I'm with Dan Lenson here doing a phenomenal job as well in the Porker. The fastest Porker so far anyway. I forgot about this livery. This livery is a nice little advert for RIP Honda. Has the Mazda kind of colour scheme on it. Yeah, this is a Mind F is what they'll call that. And Gazoo Racing on the back as well. I love these guys. I think these are the ones, Tom, if I remember correctly, that had, wasn't it a Ferrari liveried McLaren or something like that? It was something crazy. Porsche, that's it. Porsche, sorry. Oh, he gets it just wrong there. I suppose if they get Dyson and put, or sorry, not Dyson, what's the word of them that do the lawn stuff? Can't think of their name. They need to get a lawnmower sponsor. What I like about the Porsche here though, it is a good car because it has amazing exit speeds out of corners, the traction that it gets, and the brakes are absolutely phenomenal, so you can really pull a great bit of time out of that. Curtin moves up into the top 12. Dominic East sitting in P8 still. Petrovic though abandons that. At the minute it's still quite tight with just 3 and a bit minutes to go. Now it's going to be interesting to see who are they going to put in for the last attack. Is there going to be a faster driver to change onto that to see? So this is going to be interesting. I see Chico is in the Lamborghini, so Notbeck won't be doing his lap. I was expecting Notbeck to do it, but I know Chico will be super fast. Petrovic is in for car 23. Van der Linden is in for car in 24th. I don't know who. Honestly, I can't call who's going to be where. I know you could nearly probably think by now, oh, you should know who's going to be where with this one, but it's so close the whole way through. One corner is the thing that could make a difference. You get one corner extra right, and it could gain you a 10th or 2, and that is literally a position or 2 here with just how close it is this evening. Tom, would you try call pole? Okay, so Tom said... Okay. So I'm going to say Tom said Van der Linden. I know. Tom said Jay Hakula is definitely one that should be good for pole. But obviously it depends as well. I'm going to... So 46.7. I would have put my money on Notbeck, but I know a few of these drivers here, and I know they've all kind of joined a TT Warrior. They've kind of gotten into the mid to low 46s, but it's only a fast track as well. We need to keep that in mind. I'm going to say Mackenberg might get the Audi lit up and get himself on the pole, because I know that Audi is an absolute demon, so I'm going to call the Audi for the crack. And of course Quartermass, even though we're 6th. But let's see, there's no action on track just yet. Nobody's showing their cards. And I actually think that's going to be it, because nobody's actually going to go out again. So that's it, done and dusted. So well done, you got it right. It's going to be in pole. Mackenberg is 2nd, Richardson 3rd, B. McConnell 4th, M. Muller in 5th, Chris Tedder in 6th, D. Lenson in 7th, Geese in 8th, Jay Betten in 9th. Then we have Peters in 10th. Or Peters in 10th, Van Schlag in 11th, Curtin in 13th, Gamble in 14th, El Guerra in 14th. Then Want in 15th, Chico in 16th, Crawford in 17th, Nadia in 18th, Terhoist in 19th, Wida in 20th, Karner in 21st, Pitschek, is it, in 22nd, Petrovic in 23rd, and Van der Linden in 24th. And guys, this is actually a good time to say to you, don't forget, next month is the 24-hour endurance race in Kyalami, and it is for the Christie charity as well. If you go onto Simsport's page, there is auctions going on at the minute. All the money goes to the charity, and of course, don't be afraid to donate to the charity as well. There, it is all on the SSRI website. And of course in the Discord as well, if you're not already in the Discord, or if you're looking to race and get involved, enter a team into it, get a link for the SSRI Discord, join in, and get that team entered. It's all for a great cause. It's so much fun. Last year it was 7,000, I think, raised, or slightly over 7,000, and hopefully we're going to get the same again for that one, and Tom said he'll triple it. Now let me have a look. So now is the time for driver swaps, just on the main chat I see in there as well. But so there we have the auctions at the minute that I was literally just talking about. That's Simicube SC2 Pro Wheelbase. That's still a bargain at 1,025 at the minute. Definitely get the bids in on that. And look at those SimLab XP1 load cell pedals as well. Only €125 of a bid at the minute. A €200 voucher is only at a €50 bid at the minute. And a 45-minute session in a full motion D Simbox, only €40 at the minute. Get in there, get registered up, and then you can make a bid on it. All the money goes to a great charity, and look, come on, you're getting really cool items as well at, so far, really, really good prices. Definitely get in there, smash that bid button out of it. Let's get the bids up as high as we can as well. At the end of the day, all the money is for a great cause. So absolutely get on there, get in there, and get those bids in. And it is going to be a wet race. So reminder to all drivers as well that the run lights are mandatory if it's raining. So please put them on as well on your warm-up laps, because it is mandatory, guys. And what we should do now, will we roll through the grid? Can you do a nice little camera angle and we'll roll through the grid? Nice one. So just before we do that as well, guys, please don't forget to like and subscribe to the SSRI YouTube channel. Try and share the stream if you can as well. Get the more eyes we get in on an amazing league like this, and especially with the events coming up as well, the more people that will be getting involved. So it's always good to be able to do that. And follow the socials as well. So you see there, you have the Facebook. Just look up Simsport on Facebook. On Instagram, it's simsport.racing. And get on there, subscribe as well, follow, you get all the updates that is there. Also cool art as well. They are also on Twitter on Simsport_racing, or now it's called X, isn't it, not Twitter. And then Simsport Racing TV, of course, on YouTube. So if you're seeing me, you obviously know where we are in this one. Smash that like one out of it. And press the little bell icon as well if you want to be notified when we do go live for the league racing and of course for endurances. And it looks like the cars are getting ready to go on their warm-up lap here. Yeah, so on pole position, of course, is Jay Hackula in the Ferrari for number 169. P. Ambrosio is starting in the Audi in the 415. So in second position then, that's exactly who that is there. Let me have a look as well. I'm just going to try and look at all the cars as we're going through here. So let me see. It's not letting me do what I wanted to do here. In third position is Ann Waters. In fourth position is B. McConnell. In fifth position is it Twos. Adam Locke is doing the first in for our team for the first two that I'm in. Then D. Lenson is in 7th. Oliver Anderson is starting in 8th position. Jay Betton in 9th. Team Mario in 10th. Van Schack in 11th. T. Curtin is in 13th. Matty Gamble starting sorry, in 12th. Then Matty Gamble's starting in 13th. Mercia is starting in 14th. Schroeder in 15th. Leadfar is in 16th. Then we have Crawford in 17th. Nadia in 18th. Van Drunen in 19th. Van der Linden in 20th. Bart in 24th. Novak in 27th. And Petrovic in 23rd. So, definitely going to be an interesting one, and especially with a wet start. Let's hope these guys all just think to themselves, right, let's calm it down a bit into that first corner, because they all know they're well experienced, and the Jordan's race is definitely not one of that first corner, and especially with the bottleneck that is Monza at that race start, and especially in the wet as well. Braking power will not be up there as well where it normally is. So what they've done in quali, they can forget it now, because the braking, turning, everything is going to be completely different now. Just admiring that Mode 11 livery there as well. That's fair. So Tom was just saying there, that's just the one that you got to load in just before the race there, and it's a thing of beauty, that. And don't forget, if you're not registered for the next race, get up there, get registered, and do what I forgot to do, and of course Mode 11 there, not getting the right car files in time. You can share your liveries up to make sure they're shared and streamed, of course, in the broadcast, and to get your team set up there as well. I definitely recommend it. It's great fun, and if you've never done endurance racing before, jump in head first with it. It's so much fun. Doesn't matter whether you have a team full of amateurs or not, everybody's welcome, and should be very good fun. Looking in the chats there, I'm looking, Rory, what is that soft and sexy Irish tone that I hear? That is a Scottish man that drives an MX-5 asking me that question. I'm going to say this is, of course, I'm going to pretend I'm you, Tom. I'm Tom Vandermeer. And PC Sim Racing, good luck, car number 91. Tom, do I say your name correct, actually? It is just Tom Vandermeer, yeah? I'm saying it correctly. Right, now, so it's a damp track, 19 degrees ambient, track temperature 24 degrees, 0 wind speed. It looks like for the next half an hour it's going to be staying at this kind of rain. Let's see how that goes as well. So they're coming around now, the Parabolica, to start what is going to be 8 hours of hard racing, great fun, and really looking forward to this one now. So hopefully you have your energy drinks, your snacks, a bottle to pee in if needs be, because it's going to be 8 hours of some of the best racing fun you'll get in any sim racing community. And of course, it is the amazing SSRI. So as we are going down to the light, we are just about to get going, and we are off. And so Hakkila is looking like he's already under pressure now, as it looks like Mackenberg has got by, has that drive in the Audi, but Hakkila does have the inside line. Mackenberg is ahead, and Hakkila is going to break that bit later. Mackenberg, though, braking nicely. The Ferrari there, that looks like, oh, is it Richardson is after getting up and by. Oh, there's murder behind. That looks like Oliver Anderson has been spun around. There's been a lot, I think. He's just waiting for everybody to get by. That is tough going. Hopefully we'll be able to get a replay, Tom, obviously once it's calmed down a bit, because a lot happened in the background there from the top view. So on here now, Manuel Muller, who's now up in 8th position by the looks of it. I know that the game is just sorting itself out by the looks of it. So Muller's actually up in 4th position, guys. I do apologise. Ben McConnell's down in 5th. Down, John Beaton is right behind my teammate Adam Locke. Adam is down in 7th, so he's lost 1 position off the start, which is fine, especially what has been happening behind. That is still a great start. He's got it through, no damage. Oh, as I say that, an Audi barely missed the barrier there. That was a great catch there, or that was a Lambo, should I say. But out front there, Hakkila and Richardson, hard at it, both in the Fezzes in their home race. The folks, he must be loving that. Van Drunen up in P9 at the minute, right behind then is Algueri. Thinking of a moment up the inside, but he's lost a lot of ground now because of that. Oh, and off we have Van Schick. It is, and Oliver, I think, is after getting by him there as well. Oh, that's very, very unlucky there. And look at this here from Valenduk. Yannick is looking to go on the inside there of McConnell. It looks like the Porsche does have the line. The only thing is, will I have the legs now? Because the Porsche is Achilles heel against the McLaren would be maybe over top speed. And yeah, you can see it there. And Adam Locke is looking to get involved in this one as well. What's Adam going to be able to do here? He's getting the toe from McConnell. The Porsche is going to hold that inside line. Adams is going to have to wait. They're getting close. McConnell's doing a great job there. He was able to use the power of the McLaren to get that defence done. And behind them now, Van Wood. Oh, that's just unfortunate. He clipped that curb. There's nothing the car behind could have done there really with that. So Petrovic's there. Or Petrovic's is up. Oliver Anderson in 23rd. He had another bit of a moment there, but is still going, which is the main thing. Richardson having a good battle there still at the minute out front with Hakala, but these two here do have Markenberg not too far off as well, and Muller, Connell. So at the minute there's only half a second for the top two. Then they have a second gap to Mackenberg, and then it's less than a second of a gap the whole way down to P9 then when you look at the gaps between each drivers. It's super close here at the minute, and in the rain I think there's people have probably got their braking a slight bit wrong just at the start of this race, and that always happens in a wet conditions race. Oh, a little bit wide there. There's definitely going to be a track out there for that because he kept the shoe in as well. So it's interesting to see they've all got around fairly safely. I know there's been a few incidents, but we still have every single car racing, which is good. And here we have a replay after race starts. So on with Oliver Anderson here, it just looks like the usual condensing. He got a touch of the rear end by the Ferrari and then an extra help in the spin. So Oliver was reacting and slowing down as you do with the bottleneck that happens. Oliver done nothing wrong there. He was a passenger, and then it was just the taps from the rear has really set him back in this race. So that's just unfortunate for Oliver. Back on though with Richardson, he's definitely keeping Hakula honest, and they are after pulling out a 2-second gap now on Mackenberg, and Mackenberg is under pressure. So at the minute Mackenberg is definitely under a bit of pressure. So we're on now with both the race leaders and with the Mackenberg thing, and at the minute on now O'Connell. But look at the race leaders, less than half a second covering them really at the minute. That's phenomenal. Then we have Adam back up into, I think, 7th, I think it is. On here now with Van Drunen. What can Van Drunen do here now? He is stuck behind Valenduk at the minute. That Mercedes will be an absolute beast in a straight line, so I'm assuming he's going to be able to get the job done in the next few straights. It looks like there as well, Richardson in the smaller screen, you see they're struggling a little bit there, getting a bit twitchy through Ascari, and has lost a slight bit of time now on the exit of Ascari there. So Hakla has about 0.6 of a second of a breather, which is probably the biggest gap he's had all race. On here now with Mr. Adam Locke fighting with Muller as well. Can he get a better drive out of the corner and get that toe? The Fezza though will be straight, like in a straight line, is going to be fast as well, and they're very good on the brake. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realise my mic actually switched off by itself. I was actually been commentating that whole time there. My own technical issues. But yeah, sorry. As I was saying, we used going here. We're on with Matty Gamble now. But just been great race now front there, guys. Matty Gamble though, after taking the bit of the car, but that's not Matty's normal car. Matty's normally used to driving either the M4, which is his main car, or he has started on the Lambo. So it'll be interesting who's on. Yannick Petschek is doing a great job there in P22. I was stating though, Van Duck is really starting to struggle at the minute in his Porsche, and he's lost quite a few positions in a few corners there on the start of the last lap just gone. But on here now with Richardson looking at that move. We seen how squarely got through Ascari, but he's after pulling that back in now, and he's right on the back of Hakkila. Now this is going to be looking like it's going to be a move for them, as we see Tom Curtin as well at it trying to get by Al Gurry. But we're back on, we see Richardson. Oh, Hakkila, there's nothing between them. Ooh. Richard's going to push Hakkila a bit wider. Richard's going to get the better line, and that is lovely stuff, but Hakkila is not going anywhere. Richardson has got ahead though and has made that move sick. That was great driving. Absolutely top grade stuff there. Well set up and well executed, but also great trust in Hakkila, especially in these tricky conditions. That shows two sets of drivers on their peak being able to drive that hard and to give that much space. And be fair, that's absolutely phenomenal stuff there. Absolutely brilliant. And that is a Motor 11 car as well, I think. Yes, it is, from Andrew Richardson. On with Adam now. He is trying to push Muller out of his way now at this stage. He does seem to have a little bit more pace. Oh, he's going to go for the move at Ascari. So he would have compromised his exit slightly, and he's got a little bit sideways for it, which I was expecting to see that as compromise. But he stayed ahead at the minute. The only thing is he needs to hold the inside line there, as Muller will be going for the inside line, which he is going to do going into Parabolica. Adam is still ahead though at the minute, and Valenduck's after starting to catch back up with these as well. So now Adam just needs to get that wide line to get the power on a bit early, but he's after getting a bit sideways. He's struggling for traction there, the McLaren, and Valenduck will absolutely pounce if the opportunity arises, sitting there along with Van Drunen as well. Van Drunen was pushing along. Adam was going to go for the outside line here and try out drag the Ferrari into the first corner, but the Ferrari will have one of that corner still being ahead as well. And Valenduck's after braking very, very late to get involved with that one there, but luckily enough I think there was minor contact and they got back out. But look, you can see the traction of the Porsche there out of the corner. Oh, that was a tiny bit of a touch. I don't think he's expecting that there, but look at this now as well. Van Drunen, oh, how he kept that on the track as well. Guys are racing, not giving a millimetre to each other there. But Van Drunen's on the inside line. Valenduck's going to try and send it around the outside. He's after having to use the cut-off. He's going to have to hand that position back, which he is going to do. That's great stuff. But he used kind of the emergency run-off, we call it, just to stop an incident from happening. That's very, very good from him. Hands the position back and gets on with racing again. Now down to Pascal Vida, who's having a bit of a race here now, it looks like, with Petrovic. Petrovic though looking like he seems to have the better line at the minute. Vida on the defensive line. Petrovic's being able just to kind of maybe force a mistake hopefully and just keep the speed going. Oliver and Anderson is just ahead there that we're on with now in Italita Motorsport. He's on a recovery drive. He's already made it from P23 to P18, so he's on a recovery drive there, so fair play to him. See there in the stream chat we have Iona Hilborn, Go, Foot 901, Kurt Peters. On with Ben Allure now in P16, and he is fighting with Wansant, is it, in P15. Only 0.3 behind there in the Ferrari. So the Porsches here at this phase of the race I don't think are as strong as the mid-engines or front engines in these conditions. That might change once it gets a bit drier, hopefully throughout. As we've seen, about 30 minutes or so the rain should be stopping. It will be a bit cloudy, but it will be hopefully starting to dry down at that stage. That's music to my ears. I don't want to do my stints in the rain. You'll see an awful lot of crashes. Looking there, Anderson now up into P17. As I say that, we're back on now with Richardson here. Look at this, McConnell's after catching up to these guys as well, so McConnell is starting to really come alive in that car. Hackler and Richardson again. Oh, much more bumping this time. It's sent Richardson off a bit. That's going to drop Richardson down to P3. Not happy about that at all, flashing the lights. That was a bit more aggressive this time by Hackler, and it just didn't work out. Two of them going side by side. McConnell is after benefiting from that one, and Van Drunen's after having a moment, it looks like, there as well. But he's back by Valenduk, so they must have had a moment. Oh, the snap there from Valenduk in that wet condition. So McConnell sitting in P2. Richardson is sitting right behind him now. Richardson right on the back of him there. McConnell, this is the difference. Just how strong Richardson is through Ascari here is unbelievable. He's made up a lot of time. And you can see right behind there, you've got Mackenborg. We've got a replay of what happened here. So Hackett gets a lovely toe there, pulling up along behind Richardson, then pulls out and gets on the brake, and just a bit of a snap on braking for Richardson. Hackett has the inside line, a tiny knock as was expected. Then it's a drag race down, and then you see Hackett. Little flash there from Richardson. Oh, and you see McConnell and Richardson front and rear arcs kind of came together for a second. So that would have maybe helped Hackett keep a better drive and stop that slipstream as much. Then again, you see here Richardson goes hard under the brakes, gets up alongside, warrants some room in the corner, which he gets. But then on the exit, there was a bit of a touch. It was very, very narrow margins on the second phase of that corner there. To be honest with you, I think Richardson should have left slightly more room. So while he is frustrated racing hard, I think that would be more so racing instant. But I'm sure stewards will look after that one. Oliver Anderson, though, we're back on where he is defending from K or F corner at the minute. Quite a bit going on there as well. Guys, only been 15 minutes. I felt like I've been commentating for 5 hours. So much stuff is going on. But Oliver Anderson. So, oh yes, let's have the replay of Valenduk and Van Buren. So Valenduk just gets too hard on the brakes, tips the rear end. How Adam got hit or didn't get hit, I'll never know. But that was very, very tough. But fair play though. Even though Valenduk caused the issue, he still has the awareness to slow down and let the other car by while losing probably more time for himself. So I like to see that. I like to see good race etiquette like that. Sim racing can also be a gentleman's sport, so I think that's very, very good. Now that's Valenduk, I think. No, it's not, sorry, that's Van Drune. I do apologise, fighting Alguera. So let's see, Van Drune now down to P10, but on a recovery drive now for him to get back up a few positions. Very defensive line there from Alguera. So let's see. Oh yeah, Van Drumen's line is so much nicer. Gets a little bit of sideways action as Petrovic goes for a little spin. It looks like at Ascari. But we have to go back onto this one here because Van Drunen is out dragging Algueri and is now back up into P9. But Algueri's not going anywhere. He's going to go for the inside line. Probably going to try to get later on the brakes and send it and maybe hold a position, but no, Van Drunen's done enough. So Van Drunen now will be looking at T Courtin ahead, thinking, give me back my spot. Dave Hill doing a great job actually there, snuck up into P7 as well. So we didn't get to see that. Jay Betton though is fighting very, very hard there with Richardson. So Betton in the Aston Martin absolutely thriving in these conditions and is after coming up through and really is putting Richardson under pressure. Richardson has dropped 2 seconds though off McConnell. And for Hackett now, he's pulled a second on Richardson as well. So at the minute, guys, it's kind of getting nearly into the settling phase of the fourth stint anyway. Obviously, crazy pitch strategies will play a big difference, and I'm sure a lot of people will be trying to run the 75 minutes here in this fourth phase of the race as well, because with the rain there, you're having much less fuel usage. They can try and pull this stint out as much as they can. So let's see, here we go. In around 30 minutes or so, there is going to be no rain. And Van Drunen has a chance here. The exit of Courtney wasn't exactly great, coming out of Ascari, and he has the run. He's going to go for it, up side by side. He thinks the better of it, so he lets Courtney run wide. That's very, very smart there. Now look at the drive that he has coming out of that corner. And again, going to go the inside side by side. I reckon here Van Drunen might have the edge on top end. Also, he has the ideal racing line because he can defend that turn one and really run Courtney wide if needs be. But at the minute, looks like he's out dragging. It should be enough. He can start to look at turn one and set himself up. And with that there, Courtney has to sit behind. As Dave Hills, after having a bit of a moment, I wonder what's happened there. Was it himself under braking? Hopefully we can get a replay of that one, Tom, if you don't mind. We're back on now with Tom Courtney, who is behind Van Drunen, but now he has El Guerra right behind him as well, so not fun times for him. Now Van Drunen is looking at Dave Hill thinking, right, you're next, bud, let's go for it. So let's see what happened, Dave Hill. She's side by side with my teammate Adam. And what's happened? Oh, he's just missed the corner and missed the braking and lost it. Dave will be kicking himself for that because he normally doesn't do mistakes like that, but still a long, long way to go again. And to be fair, in overall, he's only lost a few seconds on that, so these things happen. Well, he definitely was very unlucky. He just got the braking a bit too long, didn't have to turn in. Back on with Courtney. And yeah, it looks like that Van Drunen genuinely just has the pace in him there, so he'll be absolutely flying there with that. Yannick Valenduk is a car I'm super impressed with because he does have pace, but unfortunately has found himself then getting out dragged more so than that else. Because the braking and the traction out of corners that Porsche has is just unbelievable. Porsche, as always, gets a lovely exit. The only thing is that Audi is probably going to pull away though, overall. He's going to try the move Valenduk is. I'd be very impressed if that Porsche gets alongside him before the braking zone. He doesn't, he just cuts that a little bit back. That's if the Porsche just had a little bit more top end, it'd be an unbelievable car. But massive respect for Valenduk to be able to be driving that car the way he is, because it's certainly not an easy thing at all. Going very, very well there at the minute. I know there might be a few people that are being lapped as well, the likes of Patrick Prince and that I think might be being lapped at the minute. But Valenduk, oh, look at that from Alguera. Oh, and Valenduk tries to stick it in as well. He's trying to be opportunistic, and poor T. Courtney has been used for another hit. Matty Gamble is catching up on these now as well, so Matty Gamble in the Aston just kind of tipping along doing his thing. So let's see how we get on. So we're on with the leader there, Hakala, who is still having McDonald behind. McDonald is after pulling in nearly half a second, so it'll be interesting to see how McDonald goes then. Can he keep this pace up as it is starting to dry now? As you can see, the rain is starting to let up slowly but surely. You can see it even in the sky, it's not as heavy as it was. Valenduk actually got to move on, that's unbelievable. But now you can see behind as well, Courtney is under pressure from Matty Gamble in the Aston Martin, and you can see from Courtney's car as well, there is a little bit of damage on the front and rear of that Ferrari as well. So that's certainly not going to be helping him as Matty gets a lovely tow there. And Valenduk though is kind of perfectly slowing up Courtney a bit. So Matty Gamble has a much better opportunity to overtake and go for it now. Matty has the job done there at the minute, but of course Courtney's going to have a nice tow down coming down into the second phase of Sector 1 into the second chicane here as well. So it should be quite interesting. So Matty Gamble is defending. Matty Gamble is doing exactly what he needs to do. So we have a replay coming now for Valenduck's move. So comes through beautiful out of Ascari. Oh, and as you see there, Curtin really does it. That's... I don't know, is that class as an overtake though off the track? Because he really used off track though to get the drive. I'm sure the stewards will look at that one there. But he gets the job done, gets by Curtin. And on to the next one. Is the way I think they're looking at that now. So fair play. Curtin now is still going strong up in P12. Probably not too happy that he's dropped down to P12, but look, these things happen. But he's doing a great job there with that one there. Valenduck though is back on a recovery mission like no tomorrow. We like Valenduck. And that's Ben McConnell into the pits already. That's only, what, 20, 30, 36, only 24 minutes in? What? Let me have a look. It's very unusual. Why is he in the pits? Yeah, something's... I wonder, are they just doing that to maybe have their short stint now and maybe extend all the other stints out? But I don't think 7 stints or 75. Maybe it is that. Maybe they're just getting the short stint done now. I don't understand why they've gone in so early, because there was no major damage or crash or anything, so it's very unusual. My boy Adam locked out, fighting up with Mecklenburg now, looking to get by. So he's coming back out of the pits. I'm very confused as to why he is pitted this early. Very confused. Did he go into dry tyres, I wonder now? Even at that, that's too much of a risk. If anyone knows why that's the case, please let us know in the YouTube chat, just to keep us up to date with what's actually happening, because I'm genuinely bamboozled there. Tom, do you know what's happened? Yeah. Maybe he felt he was just losing time behind, possibly. I'm confused as can be. Very, very confused by that. But getting away from the confusion, back on here with Yannick Valenduck up into P8 again now, getting his way back up the grid. So it looks like he was struggling for a while, but he's definitely getting under control. Obviously, the power, I think, is the main thing with the Porsche. It does like to snap it, but he's doing a phenomenal job there. And keeping that car going is no mean feat. Anyone who drives in this game knows how snappy that 992 is. But then again, if you're able to handle it, you know how fast it can be as well. Yeah, I'm still very confused over why they pitted so early. What was the fastest time from P2? Tom, you might be able to have the time, the lap times there. Would you have the time that was for that would have been for, where is he now? He's down in 22nd, McConnell is. So he looks like McConnell has the fastest lap as well, but it's not shown the lap time. It's only showing the total time. Okay, there is pit wall live running as well, right? We'll try and get that now in a few minutes for you guys. Still on with Valenduck, doing a great job there. Adam Locke is now 1.8 seconds off Mecklenburg. Dave Hill's only a second off Adam Locke, so Dave Hill is starting to get his recovery drive going quite a nice way. Then behind him, Van Drulen's actually having a great race. He's driving out with skin there, right on the back of this as well. Blue flag there, it looks like that is Mecklenburg overlapping one of the back markers. That's crazy stuff here, but it's great to see the racing is just not letting up at all. And it's keeping it going absolutely brilliantly there. looking there. Dave Hill, though, is looking to try and make a move. That Lambo was a rocket in a straight line as well. Very weird to see him in the Lambo as well, but he's doing a great job there. But obviously I want Adam to defend him like a champ and stay ahead, but we all know not to be fighting and killing each other. Adam, though, gets the inside line. And there is that collision there. Dave on the inside and Adam on the outside, and Dave is on his way again. Back on now with McConnell, Betton, going for, it looks like, the lead against Mr. Hackler. And that was a great move there from Betton. Hackler didn't fight that one too much. And we have the Aston here, which is unbelievable there. So Betton has gone through and is doing a great job there as well. P2 though, Hackler though is still sitting with him. I don't know whether Hackler's playing games. Is he going to use the toe here to go through? Oh no, Van Ockner has a stop go 30. That could be only for speeding in the pit lane though, unless something's happened that we don't know about. Is there live student here today? And actually, do we have live student today? Do we know what times the live student's being done at, just so we can let the teams know? Okay. So you can see Van Ackner indicators on to let the guys know behind right and going into the pits. Reserve my stop go 30, stick to my outside. And fair play, he is in there now. So on with Mr. Ben McConnell. So he's recovering. So maybe it was a smart. I don't know. I'm still confused by his pit stop. Maybe it was a smart move. So Adam Locke's gone into the pits. Yeah, I think this could be a case of maybe swapping onto possible dry tyres now. It's gone to greasy now, so I think we're just at the phase of the, I'd say maybe another 3 or 4 laps though before the dries are in, but maybe like if Adam's in there to fix if there is any damage there, if the tyres are after being overheated or whatever like that as well. It's hard to know. So I see Johan Houdben is after saying go Stein Van Ochner in the 901. He's gone into the pits, but at least he served that and is back out now at this stage, so, or coming out of the pit, should I say. So fair play. You just have to take these kind of things on the chin and just get on with it. You try not to let them frustrate you too much. All I can say is at least it's not a stop go 30 at the likes of Spa or Indy. That would absolutely hurt. Monza here is quite a relevant, kind of short enough pit lane. Van Drunen doing a good job. Mackenberg downhill side by side just behind Van Drunen there. Hill looks like he's going to get by as well, which he does. Does it stick being the question, and it looks like it has as well. Looking back from Van Drunen there, Hill has got by. So now Van Drunen will be kind of thinking, right, if Hill coming back to me, Richardson's only ahead. He needs to pull in that 4 seconds to Richardson, or a bit less should I say at this stage, and definitely try and keep Hill behind if he can. It's gorgeous looking Mercedes that. Oliver Anderson is right behind Matty Gamble there as well. I don't know if something's happened Matty Gamble. He was close to my teammate at the time, but Oliver Anderson is after catching up to Matty quite good. And don't forget, Oliver Anderson at T1 was spun, so that's a recovery drive and a half from 23rd up into 9th and possibly 8th as he goes side by side with Matthew Gamble. Matthew gives the room there. That's very fair driving, and them drivers know each other as well. They've raced in leagues elsewhere as well, so great driving from both there. I think Matty's holding a tiny bit of front damage as well in that Aston. So that's probably accounting for maybe him not driving on the pace that we're used to seeing Matty Gamble at as well. Looking there, gap-wise then, just look quite a lot happening on the track. So you viewers in the YouTube chat as well, if you don't mind giving us a car who you'd like to see in a hot onboard lap with, we can do that. So for the next 5 minutes, throw in the car number of the car you'd like to see an onboard lap with, and I'm sure we can convince Tom with his magic fingers to do a lovely onboard lap then at that stage. But at the minute, oh, there we go, Hackle is into the pits, so it's definitely no more rain, so this is going to be a very, very, very busy pit lane now, as we are only 33 minutes in, and we have quite a few. That's Matty Gamble is now in as well. He'll surely get that damage fixed as well and get back out there and get his stints going. So it goes to show that's a variable after being thrown into the race there with the rain, and this could happen again later on in the phase. Here is our mystery driver. Can you name this mystery driver? I'm going to say it's Tom Vandermeer. I reckon he's a ginger. Who is he? I have a ginger beard as well, so I feel like I should know this because of her gingerness. Right, so he's sitting in a sparkle seat, so I'm assuming he's in the higher echelon of the grid, just for the fact that he's putting a bit of money in with the sparkle seat and that. I'm gonna say he doesn't look like... I tried to look at where he is in the track as well with the way he's turning. Ooh, that was Van Drunen, I think, collecting the curb slightly wrong through a Scary and caused himself to have a mini dash. I'm going to say that's Jay Betton in the lead. I think that's who the person is, the mystery person. Do you reckon? But you know who it is. Is it Jay Betton, Tom? You can tell me, I promise I won't link it. Oh, you don't know, do you know? Does anybody know who that is? I think it's Jay Betton. I just have a feeling. Sven Mackenberg is in the pits, and it looks like then we have Valanduk in the pits as well. He is, so I'm surprised not many more have come in. Jay Betton still going, Richardson still going, D Hill still going. I'm sure they'll all be in this lap. It's definitely going to start overheating the tyres now. It's still greasy, but that cannot be comfortable to drive in. So 19 degrees ambient, 25 degrees track temperature. Should be quite enjoyable once it goes into even a slow track, or like, you know, even into a fast track. It should be getting much nicer then once it goes to optimal. If it stays at these conditions, you can really get the most out of the cars as well. If it starts getting too hot track temperature wise, you're going to start to struggle then with possibly a bit of graining throughout the kind of 35 to 40 minutes part of it. You know, that phase does go, and the kind of tyres do come back to you near about the 50th minute, and then it feels okay. It does drop off then in around the hour and 5 minute mark. But John Betton doing a great job there at the minute with Vanier. A bit of damage on the front of his car. Luckily enough, we haven't had much track limits, only the one stop go penalty at the minute there for the car 901. Hopefully we can find out why that happened as well. It'll be very interesting to see why that happened in the first place as well. Benelure there doing a great job for Team Eurocamp. And yeah, sticking to the job in hand. The Porsche start coming to life now, I think. And this is the thing as well, you're going to see the difference in some cars that may be set up more for the wet or some that are maybe set up more for the dry. So you might see now in this phase of the race, as it gets faster and faster, the different strategies come into play, and who was fast, that was maybe really fast in the wet, might start to struggle now in the dry a bit overall pace wise. So it's very interesting to see how neutral the setups were between both kind of conditions, versus the people who've really gone for a dry setup over the rain setup, maybe hoping that there's going to be a much more dry phases of this race than wet. On now El Guerra making moves there, that looks like on Petrovic's there in the Mercedes, and gets the job done by the looks of it. Not a bother there at all, and has the job done. Fair play to him. Petrovic though is under pressure, it looks like, from a Ferrari, but I don't think that's a legit race on track at the minute. Takla doing a good job there as well, up in P9 after his pit stop. Van Mol is in the pits as well, guys. All going nice. So Richardson is now in the pits also for mode 11. I'm wondering when Betton go in soon. D Hill is 18 seconds off and we're doing 5 seconds off him. Oliver Anderson up into 4th position now. What a dude. And he done his best lap the last lap as well. A 152.215 as well. So definitely starting to get a bit more pace now. That's what we like to see. Oliver doing a great job there. Very consistent driver. Anytime I've seen him in the Lexus, you kind of just thought he was there for a bit of fun, but now that he gets into a more competitive car, I know he's very strong in that McLaren as well, but Oliver genuinely is not a bad driver at all. Doing a great job there, and I'm sure Dominic Geese and team will be happy also. Looking there, does anybody have any nominations for a lap? If we don't have a nomination for a lap, do you know what, Tom? Can we go on with the person in last position for a lap once to get around to the start and give them a bit of airtime? Because I don't think the people at the back get enough airtime. So once Van Horn comes around, we'll give a full lap on board with him and celebrate all drivers, not just the people at the front. So we're going to stay on with Astro Racing Team and Karl Van Horn for a full lap here around the Monza circuit. No, it's great to see a full on board there with Calvar and Horn. Fair play to you, Tom. And I like the fact that we can showcase off all the drivers as well throughout the race. And for the next hot lap, we'll try and get the guys that are in the stream to maybe throw in a few race numbers of who they'd like to see on Jonas Hakkila, who after pits is in P7 with Van Drunen now in the pits as well. So that should surely be another position. And McConnell right ahead of Hakkila there. So McConnell has jumped Hakkila through the pit stop phase, which is very interesting. And the wiper is still on Hakkila's car. Just forgot to turn it off, or maybe might not have the button assigned for that. But that poor wiper will be worn down. It'll be metal on metal soon, or metal on glass, should I say. And Hakkila there, a nice little dive down the inside. Much more confident on the brakes. Adam Locke now back up into P10, has got by Van Duck through the pit stop phase as well. Van Drunen still in the pits by the looks of it. Or has he got back out? Bennett Lure is... Yeah, Van Drunen's just going by the pits, or out of the pits now. So Van Drunen is after swapping, I think, with Anthony Terhoist. So they come out in about P10. Bennett Lure all over the back of the Ferrari, but the only thing is the Ferrari has the legs and the Porsche top end, boys. So let's see how we get on. That Mold 11 car there of Wargers doing just enough to keep Lure behind at present. And of course it looks like Wargers has swapped as well with Richardson. Team Euro Canto, Bennett Lure sitting there looking for a way, boy. It kind of is frustrating when you're nearly on the same pace as the other car, but you're right there with them. And it's just, you want them out your way, you want that clear air. Just to focus and do your own thing. And by the way, they're not using the 992 by looks of it there, or am I correct in saying that? Maybe it's just the pink maybe hides that rear brake bar a bit more. On now with the crazy Valenduck all over the back of Terhoist. And Valenduck doing a great job there. Hits the apex beautifully on the exit there of Ascari. And we're already into an optimum track. So it's dried up very, very quickly here, in fairness. Wasn't expecting that. Oh, and the camera goes a bit mad as it does, but look at this. The mid-corner speed there of that Porsche and the traction it has as well. And now it's a drag race where you're going to start to see that. I think that Mercedes will start to pulling him. As much as he doesn't want that, that Mercedes does have the better engine inside. The time penalties are coming out. Adam Locke's after getting 5 seconds. Valenduck's after getting 10 seconds there. So penalties are starting to come out there. I'm assuming that Locke's almost between him and Dave Hill. Valenduck, I think it's been involved with 1 or 2 little bits, but maybe added up to be 10 seconds then. So there we go for 60 causing collision with 782 on lap 2. Okay, no problem at all. And then we'll get to see the other one now in a second. And 10 seconds for car 787 causing collision with car 69 on lap 3. Okay. Yes, yeah, that's exactly what that was. That's fair. Even though he gave the position back in that, I think that's very fair because the other car had lost quite a bit of time. So I don't think anyone can argue with either of those judgments, to be fair. Now looking there, Gamble doing a good job there. The car is nice and mended, and we'll definitely see a bit more pace coming from Matty Gamble in Team Abbey Racing, as he is in 16th at the minute with Bestlink ahead in 15th and car 118. You can definitely see there Matty's more comfortable with this car, seems, in the dry than what he was in the wet. So let's see how he does go. So essentially for Valenduck now, that's going to drop him down to about P14, and for Adam at least down to P12. It's looking like. So they'll be both disappointed with that, but it's still a long way to go. Out front though as well, Oliver Anderson's still up there fourth. So I'm wondering, did Oliver change on to dry tyres, or is he just able to keep those wets going? Because I would have thought it would be impossible now in the wet. So I think they might have jumped on to dry tyres when they pitted. Oliver Anderson may be the greatest driver of our generation. No inter-team bias here. Come on, Rory. To be honest with you, I think he's the greatest man of our generation, not just driver, greatest man. He should be the person who rules the world, never mind the country. Everyone have homebrew wine, and an awful lot of offensive remarks to be said. If Oliver was the ruler, which we absolutely love Oliver, he's a legend. On here with wee Matty Gamble as he goes around right behind Best. I think he's probably like Jeepers scouting me way. Matty Gamble does use to use the word Jeepers quite a bit from Northern Ireland, giving it socks. That's to say, I do love delivery because it reminds me of obviously the West McLaren livery back in the day. So for me, that's quite a nice looking livery. Oh wow, Rory's been very mean to Oliver. He's after stating in the chats there, Oliver couldn't run a bat, never mind a country, but the man can drive. It's like an insult just coated with a compliment. So Matty's doing his very best there, but we're going to jump on to Vayner here, racing in P18, or 19 should I say, or 18 because he got the move done. But he is fighting there, it looks like. Like that looks like Dave Hill just ahead of him, so Dave Hill might have just lapped him, and Vayner might have used Hill to maybe get himself by. Is he going to try and unlap himself? He's definitely going for it. He definitely has quite good pace in that car, Peter Vayner. And number 12 does get by there. Back on now with Hackler. Hackler doing a great job, but we're on now with Mr. Benton. And do you know what? I'm very happy to see an Aston Martin lead the race. No, I don't think they have stopped. But I'm delighted to see them, and they're pulling away. So I think they must have started on the dry tyres, because there's not a hope for the wet to be lasting this long now. They'd be absolutely screaming. I think Oliver started on the dries at 12 because I actually don't think he pitted. It's just because he lost so much time with getting spun. He's some wide there from John Benton. He's really using all the track there as well. Luher is doing a great job there. And Mr. Hackler is still thereabouts. I think might feel a bit disappointed after doing the pit stop that he's still out in 5th position there and has the people who haven't pitted still ahead, but that is part of it as well. You just kind of have to work through that. Sam Racing, which generation is that? 1768 BC. Do you know what? He has the mentality of a man from the 50s, the 1950s, I'd say. Oliver Anderson. Would you ever try his homebrew, Tom? Or would you trust his homebrew that he makes himself? You would? I wouldn't trust it. It's Oliver. If it was anyone else, if you were making it, or Baz, or Chris Hill or that, I might consider having a taste of it. But Oliver, I absolutely know it's a straight up no. Absolutely not. I know Mr. Rogers there in the Mode 11 racing car, doing his thing. He's getting close to Muller, but still has Lure just behind as well. So at the minute, he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't. looking through the field there, still some decent gaps. It's very impressive that still, after nearly an hour of racing, as Oliver Anderson is in the pits, Oliver has decided to pull in and get a fresh set on. So I think they're going to stick to maybe in around the hour to hour and 5 minute mark for their pit stop. So I'm assuming at the minute by that pit stop, they will be doing about 7 pit stops in this race. I could be wrong. It'll be interesting to see as the race progresses how many pit stops they actually do. Matty Gamble going for the move there. He's sitting down in 16th at the minute. I'm sure Chris is probably in there to chat as well, willing them on and giving them the encouragement that they need there. It must be hard for Chris not to be out there doing a bit of racing as well. So at the minute, Matty has a chance there. Does he get the drive out? He definitely does, but being blocked off by Mr. Bestlink. Alex Crawford there, that beautiful looking Lamborghini with this SSRI. I think that's Team SSRI, is it? No, Snacking Sons, that is. But doing a very good job there. Oh, Joey, shoot. And THRC after having a moment. And turn 1 will never be the same again. So Alex Crawford runs nice and wide. I was trying to carry much more speed to get a lovely drive out of Parabolica. But I think he's just too far behind that Mercedes of Johnson to make an impact on this straight this time round. Yeah, I'd say it's a really, really nice car. Matty Gamble in P15 looking to go against Bestlink now. Oh, he has the drive. Bestlink obviously has the ideal line. But Gamble pulling. Bestlink's going to try for it. Gamble's given the room though. So Gamble is the inside line. Gamble is given loads of room there and has got the, a bit of a touch there. But Matty has got the job done this time round, but will be on the defence into the second phase of this sector. Coming into the next chicane, Lloyd looks like he's far enough ahead there as we're back on with Ward just now, fighting the same machinery with Muller. And both of them in phases, that looks like going through Parabolica 1 and into Parabolica 2. Yeah, just being towed along there. An equal machine, it's very, very hard to really make a move happen and to stick them. Oh, fair play to them, fair play to them. That's what we like to see. And so we are 4 minutes off a full hour in. And been quite an impressive race so far. There's been a lot of highlights there. I have to say Betton's been massively impressive to go up and into the win, into first position. Must have started on the slick tyres and is doing a phenomenal job there. And is really after pulling his way through. Dave Hill as well, doing a phenomenal job even with the spin. But Adam up in P2. Wanston P3, Hackett in P4 then. But very, very impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing how they go in terms of when they do their pits, to see where they come out in the terms of Hackett and McConnell and Vieira. It's all going to be super, super close there. On now Peter Vayner, who is looking to try and get a position from Karma, and looks like he has got the position. That's a gorgeous looking Porsche, by the way, as well. Some really, really nice looking liveries here today. Simhub Holland there. And that is the Adweiser Racing Team Porsche there, Fabian Karner. Beautiful looking machine. Absolutely love the creativity of these designers out there. I design liveries myself, but I really love seeing other people's work. Really, really nice. So back on now with Manuel Muller. He is doing his best. He looks like has lost out on that fight to Mr. Ward, who's ahead, but is under pressure from Luher just behind as well. Look at that Porsche through Ascari there. Just has that grip. But then going on to the straight, it may not have the bones of that Ferrari. He's getting a small toe, but it's not going to be enough to make a move happen. He's going to have to pull back in. He's pulling in, trying to get the toe to keep along, but look at that, the Porsche and the brakes. Absolutely lovely. Then he can use the mechanical grip of that Porsche and pull out about a tenth or two as well. The only thing is, I don't know if it's going to be enough. He's going to have to go on the inside line defender, because look at that Ferrari already. You can see starting to come in slowly but surely. That'll be interesting. And on that Ferrari there, you see it literally going to the right hand side now onto the braking. The Porsche is actually really being fair with the room. And back by then goes Mr. Muller. Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. What we might do as well, because I want to try and give everybody a bit of a look. Can we jump onto car P24? I don't think we've given 901 an on board yet. And if we can go on and give them even a half a lap on board, so we'll try and give everyone a half a lap or more throughout the race as well, I think, just to kind of give them a little bit of a highlight. And of course these have had their 30-second stop go as well, so these are definitely out of position as well. So let's see, their recovery drive could be something really interesting by hour 7 or hour 8 coming into the last few minutes, to see where they actually do end up coming. It's going to be very interesting to see. I'm going to say nothing for a minute and enjoy this on board. So another impressive lap there, and I'm loving to see, we're getting to see all the cars slowly but surely coming through. We go into set 23rd then in about 20 minutes time, possibly for a lap as well. And yeah, it's great to see all of that happening from all ends of the grid, guys. And also I think it's only fair everybody gets a bit of airtime like that. Back on now, looking at any of the battles at the minute. It's still close enough throughout the grid, really, although Mackenberg having a little bit of a battle there with fellow Audi driver Valguera. So let's see who becomes the fastest Audi. It certainly isn't an easy task here. Top class teams. But someone's got to be the best of something. So let's see how Mackenberg gets on here now. Adam's just sitting behind them as well. Come on, Adam boy. He's after pulling a good bit of distance on Valenduk as well. So Sven doing a very, very good job there, and I have to say that's probably the best looking of the Audis. That livery is just a thing of beauty. Very well made. And not much happening for them at the minute, just kind of sitting there having to wait. There's not much they can do in this situation, really. It's just a matter of keeping the pressure there, sticking with them and hoping there's a mistake out front as well. If you're not willing at this stage or this phase of the race to be pushing like that and using up your tyres as well. So it'll be interesting to see later on then how they get on. But looking through as well, all the gaps. The hoist isn't too far off Valenduk, so in about another 3 or 4 laps that could be very interesting. So to be fair, I think Mackenberg, seeing that Adam's getting close as well, he might want to try and start pushing to get that one done. But look at this. Thomas van Schaick is going to be under a lot of pressure from fellow Porsche driver there, it looks like, of Petchik. I love that camera angle there. It's always nice to see the different lines, and yeah, it's very, very cool. Now into the Parabolicas. Not much you can do here, only sit and wait. Obviously in Parabolica 2 you're hoping you get that bit of a better exit, get the better drive, and carry more speed down the straight. Now hitting those curves might have hurt him a bit there. He's got quite a bit of airtime, but he does have still quite a bit of a gap behind the Petchik. He did about, what, a tenth in it. He is more than enough to defend then into Ascari. So let's see how they get on. Take 52. He's after putting in quite a bit of time there, Van Schaick now. Still going through Ascari there. Petchik has lost quite a bit of time, so that's nullified that charge for quite a bit. Adam Lock's only 1.4 off Mackenberg. We'll keep an eye on that as that develops going through as well. At the minute though, Hakkila in fourth is 2 seconds, it looks like, off once. Fastest lap there for Van Schaick at 1:48.667. Oliver Anderson after his pit as well, down in 18th position, so he's still got the work to do again now. Van der Hoist here doing a great job on with the team there now. Oh, you can see there's a few of them working together, and the beers, great to see the beers getting involved. Look at him in the chat there, loving life. It's great to see the teamwork like that, especially people when they're right beside each other. Absolutely brilliant. I'm kind of jealous I don't have a beer myself now. Fair play to them. Absolutely love that, and it's a great addition, this view of having the drivers' webcams and seeing what they're all doing as well. Back on though, Mackenberg in P7 still needs to find an answer because Adam Locke is slowly but surely catching him in. And the last lap, the full lap has been about half a second. He's pulled in, so he needs to really start to kind of get the move on, per se, to get just more damage limitation, not another car fighting with him then, and possibly losing time and position. Be interesting to see. But now Hackler gets the job done on Once, and Once gets very squarely there as well. So Hackler won't even have to defend, he can just focus on the race ahead. I'm sure he's delighted with that one there. That's all it takes, is just one little lapse. That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So Hackler now 21 and a bit seconds off Hill, who's about 14 seconds off Benton. Benton's doing a phenomenal job out there, you gotta admit that. Sven though, looking into the parabolica, it looks like we're going into. Is he going to be able to keep that going around the outside? He might be able to carry more speed on the exit, and the whole way down the straight he'll be in that toe as well. But they are in the same machinery, so unless there's a major difference in wing here, the toe mightn't be that strong, and it's there, but is it going to be enough by the end of the straight into the break? And that's going to be the thing here. He's pulled out, he's going to be side by side, but in fairness, Alguera has the better braking, but Mackenberg has sent it around the outside and got the job done. Alguera though is definitely fighting back with the little switchback done there. Mackenberg though, Sven holding on to it. The only thing is though, Alguera can try and go the inside line, but Mackenberg might just leave it run wide and stick with the inside line. He's not, he's opened that door, which is not what you want to be doing, but there you go. Alguera knows he's not going to get the job done and has the race smarts to pull back in. Great driving from Mackenberg and from Alguera there. That was absolutely brilliant stuff from both of them. Definitely not an easy thing to do. And yeah, so Mackenberg now 6th position. McConnell is next up the road for him. I think there is quite a bit of a gap though for that one, so maybe not going to happen just yet, to be fair. Now Mackenberg's there. Fallenduck is 10 seconds off. Der Hoist is he's actually after dropping off Fallenduck as well. Dave Hill is in the pits, that's a big one. Be interesting to see now. So Hackenberg will be going up in then to P5 as Benton comes out of the pits. So Benton is out, Hill is out. There is that gap there. So Hackler is now back into the lead. 3.9 seconds off Once. So the guys were really using their stints as much as they can. So if they can do that for a few times, it might be only 6 stops for them and not 7. So very interesting stuff there. And side by side, it looks like McConnell is after getting the job done on Once there, and he is. And as we're looking at that, Vanier is literally defending like a champion on it looks like his lure behind. So let's see. Still on my finger there. And in the pits is Once. After all of that, Once is now in the pits also. El Young though doing a good job up in P4. But let's see where Once comes out as well. That's going to make things interesting with the Mode 11 car in. Adam Locke up in the P6, looking to try to make that move on Alguera back further. To Hoist is all over as Chico Lindfar is now in the car instead of Dave Hill. So Lindfar getting his first lap in that car and has the Hoist right behind. Lindfar going to go for the inside line, of course. The Hoist going to try and send it around the outside there. And to brake, and to Hoist is slightly later on the brakes, but Lindfar has the line. Lindfar runs wide though. Oh, not what you want. But after that, so to Hoist up into P9, it looks like. And then comes back out of the pits behind Adam Locke on P7. So that was a good long stint from them, to be fair, and that's why they were a little bit slower at the end. But I don't think they don't mind being too slow now. If it saves the pit stop throughout it, it might be worth it. If you lose 2 or 3 seconds over 5 stints, 6 stints, that's about, say, 15 seconds. When you think about that, then instead of doing that pit stop, which could cost you a minute, you wouldn't mind really losing those few seconds per stint. Overall time, you'll gain way more. So on here now again with Mr. Oliver Anderson down in P18 at present, but doing a great job as always, Oliver. Mr. Consistent. That's all you can ask for, is consistency from these guys. So let's see. It's like he's trying to show his numbers. He's trying to make a move happen there, but the Porsche's annoyingly good on corner exit. So let's see how we get on here now. So Anderson running a little bit wide there as well, but that's what you expect. Is he going to make... do you know what? There could be a move coming up here. If he's able to get the exit on just right, this could be his best chance yet, because he's getting much closer. Much closer. Looking nice. Yes, to go a bit squirrely there, but they stopped. They haven't touched, which I'm surprised that Oliver has the inside. As I say that, I cursed it, but Oliver has at least straightened up the Porsche. That was tight. That was a tight racing there, and back going is that 934 Carner. So just lost position to Oliver. Adam Locke though is coming up for Alguera now. Come on, Adam, get that job done. So he's going to have a better line, hopefully, for the exit of this corner. Come on, Adam, get that done. It gets a bit sideways, which is not what you want when you're racing the Audi, because that has an amazing pickup. And the Audi is gone. That's just unlucky. Then B. McConnell though is still doing a great job in second place, in fairness though. Had a much stronger there. The Audi got the T1 wrong, and once you get the entrance wrong, you're always going to get the exit wrong as well. You're going to hemorrhage time there by not getting that right, and it's something all drivers will do once or twice, especially in an 8-hour endurance race. It'll happen more often than you realise. Very easy, very easy to make an issue happen there. Now we're going to stand with Adam, I'd say, for the rest of this lap, and I'm going to shut up and just enjoy the sound of that Macca and seeing the difference then in race lines and cornering differences between that and the Audi. Great stuff there at the onboards, and great defending there from Alguera on the exit of that corner there as well. So great driving from both drivers. Back on now with Nikolai Schroeder, looking for a drive which it looks like they're getting from, it looks like Lure and P14. Schroeder tucking back behind now for some bit of a tow, which he's getting. He's staying within those track limits, has that inside line. The Porsche is braking slightly later, but has nowhere to go and has to kind of tuck in behind Schroeder. Porsche looking for a better exit, which he gets, but just has nowhere to go there. And is going to try and get the run, but now this is when the Ferrari is going to become strong. Coming around here, has the top end. The Porsche might try the inside line, but look at that, that's great defending, leaving the car in the middle of the track, so he has the option to widen it up if he wants or to tighten it up. That's great driving there from Schroeder, and a nice move there. They won't be too happy with that. Locke is still fighting here by Alguera, which is helping Valenduk put in a little bit of time, not much, but a little bit of time on these, because they're starting to fight so hard now. They will start losing time overall because they're fighting so hard for position. So Terhoist now is doing a great job there as well in P8. They are slightly ahead of Wargers and on board there with the Terhoist team by the looks of it. So this is CBSR. They're fond of a beer or two. They'd be well known, and you see the two different sims hooked up there. So they're literally with each other while all that's going on. So that's great to see as well. So on board with Anthony there, doing a great job. Very, very tough as well. He's going to be going through a Scary now in a second. It's a little bit of curb, not much, but lovely job there. Oh, sorry, that wasn't even a Scary, that was just the first chicane. Sorry, guys. I'm looking at the onboard view from their on the onboard cameras there, looking at the setups. Beautiful stuff there. The car ahead of their hoist, one slightly wide there. That's Valenduk. They are running a 10-second penalty. Adam Locke has got by Alguera as well. We've missed that off camera, but delighted to see that. But the hoist here doing a great job keeping Wargers, who is coming to attack, at bay. On now with Sven Mackenberg in P4, who's right behind the, it looks of it there, of De Jong, now in the Aston Martin as well. So be interesting to see what they can make from this, if they can make anything from this as well. Looking through the grid there, Scamble in P12, Lindfares in P10, Terhoist P8, Guerre P6, Mackenberg P4. McConnell's still doing a good job. He is P2, but he's 6.1 seconds off Hakkila at the minute as well there. So Hakkila has kind of, over the last hour and 20 or so minutes, has been able to get up to a 6 and a bit second lead, which is very, very nice. And obviously they want to try and extend that as much as they can throughout the next 6.5 hours. And they're brought on board by Hakkila there now, and yeah, look, they're doing a great job. The Ferrari has been very well set up, obviously, and they're very, very comfortable in that car, putting in some quite strong lap times as well. And now it's Sven Mackenberg, because he is very, very close to De Jong now, but is still ahead, being the thing. Be interesting to see what they do throughout. But I think it's time we should jump on now with car 23 to give them a little look, because we'll try and work through them throughout the stream. I'll ask, hopefully Oliver will do the same and try and get all the different cars on the stream as well. But Sven is always still giving it everything, but we'll jump on now with Van Ockner. But I think we were already on with Van Ockner, weren't we? Yeah, we'll jump on down with 22nd Novak and give them a full lap. And look at that, they're literally at parabolic as well. So enjoy a lap down with Novak, and I'll be back to talk absolutely crap to you all. But great to see all these guys giving it everything. Great stuff there from Mr. Novak. It's great to see the on boards, even though they mightn't be at the top end of the grid. It goes to show us how much they're on the edge as well. And lapping in the low 149s as well isn't a mean feat around here as well in that Porsche. Especially on race fuel and race setup as well, so that's absolutely a credit to them in the 935. They're only a second and a bit of 21, but we're back on now with Sven Mackenberg, who has made inroads on De Jong and just needs to try and find a way by. Adam locked up only 3.3 seconds off them as well, but does have that 5-second penalty, so that essentially puts him in about P6 in terms of time. But Sven now, he's all over the back of the Aston. Unfortunately for De Jong, it's a matter of time. Is Sven going to get the job done here? De Jong is given the room, which is going to slow him down, and Sven is through. And you know what? It's probably best if he knows it's not his race to let him by like that, where he doesn't lose a major amount of time either. So probably smart thinking, really. And we'll see through Ascari here, does Mackenberg really make much of a difference now, having clear air and no car ahead of him? Definitely the gap is growing, to be fair about it. Ben McConnell is in the pits. So it's weird seeing the pit stop strategies so offset. Van Schuck here, and it looks like Oliver Anderson are at it as well. Oliver doing his best to defend it. Will he be able to defend for much longer now? Because that Porsche seems to be quite fast on this phase. McConnell is still coming out of the pits there. He looks like it's actually Joe Hayes is now in the car, should I say. And they're going to peel back out in about P9, which isn't too bad really. But at least now they have a little bit of clear air in front of them as well, so at least they can get their eye in and not be under too much pressure as well. And there's a little bit of a gap to the car behind as well, so only the first lap or two, it's just kind of getting your eye in and get used to it, so that's good for them. At least they have that there as well. See, she would find shocked there as well. 148.4 is their optimum lap. That was the best lap, but they're in the 150s at the minute. Whether that's been stuck behind Oliver, I'm not sure, or maybe it's a fuel thing as well, depending on when they pitted as well. Great racing from these though. Mercedes takes a slightly understeery line as it does. Oliver's doing a phenomenal job though in that car. Can't praise him enough. Oh, snap oversteer, well held, but he will be now slower and probably by the end of this will be behind this Porsche. Especially coming to Ascari. I don't think Oliver's going to try and go the inside. He's going to peel him behind and get through safely there. But yeah, that was just unlucky there. Very well held from. Very easy to drop the car when you're on an exit like that. Oliver doing a great job out there. Absolute legend of a man. Another who's going to be getting close soon as well. You've got Van Aert catching Morgers. So that may open up into something soon enough as well. Less than a second between them now. Oh yeah, it does have a good bit of damage on the front of that car. Maybe we've missed something there. Interesting. There's definitely damage there. But also, he's under braking when the lights aren't flashing, so it's not damage to the point that he's an absolute liability, but there's definitely a good bit of frontal damage there on that car. Will they be able to keep it for the stint though is the thing. Although you can see there was a bit of it. Yeah, so that's now the Aston through for Vayner. I wouldn't be surprised seeing that car coming in this lap. I wouldn't be surprised at that at all. So it was on lap 45 it happened. Because I knew he was racing a lot higher up. Oh, snap oversteer. Exactly where Oliver lost. Oh, well, actually, Lesmo won. He lost it. Oh, and he does hit the barrier. But he would have lost a lot of time more so on that spin. There is going to be quite a significant amount of time there lost. and he's entering it back the right way, kind of going around, making sure nothing's coming. Yeah, that was massive. He lost at least what? He was up fighting in about 7th-ish place, so he's after losing quite a few positions there, and only made one back. So yeah, that's tough going. Alguera coming out of the pits now in P11. Oh, sorry, P18 by the time he's coming out of the pits. Sorry, it's just I'm looking at the standings there. So P18 for him. That's tough going. Oh, still a good bit to go, and like I think they're doing their pit stop just right. It's slightly off the norm, but maybe they've gotten that short pit stop in with the rain that was there, and they used that then, so they might only have another 4 pit stops to do if they're able to extend them out to nearly the full 75 minute stint window. Definitely will be an interesting one to see. And now Hackett is starting to come into some traffic which you don't want. We'll do a full on board lap with Hackett now, guys, as well, as he is going through the traffic. But yeah, he's doing a phenomenal job out there, and you can see the consistency of how he's driving, just why they are in the lead of this race at the minute. Yeah, fair play to them. What, they're at least 6.5 seconds ahead now at this stage or more, as second position isn't even across the pits, as we've got Luher coming into the pits. Adam Locke in the pits, and he's served his 5-second penalty as well. So let's see how that goes for Mr. Adam now. And Manuel Novak at the minute as well in 24th position. Got Bart behind by 3 seconds, but he's only half a second behind Crawford here. So it's fighting for legit position there as well. As Van Horn's had a bit of a moment there with Scary, but comes unscathed really through there. Oliver Anderson in P15 is starting to fight a little bit with the car ahead, which is Van Schach. So we're looking a little bit there from Montana Motorsport. A little bit of a snap but gets through it. Osh Nash and P19 is just about ahead at the minute of that. Looks like one of the higher up Ferraris, so he's going to be blue flagged. As coming into the pits then is Baslink. That looks like Van Schach behind is into the pits. And the Ferrari behind them, that looks like Van Ochner, it is. Car 901, who was the unfortunate car to have the drive through. Oliver Anderson up into P13 now. Schroeder is about 13ish seconds ahead. So Oliver has a bit of clear air now, as we are in the hour and 40-minute mark, just about. Track temperatures raised up 1 degree. Ambient is at 20 degrees. We are optimum. And as you can see, no foreseeable rain in the next half an hour or so. So not going too bad. Wind direction is northeast with 0 kilometers an hour per hour wind. So very interesting stuff. Quite a nice calm track though. And it's cool enough that you can really run those tyres good. And we see a 10-second penalty added to Valenduck there. Waiting to see if there's any more penalties coming through. Not seeing anything as of yet. Oh no, backs into a load of traffic there. He needs to get up to that Ferrari and get by the Ferrari, or sorry, the Lambo. But then again, right ahead of the Lambo down, we've got Nadia, this is a legit race and on track for these positions. With Muller and Viner still in the pits there as well. They're going to drop down. Oliver Anderson might inherit 2 more positions then up at the P11 for Oliver. We'll keep an eye on that one there. And Van der Linden is coming out in place there of Viner. So Van der Linden is now in that car, and we've got I2s instead of Muller now in that Fezza of the 91. Into the pits now is Mackenberg from P2. Interesting. Just looks like an inter-team bit of a battle here. Does Schroeder move out of the way, or get the move made and Ward just get out of the way, or what way does it go? It looks like that's going to be the case. And a nice little hazard there as well to say thanks very much. I like when teams work together like that. That's very cool. So Mackenberg is still in the pits. Surely will be on the way out soon. Chico Linfar is now up into P5, it seems. So that's where Mode 11 get their livery inspired from, is the BMW M1. That's a gorgeous looking machine, isn't it? God, like when you look back at the older race cars, like even the old Group C's and all of them, you kind of wish those kind of radical designs come back to kind of square mad shapes like that. Massive flared arches, huge wings. Obviously, these all have big wings, but it's not the kind of same ones. These are way more refined for aero. The other ones are a bit more in your face, more for look than function as well. But Schroeder doing a great job there anyway, has got by. Wargers being ever the good teammate. That looks like the race leader, Hakala, is coming up to them as well. And nearly 2 hours ago, and I would not have said Hakala will be coming up to nearly a lap to car number 11, as they were fighting for the lead at the time. So goes to show what can happen in a few hours, but there's still 6 hours and 16 minutes left as well, so there's a bigger story to be told by the end of this one. As Matty Campbell is in the pits along with Crawford. But on with Karel Van Horn now, down in P25, doing his thing. It's a very nice looking car, that Mercedes, isn't it? Bit of purple on the rail and purple light on the front area. I think that's nice. I know it's a carbon livery, but I do like kind of simplistic look as well at times. But still doing a great job. It's never easy when you're running like in last position, but it's always good to keep it going because you get that experience. Like, Rome wasn't built in a day. You don't become an alien overnight. And the aliens would have all had to suffer this phase of the sim racing career as well. But absolutely phenomenal stuff there. That's what we like to see. Oliver Anderson is very, very close to Mackenberg now as well. Good lap time there, 49.3. Jeez, I'd be worried myself racing against these guys. I'm going to be slower when I get out. Doing all they can, and they're only 4 laps down really, so a lot can still happen in this race, and definitely positions can be gained. One big instance could be in the pits for 2 or 3 minutes. Go on, Adam. Fighting with Aguera. Hard on the brakes. Aguera on the inside, Adam on the outside. Adam has the inside line here. Oh, Aguera just cuts across Adam a bit. Bit of contact there. They're going. I won't be biased and say hang Aguera out to dry. I'm not that kind of person. It is racing. Dominicus is taking over for Hakala now in the RNE Teal race car, and it looks like they are holding on to P1 even after pitting, which is unbelievable. That though, it looked like De Jong was trying to swing it around on the outside going into turn 1 as Terhoist is in the pits there. So there we go. Oh, De Jong just barely. Could we get a replay of that if we can there? That looked like that was a bit of fun there, but yeah, De Jong stays in P2 there as he was just not able to get by into T1. That was definitely looking very aggressive. De Jong doing their best to try and get involved now with this one. Fallon Duck up with the P3, but we'll have to pit. Oh, now it's CBSR. Driver swap there, and we'll see that live because they are right beside each other. Hoist done a great pit there. So let's see how we get on. He'll be counting them down as well. And they are going. So Aaron Van Drunen is now in for Ter Hoist. And that is it. They are away and going. And Ter Hoist getting out now for a leg stretch out of the rig and possibly an extra beer as well. Well deserved. And swaps over the webcam as well. Fair play to him. I'd say he's absolutely wrecked after that one. But back and going now, and it's going to take a lap or two for him to get his eye in as well from Mr. Aaron Van Drunen, but he had a beer to charge him up, so hopefully they'll be doing well. So here's the replay of coming out of the pits with De Jong. Oh, just gets the braking slightly off and runs that bit wider there. Obviously, I'd say the excitement was there, thinking, right, we can get the lead. And gets it braking too late, trying their best to get by, but I love it. I know that feeling. Valenduk now is in the pit, serving his 10-second penalty, and then we'll get a pit done as now Adam Locke. Again, fighting with Elguera, but this time a lot closer. Side by side, Elguera's going to have the inside line. Adam's on the brakes slightly earlier. Adam's trying to get that move where he can get the switch back done. Tiny little correction mid-corner. He's stuck right behind him. What can Adam do now coming down this main straight? Going for the inside. He's going to bully this one through this time round. He's had enough of it. Although, look at this. Yeah, they had to give way there. There's nothing they could do. And that was a good move there by Adam to get that job done. But Elguera won't be going anywhere. I'm sure they'll be coming back to try and fight as well. So the move isn't just over just yet. You couldn't be too comfortable till at least you're second or more clear. But great stuff there. On now with Joe Hayes Jr., who is not too far off Chico Lindfar. Doing a solid job. Going 3-12. Now Chico, I think, has a back marker head as well, so Chico might be getting a small toe, but not a toe like this McLaren here. Joe Hayes Jr., there's not enough. And things better of it. And that's the difference between an experienced racer and someone who mightn't be as experienced. They know to back out of it. There we go, that is the back marker out of the way, so Chico Lindfar does not really have a toe for the next bit. And that McLaren is looking fast. Chico sends himself a bit too wide with the curb, and now they're going to be side by side. And the McLaren warrants some room there, and there's nothing Chico can do about that one there. Joe Hayes Jr. doing a great job there, placed his car perfectly. Seen an opportunity and gets that job done, but it's not over yet. As I say, you need to be at least a second clear or more before you can kind of relax a little bit. And there's the reason why Adam might have gotten by Elguera, but Elguera is sticking with him now. Unbelievable stuff. But boys and ladies and gentlemen, I am going to go and get ready for my stint in the next minute or so. I will be back hopefully just after 4 o'clock for about an hour or so. But it's been a pleasure commentating away. I think Oliver will be in a few minutes, so maybe for a few minutes there may not be a commentator, but I'm sure Tom will keep you entertained with some great shots and some great camera angles of all the action on track. So don't forget to like and subscribe and thumbs up and like the video. And don't forget to get registered for next month's charity event also. Speak to you very, very soon, guys. No bother, buddy.
Hello.
Just give me a second and then I'm ready for live. Hello guys, we are back with commentary here on the SSRI 8 hours of Monza. Sorry for the short interruption in the commentary, but we are back live watching the 221 car fighting the 118 for position on track, I believe. Currently in P14 and P15 in this race. A lot of things have happened so far in the race. Different strategies are playing out at the minute with the rain coming in at the start. Some people opted for wets at the start, some opted for dries, which have made a little bit of an interesting spin strategies over this race, but that's part of endurance and what makes it fun. As the cars spun out of Lesmo 2 in between Lesmo 2 and the SSRI at the minute. That seems to be the VAR. They're completely stopped, complete standstill. There might be some technical difficulties with this car. They haven't had an easy race so far, but this doesn't help them whatsoever. But back to the action, this is the closest battle on track at the minute. All three of these cars seems to be for position. IQ's involved as well, 2 Ferraris and a Mercedes. Interesting to see how this is going to pan out. We know that Dominic were one of the quicker guys in the practice server earlier this week. So he might have a pace advantage on them as he's going for the inside move, and looks like, yeah, a swap there. And Tom Curtin as well seems to have swapped around with Ike, I believe. Yeah, it's now Curtin leading Giese, and then Ike choose in the 13, 14, 15 battle at the minute on track. Takes hours to go and the 73 car still stopped on track. Interesting to see how whether or not that they will get going again, or if they're returning to garage, or some PC issues might have occurred. Someone crashed into them. That's the... What is that? Is that the... It's too soon? Oh, that's unfortunate. This is dangerous. This car's moving slight backwards on track. It seems no one's in control of the car. 220 involved in that crash as well. Also one of the back markers of the race at the battle coming up. That was the leader. That was the leader involved in the crash. The 169 car. That's highly unfortunate for them. Whether or not that they will pit to repair this damage, we'll have to wait and see. They are some of the guys who pitted after half an hour in the race to take dry tires, so they're slightly off strat with some of the others. They could possibly do it depending on what their stint plan are for this race. But yeah, that's very unfortunate with the car stuck there on track. Unfortunate we don't have safety cars in ACC. This would have been the perfect time to get the field back together. As Dominic Giese have made the pass on the 118 car of Tom Curtis, the Astro Racing now behind the untalented Motorsports. Giese making great progress so far, taking full advantage of the brand new fresh tires he have on that car. P13 for him. A few seconds Giese have to catch up to the next car for a possible overtake there. Rather interesting to see if he can do that. As Tom Curtin still just lapping, doing his best. Just trying to keep the pace and the focus, not letting car overtake get him out of the zone. One of the more important things here in endurance racing. I'll just try and pop the YouTube chat out so I can see. Yes, hello Rory, I can see that you are also watching along. Probably with Renee as well, the two guys having the holds of the stewarding at the minute. Doing a great job of that, I must say. Curtis still just about the 1 second now behind Giese. Giese is making a little bit of a gap. Pulling it out ever so slightly. And that 73 car still stuck on track. They're coming up to it now, but they have been past this before. Knows he's stuck there. It's a little bit dangerous if back markers have to get out of the way and that part of the track now. And overtakes will be vertically impossible into the SSRI. They need to get that sorted with that car. The VAR definitely seems to have some issues. I assume that they are working on it as good as they can and as fast as they can. Hopefully it won't cause any more grief in this race. That a car is there between Lesmo 2 and Ascari. By the way, if anyone is out there and want to come in for a quick interview or something, you're welcome to join us here on the SSRI Discord channel. Go into the Tier 1 waiting room. So, yeah, come and join us and have some fun. Tell us a little bit about your race and what's going on for you, whether or not that you have been involved in accidents or maybe just have had some good battles. A little bit about strategy could be a possibility as well, or what kind of food you're planning on eating later. We want to hear it all here on the channel. Still the leader running around with damage gap down to 4.5 seconds between Dominicius and Dijon. That damage might hinder them quite a bit, and it's interesting to see whether or not that the 34 car can catch up. This is also good for the guys on the offset strategy. I believe that Dijon might be one of the cars on the offset strategy, as Geese have already made contact up to Van der Linden, making quick progress of the other guys and cutting that gap right down. As we get some onboard footage here from the 69 car that went away again, as Geese is looking for the move. Not around here, it's not possible. With the yellow flag cars, we get a live picture of Dominic, looking ever so focused as always. Knowing him, he will be having absolutely nothing of talks while he's in this kind of situation. Some sliding coming out there. Tucks nicely into the slipstream, but this is the thing about endurance. You don't go for the small gaps in these kinds of races. You want to make the overtake as safe and clear as possible. Not to put your own race in jeopardy further down the line, or the other car for that matter. As the yellows are still up in the front of the field, or well, on the back straight of the field. Tucking in behind, we will see if the slipstream and the straight line speed of the Merc is a good combination and can get this done into turn 1. He's definitely close enough to pull out and try it. He is going for it. Will he get that car stopped? Slight over brake there as Frans van der Linden goes back through, and a McLaren also seems to come there. That cannot be for position. A black McLaren, don't know who that is, but that must be Curtis coming up right behind him once again. And he could try the move into the first chicane coming here if he's brave enough. Or he can try to just stick around behind Geese and maybe work together and get dragged along up towards the Frans van der Linden car further up the road. These guys are doing such a great job of keeping it going. Is Shoik still alive? I asked. We actually don't know. He's definitely parked there. He might have some PC issues that's causing that. Well, the optimum thing for him would probably just to be shut down the PC and get that car off the track. This is definitely getting dangerous more and more for every lap that goes. Rory says, damn, what a top G. Well, he's definitely the top gun at the minute, making a few overtakes. Right up behind the McLaren now. Don't know who that is. That could be third place. Stefan Gijs. It might actually be third place that he's running closely behind. It wouldn't be a smart move to try and overtake that guy unless it means that he does have the pace. It does look like he's outpacing him at the minute. Moving out of the slipstream, will he be allowed to make the move? Does look like that McLaren have decent top end, running probably a low wing setting around here. As he's coming up to turn 1. Unfortunate that we don't have the livery of the McLaren ahead. We do apologize for that, but I bet you it's a great livery that you are missing out on out there in the YouTube chat. But I can see that we have 14 likes. If we can maybe make a small agreement here, everyone out there. If we reach 20 likes, then we'll do a full onboard lap with a driver of your choosing. Full sound, no commentary, full onboard lap, 20 likes on the YouTube channel on this particular race, and we'll do that. And then of course you'll have to write in the number of the car that you want to see in the chat as well when we reach the 20 likes on this particular event. Still tons of focus on this. Whether or not that Dominic will ever be allowed to unlap himself will be the question for him. If he is satisfied with the pace or if he will have to get going. I think that the Frans van der Linden must have made a mistake while I was looking on YouTube. He seems to be behind these guys now down in 14th position. Dominic up into 12th. Though quite a large gap for him now up to Mike Abrenosa in the 333 machine. But we'll have to wait and see what happens in his race. As the race leader, I've now decided to come into the pits and get that damage repaired, probably. Handing the lead over to Eric de Jong. Get a picture of him here. Hitting the marks in the pits, always important. You see he's slowing down quite a bit to get that final braking right on spot, as Eric de Jong is now leading the race. SRH Fake, also a great team name they're running. Will be interesting to see where the 169 car emerges back on track. How many positions that he will lose on this. And how much time he's spending in the pit will also be quite interesting, as DH have moved past him down there up into second. And Chico as well in the 555 Lamborghini. If you'll just excuse me while I get my cat out of my computer room for a second before he takes out some of the important cabling. He should be out now and not able to come in, but yeah, Dominicius back on track. P6 it looks like on the side timing screen, though it could take a while to update. They need to pass the splits before the position to update on that one. As he fell down into 7th there, as Adam Locke also made the move, and El Gurari, yes, I'll pronounce it like that. Someone could probably come in and tell me how it's actually pronounced later on, if you're out there listening. The few people who actually enjoys watching these endurance races, I must commend you on your effort and willingness to watch these long races. I assume that most of the people watching on YouTube are other drivers that are just following in and seeing what happens. Melvin Markenberg in the picture now. Beautiful car, great choice of livery. They have made there the R2E racing machinery. They're having a pretty decent race so far, up into P5. 1.5 seconds behind Nikolai Schröder in the Mode 11B team. 111 Ferrari there. Maggenberg and the other guys, they're the only team running the Audi for this particular event. As Dennis Verhoeven have now caught up to Tom Curtin in the Porsche. Great to see the many different liveries on track, all of them pretty awesome if you ask me. High skills for the livery designers out there. But this is again the situation, whether or not that Verhoeven will be aggressive and try the early move, as the stopped car have moved out of the way and returned to garage somewhere or retired. We don't know exactly, but he'll try this at some point for Owen. But again, he have to be cautious and choose his timing correctly, not to lose out too much or put his car in jeopardy, and the other one as well. Keeping that focus and just pacing yourself to the lap time can be difficult in these sorts of races. Looks like damage on that Mode 11 car behind, though we have seen them in the pits. That could just be from earlier, and it could be repaired by now. Could be desyncing of damage. Doesn't always show us here on stream when they repair it in the pits. But yeah, they must have repaired something, because they have fallen way down into 18th position. And they are actually battling behind this. This is straight up battling. All of these guys looks to be in a battle for position. Great pack of drivers here. 2 hours and 20 minutes into the race, and they are still pretty close. A lot of these guys, a lot of the drivers. I reckon this will go right down to the wire for many of these positions. Monza is not a track where we normally see the biggest of differences in lap times. So a lot of these guys definitely still have a chance. It's just whether or not that they can grab it by the balls and retain it. Ike Choose on a move around Frans van der Linden, but Choose goes wide, touches the grass, keeps it on track though, through Lesmo 1. And van der Linden retains this position. Choose one of the former Green Moose Racing guys that broke away from that team earlier this season. A fun throwback livery on that car, sort of a Castrol style livery they are running. And we're straight back into there's so much action going on at the minute, hard to follow it all. Andrew Richardson on the outside of Verhoeven. Oh no, that's Nada, I think that's Nada. He makes the move stick through Ascari. What a risky move, but he made it stick. Nicely done by Andrew Richardson in the Mode 11 racing machine. He's one of the drivers that we expect to have a quite decent pace. That car around here, ooh, that could have been some contact there. The 56 car of Nada makes it back, but slides slightly coming out of the corner. Richardson not happy about that, flashing him, saying that was the legal move, I want it back. But let's see whether or not that he can fight for it, still flashing him. I think that Nada understands why he's doing it, but whether or not that he will give up the position, we might never know. Richardson to the inside into turn 1. Good send there, makes it stick, but this is a dangerous place. That could be an issue for them again as Nada makes the contact once again on Andrew. In that move, Nada should probably now hand the position back at this point. Having done that twice in basically 2 corners. Richardson must be a little bit fuming. Justin de Jong now in the car, taking over from Eric de Jong. And the car that was leading before they came into the pits. It's going to be interesting to see where they emerge compared to the 169 cars. The 169 comes through right there. That's the current P1 and P2 virtually on that sequence at least. As the CBSR car comes into picture as well, that could put a cork in De Jong's efforts there, as it looks like the CBSR machinery of Aaron van Duren currently have made the overtake stick. And Justin now will have to retake that position from Aaron. Wow. Great driving there. As we get an inside picture here into the CBSR team. Both guys in the same picture here, sitting in the same room. With the 2 sim rigs lined up next to each other. Always good to see these guys. Maybe show us your drinks and how much you have been drinking so far. Anthony, I know that you're watching or listening to this. Cheers, mate. Get it up. But no, they're having a great race so far. Not the best of qualifying for them, but made a lot of positions in the start. One of my favorite liveries out there on track, a true classic in this community. They haven't changed it much over the many years that they have been driving. And yeah, just a wonderful car. Yeah, let's go, Anthony, get that chuck down. Hey, and away from Aaron as well. So much confidence these guys have. They always seem to keep that car going on a decent pace. They're not the fastest drivers out there, probably the drunkest drivers, not the greatest at qualifying, but they're just average raw pace. Amazing. Always good to see them out there. We call them, in our team, we call them the factory Merc, and it's normally our sole goal to beat these guys, but they always stay out of incidents and trouble and just continue to drive and drive and drive. Even though that they probably shouldn't with the amount of alcohol they have in their blood, but hey ho, if that's how they like to do it, that's how they like to do it. You gotta have fun while you drive. But yeah, what a machinery as we jump back to Frans van der Linden, who's now behind Ike Choose. Choose have made the move at some point while we were not watching. Both of them still running their rain lights. Not necessary anymore, but of course optional whether or not that you shut it down. Is this for position? This is for position. Marvin Maggenberg of the R2E car behind Nikolaj Schröder of the B team of Mode 11. They are doing a great job so far. Schröder also a driver who normally sees himself quite far up the field, pacey guy who can do a lot of good things on track. Normally good at staying out of incidents as well. Good to see him in a good position as he's coming into the pits, it looks like. Makes the move and then boxes straight away. Yeah, let's see where they emerge back on track, but this means that there are now clean air for El Gurari. Jumping up to Dan Linsen, also in battling. The action just keeps going on this track behind Justin Dijon. Both guys quite quick and rather fast. Justin have had a tendency early on in the sprint season at least to be involved in some minor incidents. Not a lot of them that was anything but racing action. What happens when you go racing, but if they can keep it clean here, it will be very nice. Dan Linsen, fast driver as well. In the Team Rocket Gazoo racing car, they swapped cars earlier this season away from the mighty Honda NSX or Acura, as you Americans might call it out there, back into the Porsche that they have been running before. Although this is the updated version, they used to run the old Porsche but with a Ferrari livery, the Porsche Ferrari. They race that, but they do have tributes to their car on the side with the ripped Honda. As Patrick Wants have taken over from Nikolaj Schröder, coming out on track. Down into P11, maybe 12. If that's for position, the Lambo there, I don't think it was. It could be. I didn't see who that was. If that was Derek Hill, it was for position. But still 11th, it looks like Dave Hill. It is in the car. No, 10th for Vance. Now he's fallen behind Abranos as well. But that was Dave Hill coming through, one of the Amigos Racing entries in this race. There are a few teams from that particular community that have come to join us. They run normal sprint races on Mondays if anyone are interested in joining them. Great people, a lot of bands are going on there. The racing can be a little bit iffy from time to time, but yeah, that's what happens when a lot of people with different skill levels meet up on track. I hope that we'll see these guys enter once again for the 24-hour of Kyalami that will be running next time out in the Endurance Series. Great fun to see which cars will come out on top on that track. Another track that suits the mid-engine cars very well, except for the Ferrari maybe. It can be somewhat decent, but normally we see the front-engine cars and the Porsche do well at that track. I remember back in the old days where the Lexus was one of the better cars around there. Speaking of Lexus, the former Lexus entry that we have seen so far have now become the Audi. I don't think, well, maybe might have mentioned that earlier, but they used to run the sole Lexus in the championship, the current Audi. As Derek Hill comes into the pits. Interesting to see if they will swap Hill out of the car and hand over to Chico Leventhal, or if he'll take another stint. Running long, stopping on the mark it looks like. Hayes Jr., current race leader. Off sequence, of course, with Dominicius in 5th position currently. That could be interesting later on, as it looks like Dominic Gies have actually managed to unlap himself from Hayes Jr., which is quite interesting. He probably have very good pace at the minute, Dominic, on track. I forgot to open Pit Wall Live, so I actually don't know whether or not he have good actual pace, but he did put in good times earlier on the week. Going back here, Justin Dijon, Dan Linsen and Aaron van Duren now together. Seems like that CBSR, Mercedes are in for it this time. A lot of good driving from all of these guys, a lot of good battling as well. Dan Linsen still haven't managed to figure out how to outmaneuver Justin Dijon. It can be difficult. We know Justin is a very, very capable driver in this community, and he does do good racing. But he'll be looking to make the move on Aaron van Duren more than Dan Linsen will be looking to make a move on him. Sorry for the mumbling, but it's hard to keep on when it's not your native language, this English. This fun English. Very close coming into turn 1. He is going on for the inside move here. Both hitting the brakes. It looks like Justin squeezing a little bit on the apex. Takes the wider line. Can Aaron get the better drive out? No, it doesn't look like it. Justin Dijon made the move stick. Great move from him up into P6 now. Good drive for him. SRH fake. Don't know why they have the fake in the name, but it's not over yet. Look at this. Aaron is coming back, showing himself on the inside, but is he brave enough for that? No, he's not. Falling in behind. He'll have to try and stick with Justin now through the Lismos and see if he can get something done later in the lap. If not, then we know that Justin will just pull away. He have had great pace in the practice as well, and are capable of running very fast lap times around here. But they're not too far off Dominicius in P5. They could be trying to catch up to him and maybe actually be in contention for the race win. All of these guys back here, though different strategies, they will have to wait and see how they pan out later in the race, and maybe we'll see some rain once again nearing the later stages of this race. Clear forecast for the next 30 minutes at least. It would be interesting with some damp conditions once again, and seeing if more teams are braving it on the dries that time around, or if we'll see the big pit window for wet tires. Aaron really fighting the wheel. We can see in the bottom right hand corner on the stream through Parabolica that Mercedes does have a tendency to spin the wheels when you get hard on the throttle coming out of that corner. Many other cars have the same tendencies as well of doing so. As you can see, we're up to 18 likes now. I'll give the video a like as well, so we are 19 likes, guys. One more like and we'll start the procedure of finding a car we can go on board with for an entire lap. If you're out there watching, this is the time where you should probably start writing down in the YouTube chat which car you want to see the onboard lap of. We are on 20 likes now. I'll make it even more fun. The first car that I see in the YouTube chat will be the one that will do an entire onboard lap with, enjoying the sound and the driving of the driver. Come on, guys. Any takers? Any takers out there? I know that some of you are listening. There must be, since we have gotten the likes up to 21. No one interested in posting a driver they want to see a lap with or car number. Anything will go. We'll figure it out if you send it. I'll keep an eye on the YouTube chat. The first car number we see will go live with. John Curtin with the move. Or defense on Franz van der Linde. Looks like it is the move. He's getting down up into 13th position. Doing a good job of maintaining it. Team Abbey have been mentioned. Team Abbey, can you please put the number of that car in? I believe it's the 333 car, if I'm not mistaken. Can someone confirm that? It is. So we'll go on board with the car and we will enjoy a full lap of racing with Team Abbey and Mike Arbenosa. Enjoy. As we have seen the full lap of Abranosa. I'm sorry, Rory, you were too late. Saying Big Dom 221, yeehaw, baby. But no, what a great, a nice, relaxing way of doing this stream. These drivers are so calm when they're driving. You can really see on the steering inputs of Mike Abranosa that he have done this many times before. Nice and calm around the track. Also shout out for the great livery they are running. Sort of a replica of the early 2000 McLaren F1 racers. Oh well, 2000 F1 McLaren F1 racers. I feel like they ran that all the way through the 2000s. What a beautiful car. But we're still open if anyone wants to come in for an interview, whether or not that you are driving or just a spectator that wants something to say, or maybe even a steward that would want to share a little bit of insight in how things are done in the steward's room. Would be nice to talk to you guys. As the race leader, I've come into the pit. This could mark the start of the next pit stop round for that sequence of cars. Now we'll see if Dominicius will retake the lead, or will theoretically retake the lead if he can overtake, whilst Hayes is stopped in the pit as Maggenberg virtually overtakes the lead of the race until he makes his stop. This is the thing. If Dominicius and the team they made that damage repair, he needs to have done a massive stint to do it, but it looks like he might actually get through as the 269 car just started rolling in the pit lane. Coming down the start-finish straight now as the other car's getting up to speed. And he does retake the lead of the race, or virtual lead of the race, I should say, of course, because it's Marvin Maggenberg in the lead of this one now. Doing a great job up there. Trying his best to keep that car rolling. And wow, what a great thing to see the Audi there. There are actually two Audis on the field. I thought there were only one. God damn it. Anyways, we'll do another onboard lap for you guys out there in the YouTube watching. But as soon as we reach 25 likes on the stream. Yeah, I know I'm asking much, but call your friends, tell them to go have a look on the stream, give it a like, thumbs up, and shout out to the cars that they want to see. Dominicius here, side-by-side action. Not giving it up. I think that's Justin Dijon on the side. Justin must have caught up to Dominicius. No, Dominicius was in the pits, doing quite a good job running there. As I almost forgot about the video cam feature. I should have set my webcam up as well. They're still running out there. The 169 car, a lot of 69 cars doing well in this race, both the 169, the 269 and the 69, of course. All of the nice numbers out there in force, showing how it's done. But yeah, what a driving performance we've seen so far from these guys. Dominicius still in the car by the looks of things, as Justin Dijon catching up as the third placed car goes into the pits. That's El Gori, I think. El Gori into the pits in the number 2 Audi. Look at this Justin Dijon. He really wants to make an impact in this race, doing a good job of it so far, being noticed. Gets the move done on the virtual race leader. Whoa. Justin Dijon might find himself in the lead of this race as soon as Adam Locke and Marvin Maggenberg have pitted. Sorry about that. As soon as they have pitted, if he's not pitting before them. Having a massive pace at the minute for Justin Dijon. Great to see some of the lesser known teams in the community doing well in this race, giving the fight to the more known teams. Andrew Richardson have now caught up to Ike Choose. A live look here on Andrew Richardson. Looks very focused as he goes into the inside of Ike. Ike doesn't seem to want to fight that too much. He might know that Andrew, his former teammate on Green Moose Racing, are slightly quicker than him in general, so he might just want to work with him now. Getting as much slipstream as he can for as long as possible. As we see the number 2 car come out of the pit there. El Gori behind Ike Hughes and Andrew Richardson on track at the minute. After that sequence of pit stops, though I believe that Andrew needs to pit rather soon. I actually can't remember when he last pitted, but great drive anyways from him so far in this one. Close contention between Richardson and Tom Curtis now, even closer here between oh god damn it, these guys have hard to pronounce names, but I'm going to give it a try. Hoarth and Ike Hughes. Hoarth coming out with a cold tires, but brand new. He might have them up into temperature very soon. It does take around a good lap here on Monza to get them up in the right operational temps. But having the advantage of fresh rubber always makes a difference here. As they're coming into the Ascari. Beautifully done by the drivers. Looks like Ike is slightly slower there. This could throw Hoarth off a little bit on the exit, but he's right under the wing of Ike Hughes. If that Audi have just a little bit of speed in it, then he can maybe make this move done into Parabolica. Looks like he's just staying behind for now. Wanting the move in turn 1 maybe instead. That seems to also be a better option to make it stick, but Ike goes wide. Hoarth slightly to the inside of Ike, getting the better exit now. He's really up behind Ike Hughes. Hoarth and Ike coming down the start-finish straight, but looks like that even though that Ike is ahead and doesn't have the advantage of slipstream, that he does have the top end on the Audi. Coming into the braking zone, the Audi does look to the inside, he goes forward, Hoarth makes the move up into P13, I believe, and Ike is flashing the lights, not that happy about that, not that happy about the way that move was done, it looks like. But it looked like a great move from this angle at least. Hoarth, great job from you. Keep it going out there. And keep driving. And I'm being told that what is what he's called. What? Is that close, Novak? What? I think I'll just stick with what. He knows what I mean. But come on guys, show us some likes on the YouTube channel so we can get another onboard lap with another driver of your choosing. 25 likes and we'll get it done. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel, hit the notification button as well to be notified every time we go live racing here on the Simsport Racing International YouTube channel. Next week we have some GT3 sprint race for you. I believe it's the second split guys who will take on the mighty Misano track for that one. Interesting track, a lot of different cars can perform well there depending on how you drive them. As it looks like Aaron and Anthony are both in the rig, that could mean that next time they come into the pits we'll see Anthony Horst take controls of the 69 machinery from Aaron van Doren. Anthony also a great driver. Nothing there between them, or not that much between Aaron and Anthony. Both very fast drivers, always helping each other out, getting as fast as possible, doing as good as possible in the races. Good teammates they are, and drinking buddies as well, as we have seen many times on the stream and many times in the past when we hear from them in the races. And Aaron, or Anthony, can you tell Aaron to come in and have a chat to us after his stint maybe? We want to hear how he's doing and how he finds the experience out on track. We actually want to hear from as many drivers as possible. So if you're out there driving, just spectating, or maybe even stewarding, come into the YouTube channel and yeah, well, come into the Discord and join us for a quick interview. Maybe tell us about your race, tell us about what's going on, and maybe an insight to strategies if you want to. You obviously don't have to do that, but we all like to hear it, of course. And thank you, Manuel Nowak, for the thumbs up and the nice comment. Out there, we also been told by Barth that the 934 car and 935 car are battling, or what is that comment about? I assume that that's what they are saying. As they are the two teammates side by side through the corners. Wow, that's something that we missed. The two very, very interestingly colored Porsches. I actually think that color scheme works quite nicely on the cars. They pop nicely in the eyes with the orange. You know, you don't need the most crazy liveries out there to get some attention, or just to have a nice car. This one is very nice, very nicely done, as Patrick Prince always close to an overtake further up the field. Prayers to the 720 car, Anthony says. And yes, big prayers goes out to them. I think that was the McLaren who was involved in something earlier in the race. As we're following the Advisor Racing Team, as they're called. Might be a company thing that they do, racing with each other. Or just a little fun wordplay. Ooh, both of them getting a little bit wild there on the curb. Aaron van Deren goes into the pits. We'll see if Anthony takes over that car in a few seconds. But as these two Porsches are hurtling along, still battling for the position. Even though it's the minor positions in the race, don't be fooled, these drivers are still doing everything they can to show us all how good they are. And they still want to do as good as possible. I remember when I was in a team when we was fighting for these sort of positions, every position we gained we felt like a victory and was super happy about. Oh, as Maggenberg gets a stop go 30 for Marvin Maggenberg. That must have been a severe speeding in the pit incidents. As it's now Joa... Jesus Christ with the names. Castanera, who's in the car. Wonder which one of those guys who did the speeding. It normally happens coming into the pitch, but he might have touched the button by accident going out too early, or when the car was released from the jacks and started to go. How unfortunate for him. As Colin Mooney, one of the commentators as well, are in the car in the 63 machinery at the time. The guy who were doing commentary earlier in the race. Wow. 30-second stop and go penalty, that is truly going to hurt their race. That's one of the things that you want to avoid at all costs, getting those penalties. They can be true game changers for everyone out there. We all know how much time you lose through the pit lane, but having to stop there for an additional 30 seconds, that's an entire pit stop's worth of time, an entire tire change and driver swap worth of time that you have to stay stationary. As Justin Dejeong have taken the lead and still holds the lead ahead of Dominicus. Haven't been the same guy all the time. Dominicus, of course, as they're coming up to some backmarker traffic, one of them being a Lambo. Different car to drive here, difficult car to drive here is what I meant to say. As further down the field, Huav on the side of, that looks like Verhoeven, that he's going to try the overtake on, or Verhoeven tried the overtake on him. I'm not entirely sure, but great drive. Coming side by side in there, and they both thought a bit of it not going side by side through the corner. As Emar Verhoeven here, looks like, was that Ike he passed there? Yeah, that's Ike, he passed Ike Choose there. On the exit of Ascari. Great driving. Keeping that under control, and maybe a little mistake there from Ike as he goes wide again through Parabolica, or maybe that's just the line he chooses to take through the corner, but doesn't look... He actually did manage to gain, though. Someone jumped into the pits, Verhoeven jumped into the pits. I just thought he made a great move and he got left in the dust. Another stop go 30. Tom Curtin also gets the stop go 30. They just came out of the pit as well. Interesting as it's raining penalties at the minute over these drivers. Oh, another game changer for him. They could have been great up in the field. That might be interesting for some of the guys further down, seeing whether or not they can catch up to them as they keep going. As the 415 car, yes, I was smart there, not trying to pronounce the name, came out the pits. Justin Dejeong in traffic. And Dominicius behind, flashing the lights. He also wants to get through these guys ASAP. Dejeong getting through there, very nicely done. Good jump from. Next up is the Ferrari. I didn't see the number on the side, but he's pulling out to the side through Curva Grande. Smart for the Ferrari if he just lifts off slightly on the front and lets Justin have it before the corner so they don't lose too much time. Although if he is battling the Lambo for position behind him, that could open the door for the Lambo to get a move done. As the Lambo does look for the inside and gets an overtake there. Whether or not that was for position, I'm actually not entirely sure of. But if it was, then it was a great move for him. As Dominicis gets through the first of the cars to Ferrari, now he needs to clear the Lamborghini as fast as possible, as this has been a great sequence of back markers for Justin de Jong. This is something that can be decisive in the race, how good you are in the traffic, of course. A lot of interesting stuff happening there. Maybe someone took out the pit board and people misjudged the pit entry line. Yes, but you would still probably know when to brake for Monza. I'm not looking at the pit board, at least when I'm coming into the pits, but the cone that some people use as a brake marker have been moved as well. That's laying somewhere flat in the pit lane, and that could be why we see so many stop-go 30s at the minute. And why you're not driving yourself, Sim? You should be on track, showing off your great pace. If you need a seat, you can always come to the Untalented Motorsports team, of course. We'll gladly have you in our car. Obviously, as Dominique is still trying to regain that time loss to Justin de Jong after the back marker sequence. The Lambo's still in between them. Seems like that's a Lambo with great pace. That could be Derek Hill or Patrick Prince running that car ahead. I think it's Derek Hill. Though do not hang me up on that. I don't think that's the Staggerton's cars normally looks like that. Yeah, it must be Derek Hill. Around the track they go. 5 hours, 9 minutes remaining in this race. Still a long time to go. And a lot of things can happen still. And are yet to come. I almost guarantee that. Whether or not that a lot of people throwing up some dust there on the exit of that corner. I always forget the name of. Probably the only one I keep forgetting the name of around this track. As I'm just trying to have a look down here, we have a live look at the pit board. It's still there, standing tall and nicely, showing us the 50 kilometers per hour speed limit when people come into the pit. Great camera work there from Tom van der Meer, who's doing us a solid doing the cameras around for this race. OMW to Croatia later today for holidays. Oh, on my way to... Yes, I will send. Then you could still have done a stint or two for us. No problems. But anyways, as I was saying, we need to appreciate the work of Tom van der Meer as well, controlling the cameras for the entirety of this race. All 8 hours just sat there on his own. He might have some a nice wife that will bring him some food and drinks at some point during the race. I surely hope that. But but otherwise it will be very tough for him as we now have a look on the 69 car. It is Anthony Horst who have taken over control of the machinery from Aaron van Doren. Down into 12th position after their pit stop. It is a little bit confusing with the different pit sequences in this race, so where they actually are in the race are a little bit hard to say. But coming down behind, once again we see Ike Juice ahead of the drivers, or ahead of faster drivers in this race. Ike Juice must have been one of the guys who have had the most camera time in this race so far. On board look here from the Mercedes, looking at the virtual driver from the front out. Different lines through Ascari doing the best they can over the curb. The Mercedes can do that quite easily. Not all cars can take that curve because of the ride heights they do and suspension they're running, engine placement and stability, all that sort of good stuff. Into Parabolica or Curva D, whatever they changed the name to, we go. Yeah. Will Aaron come in for an interview? Goddammit, we want to hear from you. Or we want to hear how many beers you have been drinking. Maybe you can show a little fingers with your fingers how many you're up to at this current point of the race and how many you expect us to get or expect you to have. As Anthony is still coming. A few crates are stacked up in the room. We know that they normally get a few of those down during these races, though this is one of the shorter ones in the endurance calendar. But we're still interested in knowing how many they can down during these 8 hours of driving. As it looks like Anthony have some difficulties staying close to Ike. at this point. He might just be spooked about the different braking zones and different lines that people are taking. That's some of the difficulties that I normally find when I'm behind drivers who... oh yes, here we go. Yes, only 2 crates. You're disappointing me. You should have doubled it. But as I was saying, the difficulty in different paces when you come up to people who are on different pace than you might have completely different lines through the corners that can spook you out a lot and make it difficult to make an overtake when you can't keep or carry your own momentum through the corners. Yeah. So doing a great job, Dan Linsen. There we see. As we have reached 24 likes, one more on the YouTube channel, and we will do an onboard lap with whoever are fastest to put a car number or name of a team into the YouTube channel after I've mentioned that we have reached the 25, of course, otherwise I will count them as invalid. Anthony still closing in, still closely behind Ike Choose. In the Castrol inspired cars, Ike Choose drives into the pits, doing a good job of indicating it there to Anthony. Let's see if he gets the car stopped in time. It looks like it does, and the code have been reset for some reason out on track. I hope it's still there when I get into my car once again later in this race. Still no message from the team about when that will be. Dan Linsen and Dominicius very close together with Hayes as well. With Hayes, as we have reached the 25 mark, and someone's very quickly to say car 12. So as soon as we have finished this, maybe turn 1, we'll just follow these guys in and see if something happens there. Otherwise, we'll take an onboard lap with car number 12. I hope you enjoy it out there when we do that. It's one of my favorite parts of the race, just seeing the different driving styles of the drivers. It doesn't look like that we'll have any overtakes coming into this particular corner. We will maybe follow it a little bit on the timing screen on the side and seeing if something happens. As we see Patrick Veneur here, Sim Racing Holland will go on board with him in a few seconds, do an entire lap's worth of onboard driving with the Sim Racing Holland car. As we're coming up to the line for him now, and we'll start the onboard as Tom says we're ready, and we are. Enjoy. As we finish an entire laps with on board with Patrick Veneur and the Sim Racing Holland team, as he's actually engaging in battles as we have been on board here. Oh, close battle here. That's Brent Hildebrand from the 91 car. Side contact there, but fair move. And Patrick Veneur also gets the drive on the outside there, coming out of turn 1. Good move. Unfortunate from Hildebrand. They're losing 2 positions in one corner, as unfortunate as can be, but this is one of the things when you're closely racing. Stuff like this can happen. Come further up, Colin Mooney. One of a personal friend of mine, a decent driver. He's actually racing on a controller, believe it or not. Though we have bought a wheel that he'll be racing next time he goes goes out on track, but he's still on the controller for this one. It's good to see him so far up the field. He does have good teammates for this event, of course, in the Quantum Mars Motorsport car. Andrew Richardson closely in behind him. Colin Mooney also does a lot of commentary, both for from the SSRI community, but also for the FFG guys, with both Formula 1 and GT3 races happening on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I believe. For those interested in that sort of stuff. As Andrew is concentrating everything he can, I feel like we get an onboard with him now, or at least a picture of him running that great bright room he's set in. That would be distracting to me, as he is coming as good as possible. The interesting onboards that we can see from the Mode 11 Ferrari here. Behind Mooney, he is still, though, very close. There's a blue flag car ahead as Mooney goes wide. They're losing a little bit of control. This could be Richardson's chance if he keeps it on throttle through. He does. Now it's up to Richardson to pick the right side. Whether or not that Mooney will move over to defend, he doesn't. He lets Richardson get the outside, which, depending on how they break into the next corner, could turn out to be the inside. Mooney still having a little bit of overlap. Does go for it for the inside. Good defensive drive there from Colin Mooney. Good to see. Also very safe driving from Andrew Richardson. He could have stuck it in there, as we can see him talking a little bit with his team as well. But great awareness from Richardson there, just keeping the car out of trouble, maybe getting the better drive into turn 1, which might be a safer overtaking opportunity, because that you will have the more time to gain a gap before some slipstream action can be done. Forcing Mooney to take a little bit of curb. That good move from Andrew Richardson, up into 7th position for him. Mooney gets demoted into 8th. Still doing a great job, both these guys in this race. Mode 11 are one of the teams that have had a little bit of a mixed season. Starting off with the BMW, not doing that well in the first race. Second race, I feel like they also were involved in some stuff during the course of the race. I definitely remember seeing them quite far down in the early stages of that one. As we go straight back up to the front, the freeway battle continues between Dominicius, Dan Linson and Hayes for P2. And all of this is allowing Justin Dijon to get a great gap onto these guys. 4.8 seconds are the gap from the leader to P2 at the minute, though that is still very close with 5 hours of racing remaining. But this is a difficult situation for all of these guys as we move further down the field to Dominic. But back to the top guys, that's a difficult situation for all of the guys, staying focused in the situation, or focusing as much as possible. The concentration level when you're in a freeway battle are immense, especially for Dan Linson in the middle of it. Does he defend? Does he overtake? He have to keep a close eye on both the car ahead and the car behind. Great difficulty for him to do that. Dominic Gies we're following around in the Untalented Motorsports 221 car, the same car that I'm a part of the crew at. It's a great picture of Dominic down in the bottom. Up into P5, but I do believe that he's very close to coming into pits, and whether or not that he'll stay in control of the car or he will hand it over to our third guy and a new driver in the team and in the SSRI community for this event will be Britt Barthes, an American driver who have joined us here. We hope that he does well and likes the team, so he can enjoy us as well in the endurance event next month, the 24-hour race we're having in the American driver with the offset times of awakeness could come handy for us in that one. But a great recovery drive from the 221 car so far. We got spun around in lap 1, turn 1, having to go to the back of the grid there on our dry tires in the rain, though a racing incident it might have been. And then later on I bended myself into a wall quite heavily. I hope it didn't get shown on stream. That would be somewhat embarrassing. But back up to the most action-packed part of this race at the minute. The battle for P2 between Dominicius, Dan Linson and Hayes Senior. Is it Senior now? I thought it was Joe Hayes Jr. earlier, but maybe it have been Senior all the time. But anyways, great driving from these guys. Still very clean and very closely matched, as Justin Dijon just keeps scamming these guys. Just ever so slightly further and further for every lap that goes by. This might be something on the minds of these guys as Dominic comes into the pit this time around. for a fresh set of tires, fuel, and possibly a driver swap. We'll have to wait and see. They're still at it. Dan Lenson, P3. He haven't been overtaken. It's just me who's forgetting a little bit who's where at this closely contended battle. This is also the time where the first couple of drivers out there might start to think about food and what to eat, what to drink, to keep their energy levels up and running for the latter part of the race. Since it's 4 o'clock here in mainland Europe, and if you're in the car for another 2 hours after this, you might want to get a little bit of food in you before you start driving. And we all know what kind of food that sim racers prefer. It is, of course, the famous pizzas that will be going around out there. And by the way, as soon as we reach 30 likes on the YouTube stream, we'll do another onboard lap with a car of you guys is choosing. As we see the rookie Brett Barthes in the car for the first time in SSRI history, coming onto track straight into the battle, or straight into a lot of drivers' way. Oh, that's the lead battle going on ahead of him, I think. Brett Barthes in 13th position as he rejoins the track. That's Justin Tijong. Justin Tijong have been off. Oh no, that's not good for Justin. Maybe it was a backmarker, maybe a slight lack of concentration for just a split second into turn 1. Justin Tijong now into 3rd position as Dan Lenson took the pit stop this time around, which leads Dominicius in the lead of the race. Brett Barthes right behind Justin Tijong here. I don't think Brett will have any chance of keeping up with Justin unless Justin is trying to get some gravel or some sorts, or maybe even marbles off of the tires. As we get a replay here of what happened to Justin Tijong. He's all alone coming into the first corner, just missing the braking. No, he doesn't even miss the braking point. What does he do? He just spins it on the exit of the corner. A very, very uncharacteristic mistake from Justin. Not something that we normally see from him, losing him the positions and a lot of time. Okay, and I've been told that I have an hour to get ready to get into the car, so I will unfortunately leave you guys here on the stream. I hope that someone will come in and join you for this. Maybe Dominic Gies will even go in and do a little bit of commentary as I get ready for my next stint of racing. Make sure out there in the YouTube chat that you keep going and keep everyone interested and keep the conversation going between you guys. I am Oliver Anderson, aka Mr. 10 Oliver, and I will be back commentating for you guys later on in the race. Goodbye for now.
Hello folks, welcome back to our 8-hour race in Monza. My name is Dominic Giese and I'm taking over from Oliver Anderson. Now, okay, where we have it? Now we are at the moment at a battle between P12 and P11. Patrick against Britt Batiste. And actually, I think Peter Vanier is gaining on, and he's trying to make the move down into turn 1. Can he do it? Maybe. But Britt is holding back against him, and he could defend. Okay. Nice one by Britt. Yeah. Interesting race so far. If you haven't watched the first hour of the race, or even the start, which is the most important part of the race so far been, we got rain at the start, which was difficult for the drivers to make the right decisions. Almost every driver started on wet tires, only a few drivers started on dry tires. And in the end, you see all drivers, all teams who started on dry tires getting back the money which I paid for it. And now we're getting a better 4P5, I think it is. Yes, it is. After he couldn't do it right, but he gets the move done, I think, so into the next corner. He got good straight line speed so far. He's using the slipstream to get past him. He's now alongside him, trying to make the move on the inside. And little off contact, not that clean overtake, but they managed to do it. Nice one. Yeah. Back to the start of the race. A lot of drivers started on wet tires. A few drivers started on dry tires, which were interesting for the strategy so far. You have all drivers almost off sequence now. Some drivers had to pit in after half an hour because the rain stopped and get back onto the dry tires. Some drivers think, yeah, we are keeping the wet tires until our stint is ending or almost ending. So you don't know how the standings are right now. You're seeing the standings, of course, but they aren't cleaned right now. And you see their P3, the 1111 car from Mount 11, is just ping right now. Normally you're going to the 4 hour mark in these conditions, and on Monza especially, because your tank is only lasting for around 1 hour. A little bit more, but not too much. And they have to pit right now, 20 minutes before this mark, because they're off sequence. So you don't know where you are at the moment. You have to wait until the race ends. And this is the interesting part of the race so far. You have to do everything right to be in the best position at the end of the race. And you have to push the whole way through, because everything you do is just matter. It just matters for the race at the end. Now Nikolai Schroeder back in the car of the triple 11 car, yes, triple 11 car. On P11, for mod 11 in the triple 11 car. What a combination. And they are straight into a battle. They are battling with the sister team right now for P11. And we got Thomas van Schaik behind Britt Batiste. I talked to the guys because they are my team. I'd race for them. And I think they're struggling with tire pressures right now. So this is maybe the reason why they are so slow. And we got a battle for P11 right now. In the team in battle, probably they will be asking from these drivers to the other team for letting them pass because they are on different strategies. And yeah, he got moved down. Some nice team order there. And now he tries to pull away to get his strategy to work. As you see, the move from Thomas van Schaik into turn 1 and 2. And he get done it. Thomas van Schaik passed Britt Batista, but Britt isn't confident with it. He's tried to fight it back into the second chicane. He is on the inside, which is normally the best line to go into there, but he couldn't manage to do it. So Thomas van Schaik now in P13. And the battling for P3 is still on for Audi and CBSR. CBSR normally a midfield team, not that strong for fighting on podiums normally, but today they got the pace in the Mercedes. To be fair, the Mercedes is a good car around here, got good straight line speed, and if you're getting it right with the corners, you could just flat through over every curb, every sausage curb especially, and the Mercedes isn't saying anything to that. But still respectfully in P3. Nice job from the 69 car. But now he did a little error there, going too wide into the second last mount. And R3 is just flashing from behind. He wall passed him. He knows he's faster than him. But he can't manage to do it. And now he's really nearby him. He's using the slipstream again and will probably try it into Parabolica there. Can he do it? Yeah, he's trying. He's on the inside, but he's stepping back. He's trying on the main street once more, I think. We'll see. Nice exit from him. Back in the slipstream. As Ben McConnell is in the pits. Just coming out of the pits. They have it in the bottom right corner. The room of CBSR there. They're just looking from behind and okay, can we do it? Yeah, we can do it. We can battle it, and we need to concentrate there a lot. Nice inside view from their team hospitality. Oh! What happened there? I think the Audi just broke a little bit too late and ran into CBSR. Oh. What a shame for this nice pedal so far. Oh, hopefully we can get a nice replay of that, so we can analyze what happened there. And there you have the proof that the 450 Audi is faster than a lot of any other driver. He got the fastest lap of the race so far. Let me just check. And he crossed the line with a 47.5, respectfully in for the fast lap. Really nice. And now he's trying to come back to the battle with Anthony de Horst. And now we're getting the replay of the thing, and yeah, the Audi just broke herself out, broke too late and ran into the rear of him. Clearly the fault by the Audi. Oh, what a shame for this. And now we are back with the leader, with the 169 car, Arne Thiel, with Robin Harmer behind the wheel. And now we are switching back to the number 2 Audi with Riccardo Macchiera. I hope I pronunciate this name right. If not, I'm sorry. But he stopped it. We've seen that at the end of the last lap with the battle with the other Audi. And now they're trying to battle back to where they were before. They are now in P15 right now, where before in P7. I think they got the pace for top 10, probably. And now they are, first of all, in the battle with the 91 car, with Bernd Hillebrand. Well, it seems like Bernd Hillebrand is faster than the Audi, the number 2 Audi so far. Probably because the tires of the number 2 Audi aren't there yet. They have to warm up the tires. But if they are warm, I think we will see a nice battle. Oh, Bernd Hillebrand just go a little bit wide there at the exit of Ascari, which is hurting his lap time, and we'll get them both closer to each other. Now the battle goes on with Nikolai Schröder against Britt Batiste. It really looks like he's struggling a lot. And Anthony de Horst in the pits after the crash before they decided to properly swap drivers and repair damage there. And Carl Mooney as well in the pits behind Anthony de Horst. Let's see what would they do if they are swapping drivers too. Because I think they got one driver left to set lap time there. Let's see if they are swapping him in or let Carl Mooney drive another stint. Nice to see this inside view of CBSR. Anthony just sitting left there. waiting to release Aaron there. Now Aaron got the rig again and can drive. Really nice hospitality. I really like that. I would like to have them as well. And now the roles changes. Aaron is driving while Anthony is coaching him from the other computer behind them. And then we have the 415 car in the pit as well to repair the damage which he caused. As I predicted correctly, Chris Tedder is now in the 63 car. Gave over the steering wheel to Chris Tedder. Let's see what he can do against Bernd Hillebrand. I know Chris quite good. He has a good pace there. On the practice server day, he did a lot of good laps there, and overall he got a really nice pace. So I think he will pull away nice and quickly. As we have the battle on with Nicolas Schröder and Brett Batiste. But Nicolas just oversanded a little bit and have to give back the position to Britt. Oh my god. But oh no, Britt got the TT as well. What happened there? Shit. Oh. Britt probably used the track limits a little bit too much and gains to another track warning. And this means he got the drive-through penalty, which is unfortunately for the team. While Nick Vargas is making up ground. Few laps before he battled against his teammates and Britt Batiste, and now he's battling for P6 against Chris Vickers. Oh no, not Chris Vickers. Sorry, Patrick Venier. I got it wrong there. I'm really sorry. Yeah. Let's see how this battle will end. While Brett Batiste is in the pits to surface. Drive-through penalty. And he's already out again. He came out in front of Aaron van Dreunen, I think. Which plays him into his cards. And no, actually Aaron get past him. Oh. And a lot more drivers like Tedder and Hillebrand as well. And now they are running into traffic as well. Pink Porsche ahead of them has to let them both pass as quickly as possible to have a really nice battle still ongoing. Now Vargas got a really nice exit there. Maybe we'll try it into a carry, but no, I think he's too far away. He has to wait until his next option to do it. As Van Dijk was in the pits, now hand over the car to Dennis Verhoeven. And back to Nick Vargas. Both got past the pink Porsche there. And now Nick Vargas is trying to catch Peter Vanier in the S Martin ahead of him. And Bridge handed over the car to Oliver Anderson, back again for the 2-1 car. And now, hopefully with the correct pressures in the car and the correct, or not the correct, maybe nice lap times once again with the lower pressures. And now Peter Vanier is pitting. And Nick Vargas, I'm getting confused. Over time, the race is almost 4 hours long. Can get past them. And Joey Castanheira is now trying to get past the other Mode 11 car with Nikolai Schröder in there. But he can't manage it. Can't manage to do it. Nikolai Schröder is holding against it and remains in P9. Or am I wrong? Was Nikolai Schröder attacking him? I think this was it. Looking at the 63 car from Guantanamo's Motorsport, driven right now by Chris Teller. Now Peter Vanier give over the steering wheel to Pascal Veda. Let's see what he can do in the car. Both Sim Racing Holland cars are good right now in the positions. John Beaton in the other Sim Racing Holland car at the moment in P3, and they led almost half of the race so far with the old pit stops and things happened there. And Pascaveda is in P13, but we're up there all as well in, I think, P5 or P4 before that pit stop. So now they're trying to fight back. First of all, they have to clear. Who's that in front? It's the Porsche. Who's driving the Porsche? I don't know. It's Yannick in P4. So they got lapped there. As Yannick is making this mistake, is that a chance for Pascaveda to do it? No, he's too far back. Robert Harmon still in P1, but Ben McConnell is right behind him. And not too much far back is John Beaton, 6.5 seconds just behind them. So the battle is on for the lead. There's nothing decided yet. And we have to wait until the end as we cross the halfway mark. Just 4 hours to go. Half of the race is done right now. I think we should do a little rundown from top to bottom. We on P1, Roman Harmon for EUT. As he is trying to lap the number 2 Audi. I think that was a little bit confident. But then in P2, Ben McConnell, Arnie, Reggie. So a double lead for this team, which is quite nice for them. Then we got a P3, a John Beaton with the SRH fake. Interesting team name for them, but it is the Racing Holland team with the second car. Then in P4, Yannick Wallenduc with the 787, former driver for with the Honda there. Now switch to the Porsche, as you've seen, with Honda on the side, which is a really nice addition to this livery. And he has to slow down there because the background guy with him had made the mistake there. Then we got on P5, Mega Mendoza in the Team Abbey Racing. Also a really good race for them so far. Then we got our first Moto 11 car with Nick Vargas. Right behind them, they are in the battle right now. Let's see what they can do over the next few laps. Then we got in P7 the 415 Audi R2E with Joey Castanheira behind the wheel. Then we got the second Moto 11 car with Nikolai Schröder with the 11 there. He's also not in the battle, he's trying to lap. No, he's in battle with the 415, but ahead of them are the 221 car by Intel and Motorsport. But we are not there yet. We are now in P9 with Aaron van Dreunen with in the 69 CBSR Racing. Really nice looking livery. We've seen a lot of their hospitality yet, which is really nice. So probably a good candidate for a top 5 finish, I think. Then in P10 we got Chris Tedder for Quantamas Motorsport in the 63 McLaren. He's trying to challenge Aaron van Dreunen there, and I think he can quite do it there. He's really quick there, and let's see what he can do later this race. In P11, no, we got a battle for the lead, I think. Yeah, we have team orders there. I think Robin Harmon just let Ben McConnell pass there. Interesting. I think that it's just a strategy to have them behind them and switch positions. So no race leader, Ben McConnell, Barney, Reggie, ahead of Robin Harmon. Okay, back to a rundown. We got in P11 Bernd Hillebrand with a 4 UFP Racing in the 91 Ferrari there. He's in a nice base there and trying to catch up to Chris Taylor. In P12 we got the number 2 Audi with Riccardo Massiera for Revolution Sim Racing. Not a name or team you would think to have up there normally in the past races there wasn't that good or has just shit races and we're far behind the grid. But this time, a really good result so far. Hope you can keep this up. In P13, we got Pascal Veda for Sim Racing Holland, not a fake Sim Racing Holland this time. And the number 12, Aston Martin. Ahead 4 before the Porsche in P14. With Dennis Verhoeven for 610 Motorsport. Also really nice looking livery, I must say. We got a really nice livery so far this race. But we got a new entry there. In P15 with Chico Lentvar with the Lamborghini 556 Avengus Racing Team. Also a really nice looking livery there. And also really strong drivers normally on this car. I'm wondering why they are so far back, but hopefully they can make ground up and be back there in the game. Then we got in P16 this pink Audi with Jardi Miali for Team Duo Camp in a 56 Porsche. Also involved in many crashes so far this race, but not as much as the 221 car for Intel Motorsport. Oliver Anderson behind the wheel in the second Mercedes on the grid right now. He's trying to make up ground after a lot of mistakes with the DT, with the balloon tires in the previous stint, and with the hit in the second corner in the first lap. So a lot of things to do. Then in P18 we got Manuel Novak for Advisor Racing Team in the 239 Porsche, 235 Porsche, sorry. He's doing not that fast lap times, I see. He just did a 49.3, I think, was his last lap time. And he's trying to lap the car in front of him, the Ferrari. I think he's doing it right now. And behind we got the Ferrari with Cody Bensling for Astor Racing Team. Also not that fast, also only doing a 49.3. Let's see what they can do after the clear traffic there. Then in P20 we got another Porsche with Jan Bart as well for Advisor Racing Team. Battling right now with the number 2 Audi there, probably trying to unlap himself. And then a really strange name to read that far back in the standings. Patrick Prince for Snake & Sons 990. Normally a team which is driving way up the field. They already won a race this season with Bathurst of our second race so far. And this time it isn't good. Yeah, they're driving a good race and they got damage as well, as you see. The whole front isn't that looking nice. Hopefully they can do a little bit of reputation repairs there back then. And Oliver Anderson back in the pits. What happened there? Yeah, and now I'm welcome to say hey hello to Carl Mooney. Hello Mooney.
Hello, the beautiful voice of Mr. Dominic Geese. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
All the better for seeing you in here doing the commentary. Unfortunately, your teammate Oliver's after having a disconnect.
No.
Honestly, yeah, he's trying to rectify it at the minute.
Ah, god damn it. But yeah, let's continue our rundown. First of all, with Kurt Peters for Apex Lovers Motorsport in 901. Ferrari there. You've seen a lot in there over the past screens there. He's not the fastest driver, or the car isn't that fast at this moment. But then we got the last two Mercedes with Kyle van Horn for Astor Racing Team, the second Astor Racing today. Also not looking that strong today. 5 laps behind the leaders so far and trying to get back there. They looked strong in the first stints, but not now. Interesting. But in last position in P24, we got the 720 Mercedes, which is one lap more back than Karl van Horn, with 7 laps behind the race leader. Okay, Moni, you're driving as well.
Yeah.
How was the race so far for you?
To be honest with you, once I got kind of my eye in, it was fine. I was consistently kind of in most of the race in the kind of mid to late 48s race pace, which is fine. Genuinely, I hadn't much to do because my teammate had done a great position, or a great job. Adam Locke had done a great job there, and Chris is out there lapping third or fourth fastest consistently now on the lap. So looking quite confident to be at least in the top 5, I would say, by the end, if nothing happens. So from our side of it, the race has been absolutely great, and I have to say, even like the blue flag cars overall have been quite nice getting out of the way, and from an experience of a driver, it's quite an enjoyable race, to be honest. The track conditions are nice but tricky enough as well at the same time, in terms of getting the tyres up to temperature coming out of the pits, I'm sure, as you know yourself, Dominic.
Yeah, it is. It's quite nice from the drivers today to pull aside as quickly as possible, and then you could just push your way through the field.
Yeah, I think, especially with me, because I knew my pace wasn't there with some of the guys that were behind, I kind of fought like for a bit, and then I just decided I just let them went and didn't want to lose overall race time. So I think if people be smart that way as well, actually we'll come back to them. But I really hope Oliver, as he's back out on tracks here, down to P21, I still reckon you are on for a P15-ish finish by the time you get everything sorted. Hopefully. I'm really egging you guys on, because you were so unlucky with that race start as well.
Yeah, I hope so. We can fight back. After Oliver, I would jump into the car again and try to fight back as many positions as possible.
Absolutely. And I tell you one thing, McConnell out front has been super impressive. Actually, betting as well. Like, I have to say, the top 3-4 teams there have been doing brilliant, and Valenduk steadily now up in P4 as well. The dry conditions have really come to that Porsche.
Yeah, they come. Really, I'm really impressed as well as you with Ben McConnell. I talked to him about 1 or 2 weeks ago, and he said, hey, he's no way he want to be with his race pace, as he was even much slower than I was to this point.
Okay.
And now he's leading the race.
He's been secretly going in, doing practicing and getting your setups, so you can take credit for it.
Yeah, but overall for the team as well, we got a double team lead with the 269 and 169 car.
Wow.
Which is quite impressive.
That is super impressive there. I was looking at Chris on screen here. He is catching Van Drunen. He's pulled another 2 and a bit tenths off the last lap, so that's going to be interesting to see how that goes. And we all know Chris is a handsome old devil, and I think we're going to get him in. There he is, as he's chatting away to Adam Locke. Chris was once voted second best looking man in Britain. and I was going to put out really fake facts here. But to be fair, his setup is really nice. He runs a Simicube, like some really mad expensive setup, really nice brakes and all that. But Chris, he's a really good setup, and he's a dedicated sim racer. So he was only saying, though, seeing the guys in here, it's going to push him to try to get faster now, because he's pleasantly surprised to see some super fast drivers where he's not the fastest or close to being the fastest. So that's definitely going to push him on as well, and I can definitely see him taking this way more serious now, because yeah, when you see the quality of drivers in SSRI and the endurance, it motivates even the experienced sim racer to get better and faster, even when they're near the top. So it's really interesting to hear another top driver say that, because I'm not used to hearing top drivers saying that they want to get faster as well. So very interesting, very, very interesting. I'm wondering, do McConnell and Hullman and Betten think the same in Vanduck when they see the likes of the other faster drivers? Do they feel that they need to start putting in more time and appreciate the fact that there's faster drivers there?
Yeah. But almost like he was listening to you, he laughing, as he said, said this.
Imagine he was, but I think there's a delay though on YouTube, so that could be Adam Locke serenading him or something, because Adam is a beautiful singer. But on here, this is what I love to see, on with the people at the back as well. You've got Ryder Magnussen there getting out of the way, it looks like, a lap in cars. And, you know, they've been so obliging, and I think the credit needs to be given to these teams that might be only kind of starting out, that mightn't be the fastest, but will be learning and getting better. So it's a credit to these guys understanding the racecraft, of being able to get out of the way, not doing silly rejoins, and like that. I absolutely love seeing the kind of backmarkers racing as well.
Yeah. The backmarkers need to earn experience and have the chance to fight. And they got it here.
100%. And I love the fact that he's had Britt on in your team as well. He's not very experienced with endurances, should I say, but it's great to see him on board with your guys now in Untalented Motorsport as well, and hopefully you can develop him as well.
Yeah, you have to give people like Britt a chance to prove himself as a fast driver, or even as a consistent driver, which is more important. And yeah, you have to put him into races like that. And if you're not doing this, you can't let him improve.
Oh, consistency is the biggest thing, and I've said this. I was actually in the chat when I was out driving. I would rather see someone be super consistent than super fast and crashing. You'd rather see someone, if they're going to take a corner wrong, let off and maybe lose half a second, and take that track cut and potentially have a 30-40 second time loss as a drive-through or whatever else. It's all about someone who has a good race in mind and is consistent. I think they're the biggest things. The pace comes. If you build your consistency first, the pace does come.
Yeah. And I know Bridget now for a little time now, and I think he got this consistency. If he is putting his things together and practice hard enough, he actually can go quite fast and consistent at the same time.
I agree with that. I think what Britt needs to wean out, and this is from the experience of doing commentary on him in the other leagues, as well as obviously racing with him as well. If he gets rid of the temper that comes in when something goes wrong, and focuses on the positives, that, you know, even if he's had a spin or if he had a tiny tap from someone else, focus on the positives. It's only a small amount of damage he's going. There's no, you know, it's keeping his mind motivated in the right direction. If he can really nail that, he's going to be such a top class driver, because he does have pace, he does have consistency. If he can get rid of that, it's a thing that I think every racer needs to try and wean out. It's like a defeated attitude when something wrong goes. And I've been definitely, you know, one of those people that had gone through that, and I'm getting a lot better at it now. And I think that's something a lot of drivers need to learn, that even if something does go wrong, to come back from it. And you and Oliver actually are a great credit to that exact thing that I'm talking about, because, you know, and in some of these endurances you've had terrible disconnects, but have stayed racing to the end, even though you might be only, you know, back at the time when there's like 35 cars, whatever like that. You know, you might be fighting for nothing, but you're having the best fun ever and getting that experience.
Yeah. You still need to have in mind it's only for fun. It isn't anything like SRO or something like that, where you're getting at the end a prize money.
Well, the prize tonight is actually Tom Vandermeer's headshot, signed by Tom Vandermeer.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Yeah. We're doing this for fun because we want to do this, and not why because we want to have the prize money or anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I like that people are competitive. It's definitely a positive thing, and I have to say, SSRI has always been impressing me since, well, I'm doing commentary with SSRI close to a year on and off, obviously with endurances, and they've always impressed me with how they run things, but also the calibre of driver, and even at the lower scale calibre as well as the higher scale, because even the lower scale calibre to me is absolutely brilliant to see. The higher scale is just silly, like the likes of Eric McConnell's and Joe Dominic Keeses and stuff like that. They're all mad. But just looking here, Dominic, I suppose, looking at the top three, it's close enough between them. Do you think in another 3 hours and 40 minutes time, as we've gone over halfway, do you think that'll stay the same, or will it change again? Who do you think's going to get the win?
It's difficult to say. you have this gap between the top three the whole race so far.
Yeah.
From beginning to this point of time. And I think if nobody is making any big error, they will stay like this, with this skill gap. But I'm not sure who will come out first. There we have to wait until the race ends. Because every one of them has the chance to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm egging on though, betting, because I'd love to see an Aston, even with the bad bop, get a win. I think that'd be awesome to see.
Yeah, it would be. It would be really nice to see an Aston back on top, since we got the McLaren and Ferrari dominated all races over all leagues.
Yeah, I think it'd be a nice thing to see. And yeah, for me, I love the Aston around here, so unfortunately there was no kind of confirmation with the other untalented motorsport car, but in the near future you never know. But the Aston around here is just, it's a pleasure to drive. It's an absolute pleasure to drive.
As if Yannick Wallenduk in pits, probably for a scheduled pit stop, I think, because everyone is off sequence so far.
Yeah, I think 4th and 5th are both due in the pit soon, because they were about in an hour when I left.
Yeah.
Actually, that might be interesting, because I'd be able to give you stint times here.
Yeah, and there we have the car 11, Nick Vargas in the pits as well, as I predicted.
Ooh. Okay, so both of them were. I was right for a change. My memory actually stuck. Yeah, I think next up, stint-wise, I think Hulman and Betten will be in the pits in the next 20-ish minutes or so, depending on the fuel tank. Other than that, then most of them are kind of like 15 minutes to half an hour. I think McConnell's about 40 minutes in, if I remember right. I'm trying to think of all the times because I was looking at them before I left.
Yeah, I think McConnell would stop in the next 10 minutes so far. What I seen, it was he will pit around the half-hour mark each.
He's about 39. Yeah, he's about 40 minutes in now, because it was about half an hour when I left, which is about 10 odd minutes ago. I reckon he'll probably go for at least another half an hour, unless no McLaren tank is so another 35 minutes. Have we figured out who this ginger lad is?
This is Andrew Richardson.
Oh, is it? I thought he was betting, wasn't it? I thought he was betting that time. Sorry, Andrew. He races in Mode 11. Do you know what? I do like the Mode 11 livery, especially since you showed me it was based off the BMW M1 car. That's unbelievable. The M1 is a very, very Irish car. It's definitely not German, Dominic.
Is that so?
Yeah, I invented it back in the 70s.
Ah, okay. Back then where I'm not born yet.
I wasn't even born either. It's grand. But come here, actually, here's a question for you, Dominic. How excited are you, as we have, it looks like Marcia, after dropping a boat back going, how are you excited about the next event on, I think it's November the 11th, for the SSRI 24-hour charity event?
Yeah, I'm really excited and not at the same time, because it's Kyalami. It's not one of my favorite tracks, actually.
What?
Yeah. It is. It's not one of my favorite tracks. So, Asman and McConnell will probably head into the pits after that. See? No? Okay. Not. Yeah, and then the 11th of November is my birthday as well.
Oh, nice.
And yeah.
I think we'd all have to sing happy birthday to you before the stream. Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, please not. It's only my 20th.
We're looking at Tedder going for Van Drunen. Come on, Chris.
Yeah. But I'm really excited to have another charity event like last season's as well.
I'm wondering, can I auction off a date with you and sell it to somebody for SSRI? How would you feel about that?
No, I only want to do a date with you, Oliver.
Do you know what? I think that's what we should do. We should auction off a day for people to go and have pizza with me, you, and Oliver, and I'll fly over. Little did you know how bad it'll get. But no, it's great to see all this stuff up there. There's 4 really good auctions up there. The Simicube wheelbase, there's the pedals up there, there's the €200 voucher, and then the 40 minutes in the full kind of full motion simulator as well, which is really, really cool. And that's it there, just as we're discussing it there. So definitely go over to, let me get this right, is it Simsport Racing International.co.uk, is it? If I remember right. There we go, sure, of course I get it wrong. Simsport-racing.com, and then you'll see the auction part there. You just have to log in and register, and you can put in your bid. Come on, like a Simlad XP1 load cell pedals 2 set for only 125 at the minute. Get in there and get bidding, and all the money goes to a great cause as well, the Christie charity there as well. So definitely get involved, and anyone who's watching the stream, like, subscribe, smash every kind of button to share it. Get more and more sim racers into this amazing community, and also just like and subscribe anything that Dominic Geese is in relation to as well, because he's a legend.
Oh, Mooney.
Just have to sweet talk you. As this Chris Wall is under a bit of pressure now from Mr. Weasel. Or Weeda. Weasel is calling him Weeda.
Let's go Weeda for the Sim Racing Holland car. He's trying to overtake him into turn 1. 4P. It's better. It's 4P10, and an Aston against an Aston, and I think he couldn't down it. Yes. Pascal Weeda just got Chris Wall for racing Sim Racing Holland against Team Airy Racing.
That was a very nice move. And Chris Wall, he's a lad I know as well. He's a great guy, good racer, and I think he just needs to get more confidence, because he definitely has pace and consistency. And I think it's the same thing again. If something bad happens, it's the defeatist attitude. It does hurt. And I think that hurts every sim driver. And it took me a long time to get rid of it. The same for Chris, I think, is finally getting there with that. And Britt, of course, as well. Hopefully we'll get there with that. And anyone who feels that they need to give up when something bad happens, think of the positives, think of the education that you'll be able to think, right, well, the next time if I see someone coming in that hot, I understand what kind of happens. I might leave a bit more room and then try, come back at it a different way. Even though it's not their fault, you always have to judge what's around you. But Chris, I'm delighted to see him in here racing for Team Abbey, because unfortunately Chris Vickers hurt himself in an accident playing with marbles with Chris Hill, so his hand is broken at the minute. The incident wasn't really marbles, but I'm just making that up. Looking though on the track, a 147.462 in race pace is just ridiculous. That's so good. What times were you doing consistently around here? Because I know you're a faster driver.
I've done pretty low 48s, and in my last 2 laps I also beat my personal best lap time with a 47.7, I think it was.
Nice.
And I was doing this lap times consistently, so I'm very pleased. I'm very happy with my stint there.
That's nice to see. And CBSR Esports was typed in the YouTube chat, what a beautiful car in front. It really is. And I think, is CBSR running 2 cars in the top 3 by any chance? Or was it the top 2 were CBSR?
Well, CBSR is actually running only 1 car with, on P6 right now, with Aaron Van Duren behind the wheel, as with Anthony De Horst as teammate.
Okay, so they were saying that what a beautiful car in front. So maybe they were on about theirs at a certain time and I just didn't see it till now. So Dominic, here with the Mercedes, that's a question I want to ask you, because it still has that tendency to understeer a bit. How are you using the throttle to override that to try and get the rotation in, or how have you been able to manage that?
I actually using the brakes, not the throttle. Okay. I it's difficult to explain there, because you have to understand the Mercedes quite well to have not this understeer. And I still got the understeer some points if I'm making the turn not right. But overall, you just have to feel good with the car and practice a lot. And when you have a good setup, which we have right now, you just can go and pull it there. You're braking quite late, but then you're trying to trail brake then, and then just to roll into the corner and be early on the throttle as well then. But it's a lot of with this rolling there, which makes the car really nice to drive.
Nice one. Yeah, because it's something I've just never been able to really utilise. I'm just seeing there Morsbats after going go OG 333 to go on Chris Wall. I think they're discussing there, so I would agree with that. I want to encourage Chris Wall. He's an absolute legend. And like the team Abbey Racing, don't forget you've got Nelson Abernoza, Mike Abernoza, and wee Matty Gamble. So you know, I do have a good fan for them. Like, I'm a good fan of Chris Vicker as well, so I do really want them to do well. I'd like to see them getting into that top 10 and getting a good strong position. We do also see that Johan is saying go car 901 Kurt Peters, so there is a nice bit of support. Great to see that in the YouTube stream. There's support there for some things as well, which is lovely to see. And I'm going to give a little go for Tom Vandermeer. No one's given Tom Vandermeer a go, and he's in there doing all the broadcasting. That's a very, very tough job as well, so fair play to Tom Vandermeer, and of course to Chris Hill and Baz, who look after all the streams here for SSRI on the broadcasting side of things. It's definitely not an easy job, and of course getting the full broadcast ready, including all the intros and getting all the lovely dual action screens as well. So you really have to appreciate the production quality of what the guys do here. And as I produce stuff myself for streams and commentary, I really take my hats off to them. They're absolutely legends.
Did you see it?
Chris
Taylor just overtook Aaron van Druen there.
I know, I was looking at it with a tear in my eye. A tear is in my eye with happiness. What a legend. And absolutely, Johan, you know what? You couldn't have said it better there now as well. Let's pray for Vervat so that he recovers really quickly. While mid-race there, he actually did have a small stroke, is what I've heard. So I do hope he recovers quite well. That was the car that was stuck on track for a little bit. So absolutely, I think I'm fair to say, everybody from the admin team in SSRI to every single racer here and in any sim community, we really do wish you, Sojak Verva, a great recovery, and hopefully you're back soon enough as well. And I just fair play. Just hopefully you're getting the medical attention that you need to get yourself back on track, buddy.
Yeah, definitely. The stroke isn't something you have to be happy with, or just that. It is really, really good when you have something like that.
Yeah, I'm just glad that he's getting the attention, because you know yourself, a stroke is literally no joke as much as it is a pun. You know, it's definitely something that I'm glad that his wife was there, and obviously they've got him the attention and he's off getting the help now. So hopefully later on we'll get great news that he is recovering and doing very well, which is really, really nice. And on there with Andrew Richardson at the minute with that one. So I'm just going to highlight the charity now in a second, guys, as well, in terms of what we are going to be doing. So the charity auction is already up there, as I say, but the 24-hour sign-up is also up on Simsport-Racing. And if you go to the SSRI 24-hour Kyalami supporting the Christie charity, you can get signed up as well for that as well. And that's the great thing about SSRI as a community, and I think as the sim racing as a whole, as much as we love racing, it's better when you do it when you're helping somebody out, when you're doing it for a charity. And of course we come together in the likes of when one of the fellow drivers does have something happen to them, especially during a race, I definitely think a good mention is there as well for Vervat as well. And yeah, I think whoever wins the race should just do it for Vervat and give him a little bit of support there as well. But back to the racing, back on with Andrew. How impressed have you been here at Mode 11 so far, Dominic?
Yeah, I was really impressed last race at Silverstone. They drove to P2 actually. In the beginning of the season, we were thinking, okay, we will battle with them. Quite nice. We really are about our same pace. And then they just pushed away over to the races, even to last race to be second.
Yeah.
Which is quite impressive. And now they are in P9 again, which is quite higher than we are, but there are complicated things we had, of course, with the disconnect last.
Yeah, the disconnect not being ideal.
Yeah.
It is what it is, but look, you've had plenty, still 3 and a bit hours of race, and you have plenty of time to get a few more positions. I know you're a few laps down on that, but looking here though, like Andrew Richardson not breaking a sweat there while he's out racing.
Mooney,
Yeah.
do I see it right that Chris Taylor got a drive-through?
Oh my god, you do.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
Well, to be fair, we did have 3 track warnings when he took over. There was 2 from the rain, and then I got one. So to be fair, I'm not even upset with that. That's fine. Crap happens in racing, lads. You need to, as much as it sucks, because that's going to suck for us. We're going to lose about 30 seconds. You've got to look at the bigger picture. There's still 3.5 hours. Anything can happen in racing. It can happen to anybody else. But I'm super proud of both my teammates here today. Adam Locke absolutely doing a great job. Chris Taylor, as you see, doing a great job. Track limits wasn't really his fault. He should have had an extra 2 or 3 there. So I'll take my part, as I'm sure Adam will as well. You win and lose as a team. Isn't that how it works?
Yeah, good team spirit.
Look at that then. So Chris comes out behind Lenson and Richardson. So still not doing too bad. Still in P9 by the looks of it. So, oh, that's Cody. Sorry. Ahead there was cars off. Goes with all the lapping going on. So on with Best Link, P16 for Astro Racing Team, and he is doing a good job, in fairness to him. But that's right behind him. Is that Novak right behind him? Or is it Mahili? The grid was just changing around there. So Best Link. How many laps are we actually on now? I probably must be on about at least 150 laps by now, are we?
I think, yeah, something around like that. A little bit less, I think. But, yeah. Something around like that.
Very, very good. And it's interesting to see as well. So the track is starting to lose temperature down to 23 degrees. Air temperature, ambient temperature is 18 degrees, but it's still optimum. So it really goes to show the tyre wear isn't the major issue here, because I didn't really feel too bad. Obviously, I went through the graining phase that happens in the McLaren from about 45 minutes to about 50 minutes. And then the car started feeling really, really, really nice again. Even at the end of my stint, I was running as fast as I was at my best. So I think the tyres, I don't think anyone's going to really suffer with them. It's just with the 75-minute stint timer, what's going to affect people is the likes of the McLaren can only do 65 minutes max. And I'm sure there's 1 or 2 others with small tanks as well. So it just means the likes of the Ferrari can easily do the 75 minutes. So they have much better kind of options in terms of strategy. I don't know how big the tank is in the Merc in terms of how long it can go.
The tank is quite large. We got 120 liters. But the tank lasts only for 65 minutes or so.
Same as us as well, yeah. That's brilliant. And so, yeah, I think we're going to show something now in a second. It's a little reel. And it's going to be about supporting the Christie charity. And basically what it's about there, it's in honour of Garrett P. Longdon as well. So I think they're going to be getting that up now in a minute on stream for you guys. For me, Kyalami though is probably one of the best tracks for you to run the 24-hour on as well. I personally absolutely love the track. It's been a favourite track of mine for years. I'm so sad it's out of F1, but it's great to see the GT cars there. Obviously, the original Kyalami to what it is now is chalk and cheese different. The whole layout's completely different to what it was originally back in the day, but I'm delighted to see the guys run on that again for the charity event. It's a top class track. Now we are on still. It looks like Chris is making moves, lapping. And there we go. You'll see it on track there. Starting on the 11th of November. Starting at 12 p.m. as always. Qualifying is the normal kind of, 25 past 11 it starts. And then race off at 12 for the 24 hours. And a full broadcast. And Tom, you might correct me if I'm wrong, but it's normally commentary up until about 12 midnight. And then starts again at about 7 or 8 in the morning. There is that bit of a break in terms of commentary, yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to do nearly 10-11 hours again for that, but we'll do our best. Because I do plan on racing in it as well.
You're just driving 24 hours. What do you think about that?
I'd actually prefer driving 24 hours instead of talking for 24, trust me. It's mentally more tiring having to commentate and read everything around it than it is just to drive. But it's good for us now. For Chris, he's up in P8, he's 5 seconds clear of Richardson now. McConnell is coming out of the pits on 151 laps in. So we were close enough. We weren't too far off. That was only about 2 or 3 minutes ago, so we were close.
Yeah, now Eric de Jong back in the car. Oh. I think he's the brother of Justin de Jong, isn't it? Isn't he?
I honestly wouldn't have a clue. He's after slightly missing it there, but it's so hard coming out of the pits with those cold tyres to get it right. You feel his pain for that. But that car there, I'm super impressed with what they're doing to Aston. And it's given me faith in the Aston, because I loved that car. That was my very first love in ACC, because I only started racing ACC back in February. So late January, early February properly. So that was my first love. I absolutely love that car, so it's great to see it, even with the Bop not being so complimentary of the car. It's great to see these guys really pulling every bit of performance out of it, and hats off to them. And Hullman's in the pits as well, guys. So he's in pits for the Ferrari, so it'll be interesting to see where Hullman comes out in this bit of a battle here. Looking at the stints here, McConnell will be in soon enough, because what did I say, about half an hour will be about, or 20 minutes ago, about half an hour. So I'd say in the next 5 minutes or so we'll see McConnell in. I wouldn't be surprised if it's this lap or next lap. Then I know Schroeder's in, I know Chris Tedder's in soon enough. He should be on about 50-ish minutes. And then that would mean, I think, Van der Roon in as well, if I remember right. So it's going to be interesting. So Jonas Hackler's back in. That driver has really impressed me in his first few stints. When I was commentating earlier, he was unbelievable, Dominic.
Yeah. He is quite a good driver. We also topped our practice service, which is quite impressive.
He was a hot lap warrior as well.
Yeah. It's not easy to top practice and be fast in the race.
That's also very true.
It's two different kind of things you have to do there.
There's a stop go 30 for A. Crawford. Did you just see that?
Yeah, I see that, but I didn't want to break you.
Right, anything like that, jump over and be like, Colin, stop it. And that's Crawford in now. I feel so bad. That's a beautiful looking Lambo.
Yeah. It is.
But that's great news for you, because do you know why?
We got him B20. Okay. But, Carl, I have to leave you now. I have to prepare myself for my next stints.
It's okay. If I point over you and tell you how much I love you while you're racing, I hope you can hear it.
Yeah. I will hear from Ireland to Germany all the way.
But honestly, best of luck. I really do wish you well as well with the guys to try get back into it. I do expect you to be at least winning the race by the end of it, so no pressure, Dominic.
Yeah, okay, fine, I would do it. I was trying to avoid that, but okay.
You'll be grand. I'll talk to you in a bit, my brother.
Okay, bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. So we're on with McConnell, and I reckon he is going to have to pit either this lap or next lap. He's in the McLaren. I know the fuel tank that's in it. He has to be in. He cannot be continuing much longer. And he is staying out, so he has to come in next lap. If he goes another lap than this, I know nothing about racing. And I'm sure he's probably hearing that, and he's like, yes, you know nothing. So let's see. Doing a nice steady job. He is in and around he's after a pit stop ahead now with the car in P2, so be interesting to see where he comes out and have the other guys in any way got any extra time at the undercut. Although Castellahara, who's in the Audi, is out of sync, so it's actually Hakkila is who I'll be looking at there. The Audi is definitely out of position just due to pit stops, and I know Schroeder should be in soon as well. McConnell, are you going to call me a liar, or are you in this lap? Be interesting to see now. Beautifully done. A little bit wide there. So he is in, so I was fairly right. He was in around the 65 and he probably at the higher end of it. So that is McConnell into the pits. I don't know how big the tank is on the Audi, but essentially the Audi isn't really in this fight. So what we need to keep an eye on here is where Hakkila comes out in relation to this now. That's going to be super interesting. Was the undercut strong or was the overcut strong? And here at the minute, the way tyres are, I would say the overcut might be stronger. But we shall see as they come around. And of course, Schroeder might be in soon enough as well, although they're going quite a bit longer in the Ferrari, so the Ferrari can really put out a good stint. So it'll be interesting to see. So McConnell's still in the pits. Has McConnell exited the pit yet? No, sure he wouldn't be. Oh, he has. McConnell has exited the pit, so he's still quite a bit of a gap there. You could be talking, I think McConnell's actually after really pulling out a lot more time. I think that's after being extended from about 5-6 seconds to close to 10 seconds. Interesting. I don't know how long he was stopped for. That's interesting. Was it a splash and dash? But then again, you wouldn't have changed tyres then. No. I'm really confused by that. So into the pits now, it looks like we've got Schroeder, who was expecting in. Marcia is also in the pits. Very interesting. Although there has been a driver change, so yeah, they were definitely stopped for a full pit stop. Because Hayes Jr. is now in it. That was mega, so they're nearly 15 seconds clear then, if that's the case of Hakkila. So they pulled nearly 10 seconds there. Maybe Hakkila, when he came out of the pits with traffic and stuff like that as well. That's a crazy amount of time to be pulling in, but Fair play. On here now, still with Castellina in second position. Expecting him in the pits in the next 10 minutes, I'd say, or so. I think he's coming to the end of his stint. We're doing a great job in the Audi. Lapping fairly decent as well, if I remember correctly. Should be interesting to see. As we have Steve Parker leaving the pits now in the Mode 11 111 car. And beautiful looking livery and beautifully executed turn 1 after coming out of the pits as well. Fastest lap of the race though is actually with 415, the Audi in P2. That's unbelievable. I think it's a 147.297 if I'm after reading that correctly as well. So that's quite unbelievable to see that. And I think that was only a few laps ago as well he went into the purple. So obviously still running a quite good pace, and that goes to show that the tyres really don't die around here. You might lose a bit of time for a few minutes. They might kind of go through that graining phase, as it's called, and they seem to get stronger again. And that's a very unique attribute since 1.9 of ACC's come in, and I actually love that because it is more realistic, because you do kind of go through that graining phase in racing and then it comes back to you. But, great stuff there. I think my teammate should be in soon because I left about an hour ago as well. So he might do one more lap. I'm fairly sure he'll be in then. And he's with a back marker. It makes no difference. We're on with Chris Tedder there. Good stuff there. So I'd say Chris is in this lap. I have ACC drive going so I can see the stints and the fuel he's left. So yeah, it'll be this lap Chris is in. He's been lapping very, very consistently in the low to mid 47s, although this lap, obviously, and last lap with a bit of traffic, has been in the low to mid 148s between both of them. So let's see how he gets on. Obviously, fastest into the pits. Don't forget to turn on your pit limiter, Chris, if you're listening. I'll give you that heads up now. But be interesting to see what him and Adam do before we get into the end of the race. 3 hours left. I'd love to see us make it to the top 5. Looking back though, like Lenson's doing a phenomenal job in that Porsche as well that Fallon Duck had swapped over with. And he's been consistently lapping in very decent laps as well. De Jong though, for me though, has been very good. We're on with Dan Lenson there. Honestly, it's not. Oh, as we have, it looks like Van Jeroen in the pits as well. That means 6th and 7th, because Tedder will definitely be in this lap as well. And Tedder is entering the pits as I see the pit limiter come on ACC drive. So De Jong here, or Dan Lenson, is doing a great job for Team Rocket Gazoo Racing in the most confused car ever. It's a Mazda Honda Rip Gazoo Racing. What masterpiece is all I can say. Absolute masterpiece. And that is Anthony Terhorst is after taking over, and he is out. He's going to seed himself into P10. Yeah, he's going to stay out in P10. So that means then Parker and Chris Wall have got by. In terms of pitting, Chris Wall will be in, I'd say, in the next 25 minutes. Weeda would be due in soon enough, but I think everyone else other than the audio of Kashahina, whatever the name is in third, who's actually in the pits as I say that, would have been the last to do, as my teammate Chris Tedder out into P11, which is expected. Comes out P12, sorry, with Verhoeven now in between them. But Verhoeven will definitely be in the pit soon enough, so hopefully shouldn't hold up Chris too much. But on here now with Nadia in P19, having a little juicy battle here with Jay Bart. I do love Jay Bart's livery on his Porsche. So good for a Porsche. But Arias just has to hold on to it for Team Eurocamp. And both of them are in equal machinery here, so having that strength and the traction out of the corners won't be working for him, and having those brakes because he's up against another Porsche. Looking very nice and tasty, I must say. And I will be taking a break from comms soon enough again, because I will be going to watch the Rugby World Cup semi-final. I will not be missing games of them, but I will be back to bring in the race after the game. Hopefully we might get another commentary person in, but I'm actually going to see can we get somebody, because I'd like for you to be able to have somebody to bounce off as well. Tom, can we do a hot lap please with the race leader with JH Jr. as well? Try and get somebody in to try and cover. Thank you so much. So, yeah, Dejan is doing absolutely brilliant there. But unfortunately, I can't seem to get anyone. I'm going to try and jump into Untalented Motorsport and try nab Oliver to come in and give you his lovely, colourful commentary. But guys, we will be back soon with a commentary on board. Keep a good eye on this great action. Tom is working his butt off in the background with all the broadcasting and all the hard work there as well, and we'll speak to you all very, very soon. I'm going to try and get Oliver in now to try and cover me. Tom, I will speak to you in a little bit as well, mate.
Oh my god, he's back again. Hello, good start of the evening and welcome back, or welcome to those who are watching. We humbly do not apologize for the slight inconvenience of not having commentators for a few moments there. But guess what? I'm back, bitches. Whoop, whoop. Anyways, I'm Oliver Andersen, and I'll be taking you for at least a couple of hours now, nearing into the end of this race. As we are watching the CBSR cars still haven't received any penalties yet in this race, even though that they should definitely get a DSQ just for being drunk. But hey ho, you know how it is and you know how it goes. I can see Amanda have been here. You're welcome to join us in the commentary booth as well. So everyone else out there watching, if you want to tell something about your race, who you are, or maybe just have some insight on anything, we are willing to talk to, because we have basically nothing to talk about. We have 27 likes on the official stream. If we can hit 30 likes, then we'll do an onboard lap with a car of you guys choosing out there in the nice YouTube chat. There must be at least some of you watching who haven't liked this this particular live feed yet. So if you wouldn't mind, please doing that. Then we can get on to the real business end of things. Anyways, it is Anthony Terhorst battling Gallas here, Maximilian Gallas for position on track. The 91 car haven't had the best of races so far. We have seen them being overtaken a lot in this race, but that might just be because they are out of sync with the pit stop strategies. And that's what causes that. But Maximilian Gallas here looks like he does have a great deal of pace, and Anthony is getting way too drunk to drive, since he has been caught up this much. Both of these teams have been doing a great race, to be honest, so far. No disrespecting of these drivers, they're putting a lot of effort into it, both practice and everything else. Pascal Vida comes into the pit in the 12 car. 8th position at the minute, but he'll be overtaken by these two fellas, and yeah, that's how that went. Probably a few more interesting things that have happened so far in this race. The 221 car had a massive disconnect that have put them way out of contention. Once again, that happened in 3 races in a row now, I believe that's happened. But they are back on track, still fighting for every little piece of track action they can get. But yeah, that's how it goes sometimes, as we are watching Dominic concentrate a lot. And yeah, that's racing. I don't know what else have been going on. I can see Eric de Jong is now in the 34 car. I don't know if they've been involved in any kind of incident, since they are so far behind the 169. Now they were very close battling last time I was here on the stream commentating. So interesting to see how that will turn out. They could probably still manage to recover and gain a few positions, or well, a few positions, then they'll be leaving a position or two in this race. Would be quite interesting to see what will be going on. As I believe that Nikolaj Schröder will be joining us for an interview soon. That's at least what he's telling me in a private message. And this means if he doesn't do that, then he's a complete ass. That will get an automatic DSQ for the next races. And the entire team of Mode 11 will be banned from the championship if he doesn't join us. So yeah, he'll definitely come. No pressure, of course. Of course. 2 hours 51 to go. Still haven't seen rain since the first half hour of the race, basically. It could be quite interesting to see if we got rain now, how the grid would shape up, and which pit stop sequences that would gain the advantage on that. as the drivers are still in this for a good kind of concentration. Jonas Hochler in the frame at the minute. R&E Teal Team. It's a little bit small on my screen. Doing a decent job keeping that car in P2. They have been up there for basically the entirety of the season. Every time the 169 car have been on track, they've been doing a superb work getting that machinery to top positions. Just taking a look on a few things since I've been in the car that needs to be sorted. Hochler, 8 seconds gap from Hochler up to race leader of Hayes Jr. Currently in a bit of traffic. That's the CBSR car ahead of him, and he just overtook the 91 car of Maximilian Gallas, who still haven't managed to get through Anthony Horst out on track. Maybe he can use this faster car to gain him a little bit of an advantage in that. It's really hard to be the guy being overtaken first in these kinds of situations, because you really sort of play the ball into the other driver's hand. If he gets slapped quickly as well and can do it with losing less time than you, then he'll have the advantage. Although the same goes if it's the other way around and he loses time, then he'll obviously have the disadvantage. And you could try for the move. And maybe that's why Maximilian Gallas is trying to stick as close as possible to Hochler and to Horst here. As we can see, the blue flags are waving for Horst, but he is not doing much about it so far. He knows that as soon as he pulls over, that he'll be under a lot of pressure from Gallas, but he should definitely do it now. He is pulling over. Let's see if Gallas manages to sneak his way through as well. They go side by side into Ascari here. He is trying to move, and Gallas does take full advantage of the situation and goes through. Maximilian Gallas up into, that will be 8th position, I believe, overtaking Page. Yes, that makes him 8th, and yeah, Anthony Horst now with the good slipstream coming into the Parabolica. Through the corner we go, and he'll try the same into turn 1, which might be his best chance of retaking this position if he even have the overspeed to do so. He just might, since he have been able to defend for so long. Having a close look here on the closing speed from Anthony Horst, it doesn't seem to be that much at the minute. He is just staying behind. He doesn't really have the overspeed on the Ferrari, which is quite interesting since the Mercedes are one of the quicker cars in a straight line. But still, it's a good drive, and Maximilian Gallas, he did look like he was holding a little bit back when he was behind Anthony Horst, just trying not to risk anything out there. Tom Curtin in the pit. They haven't had an easy race either, but they have been doing quite a good job ever since the first few hours have passed by. Gaining position slowly, moving up through the field, and are currently set in P16. Many things are still to come in this race, we assume. Van Schijk in a position where he can put moves on Derek Hill. Derek Hill, one of the newcomers, I believe, in this championship. Decent driver, fast driver. I've raced him before. It's not something that we can... well, we can't say he's a slow driver by any means. He is quite quick. But whether or not that Thomas Van Schijk is quicker, we'll have to wait to see in their battle for P13 this race at this stage. A lot of teams now will be calculating the time remaining in the race quite precisely now to figure out how much fuel they'll need for the last couple of stints. A few of the teams I know have been trying to run as deep as possible to try and save a pit stop by the end. But if they have saved enough at this point, then they can maybe start doing the calculations and not fuel the car to the brim anymore. As we still haven't seen Nikolai in the waiting room. Nikolai, I know you're watching it. God damn it, come and join us. Same with you, Aaron van Doren. We want to hear from you as well. And how you can keep getting so lucky. Pablo Ambrosio. Ambrosio, that's yes, I can't speak today. Sorry guys. Pablo Ambrose, Chris Titter looks like he have had a little bit of an excursion there in the first corner. Quartermass Motorsports. But anyways, the closest battle currently on track. We are trying to put a little bit of focus on here between Thomas van Schaick and Derek Hill. Lambo versus Porsche, both cars that came out in the latest DLC for this game earlier this year, alongside the 1.9 tire update and physics changes that have made a few of the cars a little bit more crazy to drive and have forced my computer into a state where it does have a tendency to disconnect for some reason all of a sudden. Schaick here with great speed coming up to Derek Hill. He is pulling out, looking for the inside move. Does go up, slight bit of door rubbing there, argy-bargy. Van Schaick pulls out of it. And Derek Hill keeps position there. Though Van Schaick does get a good drive. Oh, David Hill, why do I keep calling him Derek? God damn it. Just change your name to Derek. It's much easier. Anyways, Van Schaick putting the pressure on. He could have had an opportunity there coming into the first of the back chicanes, or the chicane that I always forget the name of. Lesmo 1 coming up. Great look from behind here, see the closing when they hit the brakes, but it looks like Van Schaick actually keeps the distance. Had a tiny slide there that lost it once again for him. Using all of the AstroTurf available on the exit of Lesmo 2. On the run up to a scurry through the small kink under the old oval they will go. As we can see up there, the one where the side rainbow is on top, that's the old oval around Monza into a scurry. This is a place where we can normally see way different lines depending on how much curve these cars can take. As the Porsche does get a good exit there, all the way up in the back of the Lambo. But whether or not that it will be enough, it doesn't look like the Porsche have that good top speed compared to the Lamborghini around this track, as they are likely to gain a position soon. No, they won't. There was a car in the pits that have left. They will not catch up to him before the start of before it comes out. Still doing everything they can with one of the backmarker Porsches up ahead. That's either the 935 or 934 Porsche that's up ahead there. We have seen those two battling each other earlier in the race for position. That must be so great when you have your teammate so close to you and you can actually pull off the battling between you. But he does need to move out of the way very soon for this situation. He do it there. Gives up the room, smart place to do it as well. I do believe the livery that's ran on this Amigos racing team Lamborghini are a normal in-game livery. Still pops nicely in the eyes with the different colors they have chosen for the car. Quite easy to see when it's out there on the track. Running quick laps, of course. We still haven't seen Hill turn on any kind of headlights for some reason, it looks like. Though the rear's on, there's some daylight running in there somewhere, I think, but not an awful lot. We are going to see a little bit of dusk and dark racing by the end of the race. According to my calculations, it should be somewhat dark-ish at when this race will end. That will put a whole different challenge to the drivers with changing track conditions, with both the temperature and the track temp that will drop quite a lot, making the cars a little bit more difficult to predict how they will handle if the drivers haven't practiced that specific part. Though, optimum speaking, you'll only have one of your drivers doing that specific part of this race. These guys are still coming up as the closest battle on track. Gaps does seem to be somewhat consistent all around at the minute. Gelas have already pulled away 2.8 seconds from Anthony to Horst at this point of the race. It did take him a few laps to get that kind of a gap, and Anthony have done the best he possibly can to stay with him, but it wasn't enough. As we see here, Maximilian Gelas, also decent recovery for this team. They were fooling around quite far down the field earlier in the race and have had a few minor issues, not anything that couldn't be sorted out. But coming back in a race like this is always a great pleasure when you get to fight your way back through the field, making all the overtakes, having something to drive for. As Dominic Gies have actually made an overtake further down the field and are no longer rounding out the field with a top 3 or bottom 3 Mercedes. Also a bit surprising to see all the Mercedes down there apart from the factory Mercedes of the CBSR team. It should be a somewhat decent car around here, but it just seems like the teams that have chosen the car have run into quite a few difficulties in this race. Not something that we like to see, but unfortunately it is part of racing. Team Mirror, Apex Lovers Motorsport, ALM, I presume that they will shorten that name too. Not one of the cars that we have seen a lot too in this race, mostly due to their position, but it's always good to give some of the teams further down the grid some airtime as well. And we would want to talk to you guys as well if you want to come in for an interview. It doesn't matter where you are in the field or how your race is going. Anyone are welcome. Anyone and everyone, except for Chris Hill, of course. Maximilian Gelas in the pits, handing the 7th position, as it now is, back to Anthony te Horst. Frans van der Linden from Sim Racing Holland, doing a decent job. I know that Frans would be somewhat pleased with finishing around here in an endurance race, with only a 4.5 second gap up to the 333 car of Abbey Racing. Too good. Andrew Richardson, who have done some interesting moves earlier in this race. P5 at the minute, also doing quite well to keep this car stable. One of the drivers who have turned on their webcam for us. If he could hear us, he'd probably give us a little bit of a wave by this time. Always good to see Andrew, smiling as always. He's a decent lad, fun to talk to, great driving. Quick hand comes up for an unknown reason. Maybe that was his little wave to us. Doing Mode 11 and Team owner Bas van Met is proud in that car. Unfortunately, Bas haven't been able to race this weekend. I feel like someone out there probably knows why. I assume it's a good and valid reason, since he's one of the guys that we'll always see, or usually always see on track. Big endurance lover. Bas van Met is... The Ferrari seems to be going quite good around this track, with Ferraris both in P2, 5 and 8, 3 of them in the top 10. It is a car that have been selected by quite a few, so it's not that unusual to see at least some of them being decent teams and decent drivers. But it's always good to see these cars. Also, one of the cars that we haven't talked that much about, I think they had difficulties early in the race, and I know that they have had drive-throughs and stop-goes as well, is the 990 of... what is it they're called? Snag & Sons, one of the more renowned endurance teams in the community. We always see them racing, and normally they do quite well. They are without the highly beloved fan favorite Lulu Barefoot in this race. But they are definitely just trying to make a comeback from early difficulties. The Snag & Sons drivers. The 990 team we have seen quite high up in earlier in the season. They used to run the Aston Martin until the new Lambo came out. A team that have been running the Lambo for quite a long time. Even the old Lambo that wasn't that nice to drive, to be honest, or at least it wasn't in my opinion. The new one is a lot better, and they have been proving that with decent results ever since it launched, but Yeah, unfortunate situation for them this race around, and we hope that they'll be back for the 24 hours of Kyalami, the charity event that will be happening next month. I can't exactly remember a lot of things about it, but it's the Chrisity charity that will be supporting that time around, trying to raise as much money as possible for the charity, as we do once a year in this community through the means of sim racing. We'll have there's a small charity auction going on where you can go and bid on a few items. There's a lovely voucher and some pedals and a wheelbase currently on the auction. Other things may appear later on or will appear later on on the auction side. All of the money raised through the auction will go uncut to the charity, and the race will happen on the 11th of November. So in just under a month, we get to see all of these guys once again for the big one, the main event of the season. All of this is basically just practice for that one. Hopefully we'll see a few extra teams joining in for that one. Some of the teams might be a little bit larger than just 2 drivers for the 24-hour endurance race. And even if you aren't driving, then there's nothing stopping you from coming in, watching the race, or even donating to charity, as we're just trying to raise as much as possible when we get to that. Back to Van Schijk, who have made a move on David Hill and managed to get through. While we were talking a little bit about the back markers and the charity race next season, as Hill comes straight back but goes way deep there. He will have to be very careful rejoining the track not to get a track cut warning as another car in the background goes through as well. Flashing of lights. I'm not sure that Hill was completely happy with something there from the Porsche maybe. But still racing they are. Hill are driving that car with great precision. I believe it's Chico Leventhal, his teammate, who's also a pretty darn quick driver, who I think could muster being on a team fighting at least for the top 5 in this community, at least for endurance. He would probably be taken by any team up there that needed a driver. If our car wasn't full for this event, we would have picked him as well. I've thrown him straight into the driver's seat, since he's not just a fast driver but also a nice guy to talk to. Can get a little bit angry while driving. A few anger bursts can come out of him, but that's what happens when you are Max Verstappen into every corner, of course. Still no one wanting for the interview. Such a shame. Arias Neddard makes the move here and becoming the lead Porsche of the triple Porsche group further down the field, overtaking the team Eurocamp with a Y. I think I must say, so if people don't think it's Euro, as in the Euro, the currency that we, as the continental Europeans use as a cash, except for the Danish people, of course, and the Swiss. Looks like that move was an easy case of just routine overtaking from Nada here, as he have already pulled a quite decent gap. The 333 Abbey Racing Machinery will be coming up to lap him shortly after this. If he can actually catch up, it seems like that Nada is doing a good job of pacing himself out there in the old pink Porsche. A small slide on the exit of Lesmo 2 for him, but still with good speed. Just up the road for him is that's the Limpin car, so that's not for position. He'll be 19 seconds behind Tim Curtin at this point of the race. He could probably pull in a few of those seconds during his current stint, and maybe get his team into a better position for that, as we now have the battle for the lead Hokola have caught a lot up to Hayes Jr. at this point. 2.5 hours to go, and we might see a lead swap on track if Hokola can manage to find a way to overtake Hayes Jr. Of course, there's both the Hayes Jr. and Senior racing this race. I assume it's father and son. Of course, it could just be a random coincidence with two so similarly named people, but don't expect it, as Hayes is just pulling into the left-hand side. That didn't get the best exit of Ascari, falling in behind the R&E car. Whether or not that that was a planned move or what happened there, we might never know unless they tell us. But Jonas Hokola is now your race leader once again in this race, which is quite funny. I believe that they had pole position as well. So if you just look on the start of the race and the current part of the race, you would say, oh, it's the same guy who started the race in the lead who's currently leading. But a lot of things have happened in this race. It haven't been all that plain, simple and boring. Many overtakes have happened, and an unfortunate situation with Vavard happened as well. I wish you the best, Vavard, and hope you'll have a quick and wonderful recovery. And I hope to see you back on track as soon as possible. Or just a message us telling us that you are okay. That would be nice as well. Unfortunately, Thomas van Schaik forces a car wide. That's the 91 behind him. That's Hildebrand. That's actually for position, these three cars. I believe that Hildebrand, van Schaik and Hill up here are for position, as Hildebrand looks to be losing out quite big time here this time. Around goes Hill. Hildebrand not having the best of the starts to his current stint. Double overtake there, but a negative gain of position for him. Though he can still come back into this, just needs to get himself back refocused and getting the mindset of a winner back in. A quick question for everyone in the YouTube chat: if you do you reckon that you would be as fast as you are on a controller as you are? A drive-through penalty for Ambrosio. Drive-through penalty for Ambrosio. That can only be track limits at this point, unless if the stewards have posted something in the last minute or so. I don't think they have. But a drive-through penalty for Ambrosio that could potentially become quite big in this race. No doubts that the 69 car will get through on that, but whether or not that Steve Parker and the 1111 will as well, that will be interesting to follow. Though he does have 24 seconds down to Anthony ter Horst, it might actually be quite tight whether or not that he comes out ahead of Anthony ter Horst or not. Let's see if he'll up to take it this time around. He does have a back marker ahead of him that he will have to clear on the next lap or within the next 2 laps if he doesn't go in for the drive-through this time around. Into Parabolica we go, and soon we will have the answer. Whether or not that he will pull off to the right here, it does look like he's taking the line into the pit lane, and he does go in to save the drive-through immediately. Now is the thing, will the 69 car that we can maybe get on focus on the stream, will he go past Ambrosio as they're coming around? That's the 269 car, that's Hayes, not the car that we were looking for. 69 car coming around Parabolica now, throttling it down the straight. It looks like on the minimap that the 69 car will get the position on Ambrosio. He does go through. Here we go. It goes through with a big margin even. But the 1111 car will not get him, it looks like. Will come out right in between them. That's good news for Anthony ter Horst and Aaron van Doren in the factory Mercedes. they have both they have had a great performance this race, moving the field quite quickly and rapidly. Oh well, rapidly, it have been a long race of course, but they have been doing steady progress through the field. Getting into the position they have now, it's super well deserved. And though you can say the same for basically all of the people up there in the top 10. All of them have been doing a super steady job and consistent job of things. I believe that both the 11 and 11 car was also quite far back in the start of the race as Andrew Richardson comes into the pits. With 2 hours 25 minutes remaining. It will be interesting to see if they can go the full 75 minutes in their stints and make it with just then they'll pit on under 1:15 with just one more stop. That could be a viable option for them. Whether or not that they will opt to do that, we'll have to wait and see. We know the Ferrari have almost 1 million fuel modes and fuel settings, so they could probably find something that would suit them for that specific situation. Though you do lose a lot of time around here by not having the full power of your car. Hill and Van Schijk almost glued together in this race. Or at least in this stint. All over the back of each other. Shadowing each other through all of the corners. All the way through as the Mode 11 car is moving once again. One of the Mercedes is in the pit as well. It's the 720 car. They have all side by side out the pits. That was interesting. But yeah, they come back out on track in 8th position. That's the 11 that went through there, and the 63. That's for position. The 63, also the 11 for that matter. All of them are for position, except for the Mercedes in the background, the 720 car. I believe that was. They have had a little bit of a rough race as well. Many offs and many crashes, or a few crashes, a few offs and a few incidents they have had. Unfortunate for them, but they get a great front row seat for this battling. As Nick Vargas now in the car trying to get some tire temperatures up and running to see if he can make the move on what would that? Yeah, that would be Chris Tedder ahead of him. Chris Tedder, yes, in the Amigos car. These two cars have been some of the main protagonists in this race for screen time, doing a good job of it. Being around all the action, we're trying to catch as much of it as we possibly can. As Dan Linson also comes into the pits. Will Tehorst box in as well this lap? It doesn't look like it. He'll go through it for at least one more. But can they? But can Tehorst and the crew come up to Yannick Wallendag here, who takes over the car from Dan Linson? We would assume that both of these cars, no, maybe goes too deep on the first time out the pits. There, Yannick Wallendag does. I was just about to say we assume both cars have one stop to go, but the factory Mercedes of CBSR. I always keep forgetting which way they go. CBSR, I think it is. They might actually still have two if they haven't pitted within the last couple of minutes. I think they probably have two stops to go at this point. If they haven't pitted within the last 8 minutes, and I don't recall them being in the pits. Still the battling up here. Van Schijk, Van der Linden also involved in this now for Sim Racing Holland. 610 Motorsports, Van Schijk will try and make an overtake on what I assume would be a fellow countryman. Both of them with at least Dutch sounding names. Though Van Schijk could be Belgium as well, but I do believe that they're both Dutch. A lot of Dutch drivers as well in this race. A few drivers from a lot of nationalities coming together to enjoy a great motorsport event like this one. The 610 car will be trying everything he can to get through Van der Linden. He is a faster driver. As Steve Parker seems to have been overtaken by Chris Tedder, now it's his teammate Nick Vargas behind him. Vangas looks to make the move. Whether or not that Parker will just let it go and let him go straight through, we'll have to wait and see. It does look like that Parker just pulled out there and let Vangas go. They might be at different strategies, and he don't want to interfere with his teammate. His chances of getting a better position. Good teamwork from the Mode 11 guys. The blue and the yellow car. It's hard to say which one is the most nice looking of the two. The yellow one definitely pops the most in the eyes, but I do think that I would prefer the blue one personally. Just easy to spot the yellow one, of course. Steve Parker, also a driver who have been doing a lot of development in the time that I have known him. Going from being almost a guarantee the back marker in races to actually have decent pace, and I would say that he have the speed to compete in the second tier of the sprint championship for top results, but he just can't seem to get a whole race together without something happening to him, unfortunate for him. Thomas van Schaik on the outside of Frans van der Linden. Looks like the move is done and he is through. But van der Linden can maybe strike back coming into turn 1. He is trying to, but he will have to go the long way around as Hill tries to follow, tugging in behind van der Linden. But Schaik has none of that and goes much braver on the brakes, makes the overtake. Contact, ooh, triple contact. Van Schaik around, van der Linden makes the contact to van Schaik there. Little bit of a bad spot to rejoin from Van Schaik, but nothing happened. That was quite unfortunate. I don't know if we can get a replay running of that. But big incident there for the results, at least, of the race. Van Schaik around. David Hill now the guy to try and overtake van der Linden, as Hildebrand have also cut back up to this fight. Hildebrand, the white Ferrari in the background, making this a three-way battle for position. For the 11th position that could maybe become much more later in the race. We just don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, Van Schaik will be fuming now. But Hill looking for the opportunities he can. He does know that he is faster than. And then here we have a replay of what happened. Van der Linden on the outside here. Look at the late braking there from Van Schaik. Great brakes. Small tap on the turn in. And then on the exit, oh, Van der Linden just goes on the front a tiny bit too early there, causing the contact. Very unfortunate for Van Schaik, who lost out a few seconds on that one. Still only 2.6 seconds roughly behind this battle group. So he could be coming right up in here. Here's the car that just popped into the back of the screen there. As David Hill have made the move on van der Linden, the next time we'll see if Hildebrand can get through as well. Joe Hayes Jr. still doing a good job in P2, though he has been gapped by 4.7 seconds by this man Jonas Hakula. No wonder he's the maestro of this community, doing nothing but good laps. This is basically the guy to beat in these kinds of events, in endurance events. He's so good at pacing himself. Not many people can compete with him when it comes to raw pace over the distance of a full stint. As we see a little bit of rain on the weather forecast. Rain forecasted in 30 minutes. Looks like we can get a little bit of more action yet to come here on the Simsport Racing International 8 Hours of Monza. As the guards have spoken, the rain does look like it will hit the track. This can be very crucial now for the drivers. We have seen a few people who boxed in roughly half an hour ago. They will be very happy to see that it will come at an opportune moment for them. But whether or not the track will become actually wet enough for wet tires, we'll have to wait and see. We know that the dries are good, can be driven around this track in damp conditions, but you need the correct tire pressures in the dries for them to work. You can't have them too low, then you'll be in a world of trouble. But you also can't run your tires too high when you're not in the rain, so interesting to see what the people will be doing pressure-wise. I just wish we knew what they'll be doing pressure-wise in their next stints. This also will be very tough for Brett Baptiste, who I know will be taking over the 221 car in roughly 16 minutes, the rookie driver out of America. he'll get the car, and then basically 15 minutes into his stint it will start raining. Something that I don't think that he have practiced that much of leading into this event, so that will be very interesting to see how he will handle that. As Van Schijk and Hildebrand are going at it. Van Schijk takes it away from Hildebrand. And the back marker Porsche behind as well. Yannick Wallendock in 4th position currently in the 787 car, Team Gazoo. He can be pleased about their driving so far this afternoon. They haven't put many feet wrong in this race, but a lot of action are still to come with the wet weather incoming. We might see a few cars getting involved in incidents and trouble once again. But Yannick only have about 2 seconds of a gap down to Horst, as Eric Deschamps here. There are 2 Deschamps, by the way, Justin and Eric, both driving this machinery in the 34 alongside John Besson. Also doing a good job in P3. We haven't seen much to Eric so far on this stint, but yeah, normally that's a good sign for drivers when we don't get to see them a lot. That means that they're just pacing themselves consistently out on track. Not much we can say about Eric's driving, except very, very stable, very confident in the car. A lot of confidence he drives around with. As we are still waiting for the magical 30 likes people out there. Call your friends, tell them to go in and freaking like this race, so we can get once or yet another onboard lap during this wonderful, wonderful event. As Arias Nadal is in the pits here, 14 minutes till the hour mark. He will need another stop, but with the rain coming, it will be interesting to see who's doing what. I think that the most interesting part of this race are yet to come. This could probably put a potential stick in the wheel for some of the drivers out there. I talked to Alex Crawford that we are looking at here earlier this week, and he said that he would love some rain in this event. Though it did seem like they had quite a few difficulties driving in the wet earlier in this race, so yeah, maybe it's good news for him to see the wet weather forecast. He will probably have been made aware at this point that the weather is coming. Starting to think about pressures and stuff like that. Nada exits the pits. Will maintain position over Alex Crawford. As Crawford comes around to start yet another lap of this race. Decent driving. Van Schijk once again in the picture behind Frans van der Linden. Again, the driver who may or may not have spun him around just a few laps ago. Going at it as hard as they possibly can. He's probably thinking twice about making the move into turn 1. This time when he gets close enough after what happened last time. It was a very unfortunate situation, but you can't blame a guy for it. Looks like friends there just parked the car on the side, a show of respect for Van Schijk after the contact earlier. Great aware driving of Frans van der Linden there, and a good gesture to make in a race like this. Wonderful to see the cars running around this track. We do get some lovely angles of them when they drive here on Monza. As temperatures have started to drop a little bit. Still no wind in this race, which is why we see the rain taking so long of getting here. We are likely to see some movement soon, as the 720 car does seem to have a little bit of a ping issue further down the field. Anyways, Hildebrand here have made a... I was about to say made contact, but have gotten close to Frans van der Linden and can try and get the move done at some point. The 91 car, one of the cars that we've seen the most of in this race, being involved in a ton of battling. They must have had such a fun time out there, having the time of their lives battling for these positions. Hill goes into the pits with it still shows us 30 minutes away, the rain. Whether or not that it will come closer anytime soon, we'll have to wait and see. It will jump from the 30 to the 10 slot once we get within 10 minutes of rain. Directly David Hill's in the pits, Dominic Geese in the picture here. An unfortunate car that I've had that was taken out in the start of the race and what looked to be some kind of a racing incident. And yeah, then big recovery drive for them until they got that disconnect. Unfortunate for the untalented motorsports crew. I know that they have been working so hard on getting this car ready for this race. As that Iron Horse keeps saying, go Team Abbey, free, free, free. It's always good to have some support out there that the Abbey Racing team definitely seems to have. As Dominic continues just to plow laps, as Chico Leventhal have gone into the Amigos racing car. Fast driver, he is prone to make a few mistakes, but very, very fast guy. They put all of their trust and faith in him to control the weather when it starts changing, as Eric De Jong goes into the pits as well. Behind him, Alex Crawford coming in. Interesting to see if they'll do a driver change away from Eric De Jong here. I think if it was me, I would put John Benson in that car now to handle the wet weather situation. As we are following Turner Johnson here. A high ping driver, it seems like. Last placed in the race at the minute, but good job from these guys keeping in the race, staying in the race, just continue to plow one. I have the deepest respect for that. I myself have been in that situation many times where it feels like an impossible long race, but you still want to keep going. Because it's not for all of the drivers, it's about results in these kinds of races. For a lot of the teams, it's more about completing the race, finishing the race, achieving a race finish, and then having a good time while doing it. I know that there's a lot of bands, as Frans van der Linden have been off the track there. Some contact may have occurred between him and who was it, Hildebrand. He was fighting earlier. Interesting to see what happened there. Maybe a replay will appear at some point. But wow, Hildebrand, as the current standings are, he have made the move on van der Linden and gone through into P12. The Sim Racing Holland crew there, they will probably be thinking to themselves what happened. As it's have been Justin De Jong who have been put in the 34 car to handle the changing weather conditions that we will see within half an hour of racing. It's going to be quite interesting. Van Horn here in the picture. They had from Astro Racing, they have massive pace in this car. They have been doing great laps with a lot of good pace. As we can see down there on the board, the best lap 48 flat, the last lap 48 flat, very consistent from Carl Van Horn. Good driver, but they have also been involved in something. I remember that they got lapped super early in the race. That they could have had a disconnect early, or they might just have been involved in the lap 1 pile-up and got a lot of damage out of that one. Good to see that they are still driving as well, as John Barth comes into the pit from the Advisor Racing team. And the second place car, Joe Hayes Jr. into the pits as well in the 269. Interesting that all three 6.9 cars are within the top 5 at the minute. Jonas Hakula being one of the other 69 drivers in the 169 car, of course. A popular number to have, the 69, for some unknown reason. of course. Unknown, yeah. I wonder if Amanda's out there in the chat, by the way. Amanda, if you're there in the chat, then please let me know. We want you in the commentary booth if we haven't scared you off the last time. Kurt Peter say go, go, go. Hashtag 901. Tim Mirio. Maybe we can get a picture of the 901 car. Down here in 22nd position, the Apex Lovers Motorsport. Once again, one of the cars that we haven't seen a lot on the stream, but such a shame because they do have a decent livery on that car. It does look very nice. And they are doing their absolute best to keep going in this race and try to catch up to Dominic Gies, who is now only 20 seconds behind the Snag & Sons car of Patrick Prince. But Tim Mario doing a good job here. For some of the drivers further down the field, it's equally about gaining the experience of these kinds of races, just as much as the fun of driving and, of course, completing it. No, Mike, I will not leave Amanda alone, but Kurt Peters, if you're not doing anything, come in and get interviewed maybe and tell us a little bit about your race. You go into our Discord page and then broadcasting that T1 interview waiting room, and then we'll drag you in as soon as we see you there. We would be happy to have you in here and talk to us a little bit about your team and how your race are going down there. Yannick Wallenberg round and the 169 car into the pits as well. He's probably going to maintain the lead when he comes out of the garage, but Yannick Wallenberg behind Justin Dijon here. We know that that Wallenberg pitted much earlier, and Dijon can probably make it with only one more stop to go. I think that Yannick's team can do the same, actually. Joe Hayes comes around here. Joe Hayes Jr. of course comes around the track here, still in P2 with Hockler leading out into turn 1 already, but the gap is not that big between them anymore. The 52 seconds you see up there on the timing board is a little bit of a lie. Once they pass the first sector split, we will we'll see the true distance. Yes, Mike, your poor sister. Is she still single, by the way? Thanks for the stream time and showing the nice livery. Anytime, Kurt, anytime. You're still welcome to join us for a small interview, maybe. We would love to have you. Same goes for you, Mike, and your lovely sister, Amanda. Though we mostly want to talk to you, Mike, of course. And Kurt, of course, but we'll leave Amanda alone. Leave her alone. Wallenberg and Dijon at it. These two have had I actually don't think that they have had that many difficulties with each other on track, but they are running closely here. Wallenberg, a very experienced driver in this community, have been here even before the name SSRI was even a thing. He was a great part of SRHI as well. Same goes for our wonderful broadcaster, Tom van der Meer, who I haven't seen racing for a long time, but I do remember that he was driving a Lexus, if I'm not mistaken, back in the days when that was a decent car to drive. And Justin Dijon being one of the newcomers to the community, of course. So this will basically be a battle of the experienced dinosaur and the young, hungry rookie lion. As the Quantum Motorsports car, Chris Tedder's in the pits. I thought they pitted not that long ago. But maybe I'm just mistaken, or I've been sat here for way too long at this point. Wallenberg coming into that. Anthony Tehorst into the pits as well. They have been swapping drivers every time they have been in the pits, so it might be Aaron van Doren. Oh, that's Ambrosio. Ambrosio is off. Ambrosio is off in the first chicane. That is not the most uncommon place for cars to end up if they touch the gravel on the outside of that curb, or if they hit the inside curb too hard. But poor Ambrosio, he is also the driver who got them the drive-through penalty of the 415 machinery here of... oh, no, I didn't see the team name. Anyways, back to the battling here between the old dinosaur and the young, hungry lion. Yannick Wallenberg against Justin Dijon. Two very quick drivers. Both of them having a lot of pace. Mike, I don't care that she's married. We can turn her single anyway. You know that I'm better for you. Mike, everyone knows I love an interview. Yes, Mike, get in here. Get your ass in here. Everyone wants to hear from you. Chris Wall in the car of the 333 Abbey team. A machinery that we know have a lot of fans out there in the stream for some reason. The car that's being mentioned the most out there, some loyal fans of the wonderfully colored 333 machinery of Chris Wall. They are just ahead of Aaron Van Doren, the best placed Mercedes at the minute, the 69. The old factory Merc, also one of the dinosaur drivers of the community, Aaron Van Doren and his teammate Anthony Terhorst. Basically, they have been drunk for longer time than most people have been alive. Very experienced drivers with this iconic livery. One of my favorites all time in the SSRI and SRHI that I've ever seen. Yeah, Mike, everyone wants to hear from you. That iron horse I ride says the same. Get in here, get in here. Everyone get in here, get in here. The shit is big enough for you. As Aaron continues to do a good job, people in the pits, that will of course mean that Aaron gets promoted some positions. And now the rain is only 10 minutes away. So I'll just take a small break and refill on some drinks. And then I'll be right back to the commentary. Hopefully before the rain hits. If we have some commercials, this would be the time to roll them. I am right back with a freshly filled water bottle and ready to rejoin this race as Steve Parker comes into the pits in the Mode 11 car. It's interesting to see where they will end up at the end of this race. It's a team that have been through massive development since the additions of both Parker, Richardson, Nikolaj Schröder. A lot of the old Green Moose Racing guys have joined that team. That was of course the B team, the 111, the A team here, the yellow Mode 11 cars being driven by Nick Vankers at the minute. Doing a great job of that, by the way. Hanging in there in a good position, P5. Chris Tedder we have here, and with live action pictures of Chris, I believe. A great guy. He's an admin of the Amigos racing community and leads that quite nicely, doing everything he can to keep the car under control and keep a nice and steady pace. Good guy, fun lad, nice and relaxed normally when he's out there, showing his good pace on track, showing what he can do. Normally he'll be on the top of that community, and I know that before this race that both him and Chico, they talked about that they would all come in with their teams and be dominant in this endurance race, but this haven't happened. They came to realize that the SSRI are not just a place where you can come in and do great things and get good results. It requires a lot of practice. As Dominic Gies comes into the pit here, he's likely to hand the controls over to Brent Barthes, who wasn't happy with his first stint, where Dominic unfortunately gave him the wrong pressures for the tires and sent him out on damp condition tire pressures, which he will actually need this time around. As we see, the rail is just 10 minutes away, as I'll just have to shut my door into my racing room once again. As the R2E car here seems to be trying to move now on the Sim Racing Holland, I'll just quickly shut my door while this is happening on track. I prefer not having a cat getting in here and tangling with all of my electric wires and stuff, of course. And the move is now on. He does go to the inside. Van der Linden doesn't fight it too hard. Not much he could do about that one. As the 415 car with the beautiful, beautiful livery continues to go. And Brent Baptiste did get in the car as predicted for the 221 machinery. Maybe a little bit of damage repair there, as we can see the bonnet flapping, or maybe it haven't synced yet after I've bent it into a wall earlier in this race. Van der Linden still close behind the 415 machine. Both of the Audis were in good positions early in the race, but have been plagued a little bit by incidents throughout. Unfortunate for them that their winning chances or top 5 chances might have gone down a drain. As we are still waiting for the rain to appear over this Milano forest or Milano park of Monza, of course. As soon as we see the window wipers start on these cars, I will be so excited and ready for all of the great action. Now I just have too many things open on my PC. Back into the race. And this is one of the things that makes sim racing great. Everyone out there, or a lot of people out there, thinks that to get into sim racing you need the big expensive rigs, big expensive wheels and pedals and all sorts of things like that. But for most of us who are racing on a wheel and pedal set, we all started at the very low end of the budget line. Many of us with the Thrustmaster T150s, I believe, and the Logitech G29 and stuff like that. Slowly upgrading. We even have drivers still in this race that are racing on actual controllers, as the rain have appeared now. The rain have started falling over Monza. As we'll see the track gradually getting worse and worse. The curbs will be more and more dangerous to touch. More and more drivers will be prone to make mistakes in these conditions. Now it's really all to play for. We have seen earlier this season that the Ferraris were super strong in the rain at both Spa and on the Silverstone track, the race we did last time out. Well, we'll have to see what will happen this time. Aaron van Duren here, closely behind the backmarker Porsche. Ahead of him are Wall in the 333 Abbey machinery. two of the, well, I'll say older teams in the community. I think Abbey have been around for a long time. It's definitely a name that lays deep in my memory of good drivers and good driving in general. Chris Tedder comes into the pits. It's not that long ago he was in the last time. This is definitely unscheduled to get some sort of probably wet weather tires on the car, as the track have gone greasy now, declined very quickly from optimum. I don't think that I personally would take wet tires for just damp conditions, as it doesn't seem like the rain will increase in intensity anytime soon. Van Schijk in the pits as well. Though the wet tires might be the safer bet than the dries, but you can keep the dries alive if you just pressure them high enough. Patrick Prince in the Snagonson's car here. We know that this team have been praying for rain earlier this week, but whether or not that they're actually happy to see it, it's a question that will have to be answered later on. As the 901 car have overtaken Brett Bartiz in the 221 after that pit stop round. Good job from the Apex Lovers Motorsport. Maybe this is the battle for final result for P21 will be between these two guys. They are quite a bit off sequence, I do believe, but it will be interesting to see who comes out on top. Just a small mistake now can easily cost you 20 seconds if you go onto a curb a little bit too hard or hit some grass. In these three conditions, it's even more likely than it is generally around Monza, where a lot of places on the track you do go very wide and trying to use all of the track. It is a super narrow track, and it is very important to use all of it when you go around. That's also why we have a lot of astroturfing on the outside of corners. One of the more old school tracks where small mistakes are punished big, something that I enjoy a lot, even though that I make the mistakes myself. Johnson in the pits as well. Chico, I don't think will be taking wet tires. I think he started the race on dries as well in similar conditions to this. The track was even slightly wetter than it is now at that point. Doing good job there in the 556 car. They must have been involved in some kind of incidents earlier in the race since they are so far back. Both of the drivers, all of the drivers in that car are pretty fast drivers, of course. The 415 car seems to be well, they have overtaken the 91 car once again. These cars have been very close for a long time. Coming into turn 1, Frans van der Linden from Sim Racing Holland comes into the pits as well, maybe for the wet tires. I can see that Aaron van Duren is battling Wall at the minute as well, though the gap just increased up there. Just if this is the time of the race where you're just praying the driver ahead will make just the slightest mistake, but it can be so difficult to take advantage. As that mistake just happened there, but it can be so difficult to take advantage of the mistakes even in these conditions. Because even though that you might get the run on the outside, you could very easily lose grip or be a little bit too aggressive on the front in pure excitement, just to try and make the overtake. As we are on 21 likes now, one more like and we'll do a complete onboard lap for driver or team of the audience choice. And we'll try and get a car that we haven't done a lap with yet, even though that if we get enough spam for Abbey Racing, we'll of course do them once again. But highly unlikely. Chris CSR, good fun that. I believe that is Chris Tedder that comes in and insists that maybe he's the one who's going to give us the 30th like. That would be great fun. Maybe you can come in and we can interview you, Chris. We know that you might have a thing or two to say about the race so far. You just go into the Discord channel and then under broadcasting into the T1 waiting room, and we'll drag you in as fast as possible. As the rain is still pouring down over Monza. Aaron van Duren did make the overtake on the Abbey driver. I actually didn't notice that, as I was trying to read the YouTube chat. Yes, the rain is falling down just like earlier, Chris Taylor. I hope you haven't been dumb enough to go in and take wet tires, and that's not the reason why you came into the pits. We all know from experience that Dry tires around Monza are good for damped as well, as long as you can keep the pressures up and running. Fondurance seems to have great pace in that Mercedes in these kinds of conditions. Doing a great job of controlling that car. Chris Tedder, I'll just drag him into the commentary booth and we'll actually get a freaking interview for once. Oh, hello, Chris Tedder.
Hello, how are we doing?
Oh, we're doing great. How are you doing, Chris? And how are your race coming out?
Good. We're taking a bit of a gamble on this stint, so we're going to see if it pays off.
What kind of gamble are you taking?
Ice blast and dashed earlier just to get us to the wet, and then we've gone on to wet tyres, so we're going to see how they hold up.
That would be interesting. Did you remember to under pressure them like a crazy mother? I can't say that on this stream, of course, but did you remember to under pressure them a lot?
We did, but let's see how they hold up. Like I said, it's a bit of a gamble. We had nothing to lose, so we had good pace. So we stopped the tyres out, we splashed and dashed, and let's see how this pays off.
I would actually say you have a lot to lose, as you're currently set in 11th position with the Quantum Mars Motorsports team. Is that do you feel like you have been doing good progress in the race? No small mistakes or anything from your team, as we have seen on the stream, or not anything worth mentioning, of course. Good steady pace.
We had the drive-through to take, but I took the car with 3 warnings. So I suppose if anyone's going to take it, I'm glad I'm the one who took it.
Yeah, and, of course. You know how the stewards always like to penalise you. No, I assume for track cuts.
Yeah, we had 3 track cut warnings. So I took, when I got aboard, it was just, it didn't take much, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we took it. We took the drive through, and apart from that, I think it was a very solid couple of stints.
Yeah, are you done with the driving for the day, or will we see you in the car for the last stint, maybe?
Depends when we come in again.
Well, you have to come in again. You can't go from here to the end.
Yeah, no, but it will depend. It depends when we do come in again. I was going to stay in it this time around, but to be frank, we are desperate for the toilet, so I had to cut out.
Oh, that happens. As we just cut you off short here, it looks like Justin DeJong is making the move for P2 in the race. On the inside there, he actually did make the move for P2 in the race coming up. But how are you liking it so far? Have you? I remember seeing you on the SSRI grid before, Chris. Is this your first time running with us?
Did Laguna.
You did Laguna?
Yes.
Oh, that was a rough race for many people. There was a certain Ferrari in that race, for those who remember the race, that it caused a lot of grief for many people.
Yeah, one of them races. So, no, that was the last one I did here.
Yeah, are you looking to come back for the 24-hour endurance next month?
What's next month?
It's the 11th. It's a 24-hour race at Kyalami.
Sounds interesting. It's going to be a tough one in this car, though.
Yeah, but I bet you could bring some of the good Amigos guys into a very competitive car there. Or at least a fun-loving car.
It's a great... I like the car, mate. I like the car, but it's not great at Kyalami.
No, but well, if you're not in championship contention, there's nothing that hinders you in swapping it out for a more competitive car there. No, the McLaren, no, that's an awful car to drive at Kyalami. I talk of great experience there.
Yeah, but no, I don't know, mate. I don't know yet. I was happy. I got called in for this one to help out. So here I am.
Well, if you can't muster to get into a team there, then I think we'll be happy to have you in our car. The disconnection team, of course.
I might end up in the Amigos car, mate. With with Chico and Dave. I don't know yet. I've not thought that far ahead.
Are you considering bringing Dudley as well into that race? A driver we would love to see in our SSRI Endurance Championship. Driver who specializes in stable and consistent driving.
Yeah. This season's nearly done with. So I might look at the Amigos one in for next season. I think we've got enough drivers now who want to get involved in endurance teams. So if I can get a couple of teams involved, I will do.
Oh, that would be grand. Filling up the grid, it would be always good to see more cars in the grid, especially if you come with some of the more interesting car choices. Then I might even consider joining one of your teams.
Yeah, I like what I want to do. I'm going to get a Pro-Am team together. So,
yes.
So we will hopefully get a couple of teams put together to get people the experience, especially the lesser experienced, faster drivers. I want to get a bit of a Pro-Am team together from where they're not under the pressure to perform.
Yeah, exactly. I think that'll be a great thing. I remember when I was new to sim racing, I did actually a lot of endurance back then, more than I do now. And I think that's where most of my experience and consistency in driving comes from, doing these kinds of races.
100%. I think your mindset changes in endurance races with the understanding, there's longer term game to it. So I think that then helps you in just general week-to-week racing.
It most certainly do. Also, not just with the aggressiveness of the driving style, but also the things you have to think about in endurance races, like tire wear, fuel consumption. That's way more important in endurance than it is in a regular sprint. Since if you can save just 5 minutes on a stint here, extended by 5 minutes in a 24-hour race, that can easily become 2 stops less over the distance of the race that you'll have to take, and grant you a lot of time that way.
Yeah, I was doing a little bit of fuel saving earlier on in the stint just to eke out an extra lap. Obviously the rain's come down and scuppered that, but yeah, there was a little bit of fuel saving going on earlier in the race.
Yeah, were you trying to get the 6-stop strat to work around here? Were you on the 7?
I was trying to get it down to the 6. We were on that cusp. That's why I was doing a bit of fuel saving, just to get it under.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a valid choice in the McLaren. There are some of the cars here that where it's not possible due to the high fuel consumption in general and lack of engine maps. But there are definitely some of these cars who have been doing it throughout this race, as we have seen. Most of the people who came in at the half-hour mark to take dry tires, I assume they have been doing something similar to that with fuel saving to get them back on sequence.
Yeah, I think that was actually a very clever thing to do for those who come in earlier. Get out of the battle, get out of the fight, and get some clean laps down very early on. I think it could have done some of them the world of good.
Oh, most certainly. Speaking of one of the teams that actually have been doing that and could, in theory, make it to the end of the race with just one more stop, are the 787 car here that Yannick Wallendorf is driving at the minute. They came in at, I think it was 2 hours 25 remaining. It will be a bit of a stretch trying to get the fuel to last, but do you reckon it is possible to go the full 75 minutes in this race without losing out too much? No.
No, I think a lot of cars have struggled too much getting to 75. I just think it's too much.
Oh, most definitely. It will be interesting to see what's panning out later in the race. A few incidents are might still to happen, and that could promote a team like yours up into the top 10.
Yeah, let's see. I'm still interested to see how this plays out with us. Adam's on for a strong lap at the moment, so I'm interested to see how that plays out with people on the dries.
Yeah, and I think that both the 91 car and the 11 car, they are pit stop. They owe us a pit stop still in this pit stop round, so they might still have 2 stops to go till the end, if I'm not mistaken completely. So that could be positions for you to gain there. When that happens, Yannick Wallendorf has now caught up to highest senior for the battle of 3rd position. That McLaren haven't looked strong in the rain. Do you reckon that your car is strong in the rain, your McLaren?
Oh, 100%.
Probably have decent setups there for it and can manage to get the most out of it.
Setup feels amazing, by the way.
Did you have that into consideration when building the setup for this race, that there was a little bit of chance of wet conditions?
Adam did, but I barely drove this setup until I got in it today.
Wonderful, just going straight into racing.
Yeah, I did some quali runs yesterday just to get used to the track again, and
as Miala have had some contact with the wall, trying to find the secret entrance to the shallow realm there.
We're all looking for it at times, mate. We're all looking for it at times.
Oh yes, a classic mistake in the West, just taking a little bit too much curb, and you were basically off. Yeah,
you got to be so careful. When it really started coming down on my in lap, I was just not abusing the curves and stuff like that. I didn't want to ruin a good couple of stints by going a bit too far on the way in.
No, that could have been a disaster really for the race. As the move is actually on from Wallendorf now. Trying the inside, but backs out, going up and down, moving back and forth, rubber banding between them. But Yannick does get the move done, it looks like. But can he get the drive out of the corners? Well, we know the Porsche is very good in these conditions with that rear engine placement.
There's been some great driving today from people, you know. been really impressed with the standards.
Well, that's basically the standard here, and I actually think that we have had quite a few more incidents this time around than we did at Silverstone, even though that was a longer race and was completely drenched in rain.
I was really pleased with even people technically fighting for position. When I caught up to a few, they've moved over and let us past. Sort of going for the race rather than fighting for every position there and then. And I must admit, I was very impressed with the racecraft some of the drivers to come against.
Most of the people who are doing these endurance races here, they have been participating for at least this season, and many of these teams we have seen in earlier seasons as well, and knows a lot of the names of the guys who are in this. So that's sort of what we're expecting of people at this point in SSRI of racecraft when it comes to endurance. Obviously, when we go sprint racing, it's a whole different ball game, and a lot more interesting stuff sometimes happens.
Although
those races are fairly clean as well from time to time, or most of the time. Only 2 incidents happened last time out at Kyalami that was reported to the stewards for them to take a look at. But yeah, that's just general here in the community. We try and give everyone a chance, and if we see someone who does a lot of that's saying not so great things, and some of the more experienced drivers will normally take them under their wings and give them a few tips and help them around with their racecraft and get them back up to reasonable levels of driving.
No, I must admit, I was very impressed because most of these were not going to know me from Adam, so I was very impressed with the racecraft with a lot of drivers, and I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it out there today.
Yeah, and I hope you will keep enjoying it and coming back for the remainder of the season. Maybe 2 races to go with of course, the 24-hour race next month, and then we finish off at Watkins Glen in December, start of December. Although that's of course in the middle of the Christmas planning and Christmas lunches and stuff like that, but you can have a few beers and still drive. The CBSR team are proving that very well, as they are on a mission to empty a crate of beer each during the race as per usual.
Well, I'd have to join your team if I was going to do that.
No, to be fair, I know that I've been drinking quite a lot when racing in your community, but in SSRI I normally keep it more sober line.
Less said about that, the better, let's say.
Yes. Definitely nothing happened at Gowring in your community that no. It didn't represent Skittles at all. No. I was just making a Bottas impression, basically.
What's come, never forgotten, eh?
Oh, yes.
But no. Good. It's been a good race. The weather is interesting. I think there's a lot to play for though for people. And look at I've got the stints up, and very interesting to see how this is going to end out in the next 90 minutes. Yeah,
there are a few different strategies as one of the top teams of Abbey Racing comes into the pits. Your named brother Chris Wall takes that car in.
Oh, yeah.
We're wondering if he is handing over to one of the Abranoses maybe this time around, as he has been in the car for 2 stints now, I believe. Astro Racing, they have made a good comeback as well. Or one of the 2 Astro teams, I believe there are 2 of them running. The 118 here also have... Yeah, he seems to have been doing quite well. It was hard. Yeah, it must be the name.
Don't go too far.
No. We have to do a little bit of charming here on the live channel. Once we go after dark, then we might be a little bit creepy being in the channel, especially if Amanda's still out there watching.
He's getting a bruiser. Oh yeah. That's good. That's good fun. Might catch us up. You never know.
You never know.
But right, I'm going to shoot. I'm going to head over to the chat again. Keep them lot all entertained.
Yes, do that. Thank you for having you here in the commentary booth. It's been a little bit of a lonely time with only Tom and I here sharing good times and memories.
Yeah. Well, have a good one. Great commentary as usual. And I shall catch you all soon.
You too. Thank you for the great words on the way. Bye.
No, bye.
As that was Chris Tedder giving us a little bit of an insight to their race and a small talk, keeping us all entertained. As we are still on 29 likes, guys, just that one singular like so we can get the onboard lap. Come on out there. Call your friends, call your mothers, call your fathers, call your children. And remember to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button as well while you're at it, touching the magical buttons. Dominicius back in the 169 machinery in the front, 15 seconds down to Justin De Jong, who's a man on a mission, it looks like. Having great pace at the minute, having clawed in quite a bit of time there to the top contenders. Or to Dominicius also making the move on Yannick Valendok. Oh, was it Yannick? No, it was Hayes he made the move on earlier, as he have dropped 2 positions in the wet conditions. Miro into the pits, that means he will still have 1 more to go in the race, as he cannot make it on stint time from here till the end, the 901 car. They might have a tough battle with the 221 for that position by the end of the race. We'll have to wait and see. As Justin is still just pushing on. But this is one of those situations where you really have to be in a hurry, but be in a hurry slowly, if you know what I mean. You need to go fast, but you need to be careful as well to both maintain position and gain positions in this race at this point. One small mistake, a little bit of too much throttle input coming out of some corners, that can send you spinning into the walls. Not something that we would like to see from any of our drivers here, doing such a good job, performing to their best. And Schröder, you still overstart the interview, as we have 31 likes now, so people, it is time to spam the name or number of the car that you want to see us do an onboard lap with in the YouTube chat. This is the time to shine. Show us who you support. Show the entire world, or at least the entire how many viewers we have? 17 viewers, who you support by spamming the name in the YouTube channel. And we'll get you a nice and quiet onboard lap. Actually, I'll do you this much. I'll go out and have a cigarette whilst we are on board with the car. We'll keep on board with that car until I come back. That's how good of a deal this is. You really get to show your love and passion this time around with the 31 likes on the video. And if no one responds to this outcall for support of the teams, outcry almost, then we'll give Tom van der Meer the opportunity to decide which car that we'll be watching. We'll wait until the 1 hour 26 on the clock if we haven't seen anyone out there, as Patrick Barnes comes in with the 111 car driven by Nikolaj Schröder at the minute. Suggestions also for the 12th. Unfortunately, that was a little bit too late for the 12th, as we also think we have seen the 12th earlier this season, as I believe our wonderful cameraman Tom van der Meer are doing his best to find some good onboard shots of Nikolaj Schröder and the Mode 11 111 machinery. Enjoy.
Oh, Oliver, you're so fun, you blow my mind. Hey, Oliver. Hey, Oliver.
We are back with commentary, as I can see. I've been joined in the booth by Colin Mooney as well.
I was singing to you when I entered, and then I was really depressed that everybody was silent at the onboard.
Well, that's actually one of your great ideas that we have taken to us, doing the onboard every 5 likes we get. So next time we'll be doing an onboard, we'll be at 35 likes if we can manage that during the race. It would be very nice. I see on the onboard included a little bit of a trip off the track for Nikolaj Schröder as well. Great to see that everyone can make mistakes in these conditions. But Mooney, you've been driving as well in this race. And I don't think that we often get to interview the other commentators when they get in here, so let's maybe have a little bit of talk on how you think the race has been going for you. We have just talked to Chris Tedder early on in this race as well from your car. But how do you find this experience of driving endurance for the second time in the SSRI for you?
To be honest with you, I carried the team today. I'd like to take all the credit if we finish in the top 10. I know. No, honestly, no, it's been a good laugh. Look, we were unlucky with getting spun early on, then unlucky with the 5-second penalty and the drive-through. We lost about a minute there. What we done, we splashed and dashed and then went out on the wets now to try and gain a bit of time. And
we already heard that from Chris. We want your experience on track, what you experienced while driving.
Well, to be honest with you, I experienced that I'm a bit of a racing god. I wasn't expecting to be lapping in the 148s consistently in the mid 148s race pace-wise. But I was pretty much for most, obviously, other than if I was in a bit of a battle or that, it may have varied a bit. But all in all, it's been very good. Like any blue flag people that have been there have been very courteous as well. And I always expect that in SSRI doing comms on it as well. I understand the level of drivers there, but it's actually quite enjoyable because as well, and as you know, Oliver, being out there as well, and I'll ask you the exact same stuff as well. It's the fact that the temperatures haven't been too bad. You could really kind of pull out the tyres a bit. Obviously they have that drop-off phase, which is now, as we say, part of 1.9, but overall super consistent because of the actual track temps being very, very nice to the tyres. It's been a super consistent kind of race for everybody.
Yeah, I assume that you haven't gotten to experience the wet weather driving of Monza this time around, unfortunately, but we know you did get some experience in driving in the wets at Silverstone. But the other drivers you've come across on track, have they behaved well enough to you, or have you just been shafted into oblivion?
Myself, no. I've honestly, my stint was genuinely fine. I was going to try and start defending hard, but then I decided, you know what, I'm going to lose too much time. And so then I kind of pulled back and I kind of just let someone through then to lap after, just kind of easy enough. I did have one or two kind of lapses of judgment when I was kind of figuring out a scary. Other than that, then, no, like, so much. It was honestly just a very boring, consistent enough run for a controller. That's actually my very last race of controller, by the way. That's it, the controller is now hung up.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier in the stream as well, that you were the last stand controller guy who'll be losing it shortly, and we hope to see you back racing at the 24-hour race as well on your brand new wheel.
I will be 100% on the wheel. That's it. That's my controller done with now, because I said I only started on the wheel the other day, and I just said, you know what, I want to keep my consistency there. So like, I'd rather be consistent and kind of mid-pace than being all over the place and being mid-pace for one lap, and that, you know what I mean. I'd rather be consistent for the boys, so yeah. That's it. It's hung up.
Yeah, but, and the thing about it, the changing of equipment just before races almost a death sentence. We had similar situations with Nikolai Schröder earlier in the season where he got brand new pedals. He got them set up on the rig and was very fast with them, but he decided to change back to his old pedals just before the race so that he could keep the same sort of feel to his driving as he had before. Not to shaft the other drivers on track and stuff. So the equipment changes can be super rough. But speaking of equipment, in this kind of sport, as we say it is, called an e-sport, call it a fun time. Well, I always tell people that this is like being in sort of like in a sports club where you go meet up with your teammates, your rivals, and you do the racing against each other, and people don't see it that way. But by definition, this is a sport, a physical activity that is being displayed for others to enjoy viewing, and that's what's happening here, basically. But about the equipment, we see people having all sorts of different levels of equipment in this series, ranging from basically a controller as yourself for this race, and then all the way up to people with motion rigs and stuff like that. Do you reckon that it makes a big difference to have the correct equipment, or would you say that it's just as fine racing on a controller?
So I can answer this one honestly because I've noticed it just by messing on the steering wheel the other day. Obviously, once consistency comes, definitely having pedals on the wheel makes a million times of a difference. I reckon once I'm fully consistent, I'll be at least a second to a second and a half faster. Like, you're braking 20 meters at least later. You're able to hit the apexes every time with a controller. Like, Silverstone for me was horrible. It's the worst track for controller going around Maggots and Beckett's. You can never really get the steering 100% right. So there's a massive difference in terms of the steering wheel from controller. But what I would say is this, in terms of one steering wheel to a different steering wheel, that's probably more down to a personal feel, but also down to talent if you're going to get faster as well. Some people will get to a certain limit and just don't seem to exceed that, and that's where I was with the controller. Hence I said, no, I need to go onto the steering wheel now. But I do think some people will only ever get to a certain pace because they either don't put the work in, they do it as a hobby. As esports is either a hobby or a passion. That's the way I look at it, and that's the way I look at the drivers as well. And I do feel for some of them, the likes of Dominic is there, De Jong, Valendijk, and even Chris Tedder, I said it earlier on, said that he's going to be putting more and more time in now after racing a few of these fast guys as well, because he's super impressed with them, but obviously not impressed with himself not being exactly on their level, even though he's been quite fast.
Yeah, I remember, speaking of Chris Tedder and for that case Chico Leventhal as well, I remember a conversation where they felt like they would come in here and dominate the race, and it would be almost a walkover getting a podium result in SSRI endurance. But I feel like they might have been shocked a little bit about the actual level of the drivers here, that some of them are on esports levels when they're coming from other communities where they might not have as many drivers on this on the very top level of driving. Not saying that those drivers are slow by any means, they are super fast and quick drivers, but when you're used to being on the top and then coming into an event like this and getting somewhat humbled, I think that's
it's a nice thing to see that the fast riders like that.
That's the motivation to become quicker.
Yeah. For me, there's a big difference between league racing and endurance racing. For me, a proper esports driver focuses more on the likes of endurance events and stuff like that. Leagues are meant to be fun. Obviously, they are competitive, but I look at leagues as fun racing for the kind of semi-pro to amateur sim racer. But I find endurance events like this are a great academy. I would use this as like an academy to get drivers faster and faster. The likes of SSRI, like SSRI as a whole have amazing events. It's run very, very well, but it's not at the professional esports level in terms of backing. It's still done by working people, for the people. It's, you know what I mean? Like, it's a really good community. But it's when you get to that esports level, I think esports drivers need to utilise these a bit more, and that's why you see the likes of Dominic Snall in here. I honestly think some of these are esports level drivers when you really look at the full grid.
Yeah, well, the top guys definitely are, and we have seen other teams as well that have come and gone in the community that have been up there on pace with those guys and actually had great battles for top positions in the races. But the thing about now that you're saying league races and endurance, you definitely obviously mean sprint races and endurance, since this is technically a league championship that we are running here on SSRI.
I mean, sorry, sprint and endurance.
But then again, then there's a thing in SSRI. We also have the sprint races, but they are taken to an equally serious level as the endurance. Yeah, we don't see the people as we do in FFG, for example, and Amigos, that just sit during the races and have a true banter and taking the piss on each other while driving. If you do that, SSRI people will probably start to think, what an idiot. we try and we go racing and race each other very hard and very serious at all times. But of course, they're
being serious, Oliver.
Oh, then you haven't.
I know, I've seen you when you've raced. No, I even said that earlier on about you, and people seeing the lesson that they mightn't, take it as serious. But when you jump into the Mercedes and jump into the McLaren, like, you really show a different beast, and you are genuinely a very, very fast driver as well. But if they heard you in the chat, they'll definitely think different.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that's what I like about sim racing as a whole. Even though that obviously we're racing here in one community, that there are a lot of crossovers between many different communities. Where some communities at least I race as a more fun sort of thing with no practice, just coming in, having a good time, enjoying myself. Maybe having had a few beers beforehand, going into the driving, and no one really cares about that. While when I come into SSRI, I would have done about 100 laps of practice even for the sprint races and have the setup and strategy, everything sorted out before going. Yeah. The only thing that I obviously haven't sorted out are my PC, apparently, since it's not my internet that's causing my disconnections. It's apparently the PC that's that have some issues from time to time. Although it's never happened when it have been just Dominic and I in the car. Then it have always been wonderful and fine, but as soon as we get third drivers in, then issues happen for some reason. Yeah, but I think I'll take the PC apart and give it a good clean before the 24-hour endurance race. Maybe do
I know a lad selling a motherboard and all. I know a lad selling a motherboard, a 5800X and 32 gig of RAM very soon.
I have no idea what that means.
So I'm selling quite a good CPU and RAM. It's less than a year old. I'll give you a shout. And Oliver, if you send a few nudes, you know yourself.
Oh yes, but look me up. Maybe we can figure out a good price, because you know how it is when you own a house. You have a lot of things to do as well, and then the sim racing sometimes don't get as much love as it probably should.
We'll call it 50,000 cash.
Yes, in Korean dollars, of course.
I know. When I do get my own other upgrades there, man, I look after the price, because I don't care about them. Once someone gets use out of them, we'll sort you out anyway.
Yeah, but, that sounds wonderful. Although we should probably discuss this openly on the internet like this. People will come and rob you now.
Oh, well, it's not as if I'm rich. I only have 15 million in the bank, I know. Back onto this, though. Adam Locke opened the P9, epic racing. Best race
by the way,
life.
just give me a second. Shut up, Sim. You definitely join us for the next race. We own you. Now wait, Sim, are you auctioning your services out again this year for the endurance event? You would not maybe come as a package. I would definitely be interested in bidding on that, just to see you suffer in our Mercedes. I would pair you up with Renee van Dijkhuizen, of course, and Rory Stewart.
Don't pair anyone up with Rory. That's just torture.
I would pay good money to see that. Speaking of having no money, by the way, but I would pay good money to see you race with these guys.
So, Oliver, I was trying to get Dominic Geese to put himself up as a date on the auction site on SSRI. I think we should try and make that happen.
Fun story about the auction there. 2 years ago, when we did Spa, I auctioned off my sex life in exchange for people donating to charity. As I had my girlfriend back then who hated beards. So I offered for every €5 people donated through our team, I would grow my mustache or my beard for an additional week. It ended up raising quite a bit of money, and I got no sex for almost half a year.
Nice. That's dedication.
Oh yes, it is. I think that was great. That was only because we had a great rivalry back then with the R2R team, which was Renee and Rory Stewart back then before the merger. And a big meme war that some of the veterans in the community might remember very fondly. Unfortunate that we don't have any proof of the meme war anymore, with the old endurance page having been taken down. But But there were some pretty good ones in there.
The good old days.
Oh yes. The fun times back then, where both of our teams were backmarker teams, as you would probably expect. Both in we were basically backmarkers because we had the shitty Porsche that was actually not that bad to drive and could be somewhat fast, but we had no chance of overtaking anyone because of the very low top speed.
Yeah. Great car on exit.
Yeah, I remember the old Porsche there when we did the Mount Panorama race. Both of our cars in the team finished bottom positions in the race of those who completed. But when we were overtaken by faster cars or lapping cars, we were full throttle down the back straight. They would still pass us with about 20 kilometers more than us. It was so horrendously slow. 20, that's maybe an overstatement, but we didn't have to lift at all for the faster drivers to go through.
That's crazy. I'm very surprised that the track hasn't gotten any wetter. That's one thing I'm really looking at here.
Yeah, it's still just damp, as we have just seen. Who was that? I think it was the 990 car of Patrick Prince in the pits for what we would assume to be the final time, since 1 hour 10 minutes should be possible to drive in these conditions on a single tank of fuel. Also, we have an agreement with Brett Baptiste that he will join us for an interview as soon as his final stint is done, and we can get him to tell us a little bit about his first experiences in SSRI and this kind of endurance racing as well. We know that he have had a rough time with his first stint, getting the wrong pressures, pressures for damp conditions, and then getting the drive-through penalty that was completely dry, and then coming out for his second stint, where he was so excited to go out the second time to get some actual good pressures and show us all what he could do. And then he gets shafted with terrible weather conditions.
Well, come here though, did he blame obviously Dominic for his pit stop strategy though? So no, Dominic, I think
he did blame him a little bit, but it's an honest mistake, and stuff like that happens in endurance racing, and that's the things that sort of differentiates the best teams and like midfield teams. That's those kinds of mistakes when we had set the pit stop strategies pre-race, but Dominic by accident selected the one for damp conditions instead of dries. And that's why you should always relay tire pressures before handing over the car and mentioning fuel loads and stuff like that. And just saying out loud what you have done to the car there, and just clearly communicating. Something that we have also learned in the past the hard way with forgetting fuel and all sorts of weird stuff.
Yeah, that's one thing we were very good at communicating. But I still think, right, I'm going to throw this out here. I know that's easy to happen, but I reckon Dominic was maybe trying to sabotage his first race.
Oh yeah, that could definitely happen. You know the Germans don't like Americans, obviously.
No, that's exactly what I'm implying.
not going into any sort of 1940s history stuff there, but we know that Germans just in general don't like the loud Americans.
Yeah, and we would never go down that road with anyone in any community.
No, and we obviously don't sit here and stereotype people, except for Dominic, of course. And that's Dominic Gies and not Dominicius who's leading the race. It's Dominic Gies of the 221 Untalented Motorsports car that we are talking about here. Speaking of the 221, here we get them in the picture as both Yannick Velendog and I believe the lead car have gone into the pits and handed it over to Justin Dijon now. Justin is a guy, he is so quick, and I've mentioned this before in the race, but he's a bit young in sim racing, not that experienced yet, even though he does do a lot of racing over the course of a week and do participate in many races. He was up against one of the veterans of Yannick Velendog earlier, and we just saw how quick he could get that done. Yeah. Obviously, Yannick not risking the car, and we have a shout out for Abbey Racing 2 times in the chat. Probably the best supported team out there. We hope that you'll show your support as well next time out, and keep liking the channel. If we get 35 views, we'll do another onboard lap, and you can maybe convince us to do yet another one with the Abbey Motorsports team or Abbey Racing team. Of course, one of the teams that we have seen racing for many years here in SSRI and previously in SRHI. A team that's also known in other communities for endurance racing as Maximilian Gallus is back fighting with the 333 car. The 91 car we've seen a lot of here on stream. I keep mentioning that every time we see it, but we have seen so much of that car this race. They have been involved in so many battles, so they must have had a blast out there on track this time around. as he makes the move stick. And is that the Verhoeven? No, it's not Verhoeven behind. I thought it was freeway battle, but it looks like he gets the move done here on Nilsson Abrinosa, one of the 2 Abrinosas on the team, who I don't think are related by kin, but I actually never asked them, but I don't think they are. Have you asked them?
Yeah, no, they're uncle and nephew, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Do you not remember talking to Mike Ambernose's?
Yeah, I remember Amanda. I have tried to, if you look through the chat, you can see that I have tried to get her in here as well for a quick interview, and maybe someone wasn't that pleased about it.
Well, Joe, I'm going to message her now. I'll message her on Instagram. I'm like, come here, are you busy?
She knows she's part of this community now.
I'm going to message her, come in for
Yes, Andrew Richardson have been hunted down by the 415 cars that goes almost sideways there through Lesmo 2, doing a little bit of a show-off run there. Yo Hayes Sr. coming into the pit. Interesting to see if he'll stay in the car for the remainder of the race, or if we'll see Junior or the other guy taking over. And this does promote the CBSR car up into 5th position. Well, that doesn't exactly promote them, but they are in 5th position at the minute. Have been doing a very steady pace here in the rain. They might lose some positions as they still over the pit stop in this race, having 1 to go. Haukala here and Joe Hire Sr., they can go to the end of this this race now without pitting. Same goes for Dijon next time he comes in, though he can take a lot less fuel than the other guys, or at least some kind of less fuel than the other guys, having that advantage. I truly hope that they keep Justin in the car to see what he can do in these sorts of conditions. Andrew Richardson in the picture here. It have gone darker at his place. It looks a little bit empty in the background, but that's just how he likes to do it. Serious driver, although always smiling, as he often chats a lot to the team as he's driving the Mode 11 team. He got almost paid to drive for alongside Nikolai Schröder early in the season. Though they have been split up for this race, one of them in the 11, one in the triple 1 car of Mode 11. Both of them doing a great job this time around.
Yeah, they've been doing absolutely brilliant all race. They were quite unlucky though at the start. They were a little bit higher up. I was expecting them to be fighting for the top 3, but they're a little bit off at the minute.
To be honest, I would never expect them to do that. They have been there occasionally, but they're good. A shout out for Team 69 as well. Also funny to see that all the 3 teams that use 69 in their number, they are all the way up there. Support for the young ones, the 34 car, of course. Also a car that I have a good eye to, with both the Dijons in that car. And that's Sim Racing Holland that's shouting that out, and it's a fake SRH, of course. Sim Racing Holland in short, I've just realized. Duh. The fake Sim Racing Holland car racing. Currently leading the race.
Aston in the lead though. Having the Aston up there, I'm so happy, because the bop isn't actually nice to it at all, but I'm delighted to see it up there.
No, but they have some pretty fast drivers in that car, I must say. Both Justin Dijon, John Bitton, who I believe actually runs the driver academy, and then Eric Dijon as well in that machine. They're doing a good job. You heard me what?
I heard that you taught them lads how to race, that you're actually the real coach, but they just don't really tell anyone about it.
Yeah. Sean Bitson is just a cover-up. Of course, it's me who's the driving guard who teaches all of these young guys. All of the young guys, I should say. Haha, joke.
I'm saying nothing. I'm on PG mode here.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's a reference to the Dijons, the 2 Dijons in the 34 car. Stop being so filthy, Mooney.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No filth have ever come out of your mouth. You are as saints.
Thank you. I'm going to record that.
That's interesting to see here. The 91 car have made a good ground. Made a lot of ground up to Chico Leventhal. Now maybe Leventhal have had some kind of an accident or a slight off, but Maximilian Gallas on a true mission. Every time we see him in the car, he looks like a man on the mission. He might be the fastest guy in that car. He have done so much overtaking this race. What a lad he is, and very fast drivers. The commentary shed are, by the way, still open for interviews. If anyone is out there watching and wants to get interviewed, you can see some people in the YouTube chat. You might as well get your asses in there. We especially want to hear from CBSR and hearing about how many beers you have actually managed to drink this race. We know you showed us the 2 crates earlier, but we would like a status on that and whether or not that they have been downed, all of them, or if they will be by the end of the race, of course. Yeah. And that goes for both supporters. If you're not even racing, but part of the Discord server, you can even become part of the Discord server just out there watching and wants to tell us a bit about your experience watching the race. If you're driving, we would like to hear from you and how the driving is going. If you have been part of the stewarding team for this race, we want to hear about how your experience was during that. I feel like there are some unanswered incidents in the stewarding room as last time I saw. And if you need help with that, then DM me, then I will come in and help you. I know that some of the stewards might be watching along on the stream, as I'm also a part of that crew. Yes, I'm a man with many hats in this community. Driver, stewarding, and commentator. A lot of things have to be done and said in this community, and I'm one of the guys who tries to do it.
Well done, Oliver. You are a hero. But also, I just want to ask if anyone's watching who's Oliver's ex-girlfriend, please message us as well. We've lots of questions.
Yes. Why did you ever become friendly with him? He's such an idiot.
I'm not saying Oliver. You're one of the boys. You're one of the boys.
Yeah, you might even call me a beastie bi.
9.
9. Internal jokes between Mooney and I.
Yeah, we will stop.
Escalas made short work of Chico there. A bit surprised to see Chico not being on the top performance today. Normally a guy that I would expect to be able to run with. Maybe not the absolute top of SSRI, but fighting for top 5 positions would be possible for Chico. And if he had Chris Tedder, maybe a John Dudley coming over from that community as well, racing with him, they could have a top car. And Colin Mooney, he could be a shout as well for them if they just wanted a top 10, of course.
Top 3 is not one.
Oh yes, I forgot. You need to change your name to Driving God.
Oh yeah, I'm recording all of these comments you're saying. These are all going to be just aired out of context.
I would expect nothing less.
I think it's only fair.
Oh yes, of course it is. As Brett Baptiste have actually managed to make good ground. I know he still owes us a pit stop, but he's ahead of the 56 car now, and with good distance to the 901 car. Maybe that battle we were expecting is never coming. Down in that end of the grid, though still behind the 990 Snag & Sons car, who have had a lot of issues early in the race, but just haven't managed to recover at all from those issues they had. A team that have been praying for the rain but haven't shown any kind of pace in the rain. A little bit interesting, as that is one of the teams that have been in championship contention, at least top 5 contention earlier on.
Yeah. Oh no, I was seeing that. I was just going to mention that.
As maybe Mooney, you can talk a little bit.
No, I was just going to mention that, of course, the driver who unfortunately had a bit of a medical emergency is actually after messaging into the chat there, and well, it was quite a while ago now, but I just wanted to give an update for anyone who maybe isn't in SSRI. We got great news there from him. So Socek Fervat is actually doing okay. He is in hospital. He will be looked at and kept overnight. But the good news is that he's on the mend and getting the treatment. So even though he had, it was like, I think, a mini stroke basically. Luckily enough, with his wife there and everything else, thank God and touch wood that, you know, he's doing well now and on the mend. And I know everybody who's watching and everyone that's in the SSRI community, including yourself as well as Tom and everyone else, we were more worried about him than the race. And as much as the racing's enjoyable, at the end of the day, it is a community and we care about the other drivers as well. So it's great to hear that as well, just to give an update for everyone watching.
That was actually the thing that I was trying to read while having you talk. Yes, it's good to hear that Bavard is in good and capable hands at this point. We know it must have been a very, very hard time for him, and the entirety of the community are behind you, Bavard, and we support you through everything. We are happy to hear good things from you, of course, and we're hoping to see you back soon as possible, of course, and we wish you a quick and swift recovery. We were all a little bit worried when we saw the car stuck on track, but at the time we didn't know what was going on. But we are glad that you have kept us updated throughout, and we're super happy to hear the great news that you're bringing to us. about being much better now than earlier on the day.
100%. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to run through a few things for you quickly. So have a bit of software up and running. So Hakle doesn't have to pit again. Either does Betten, either does Lenson. But Jay Casahera, I think it is, in 5th position, definitely will be in the pits. Van Drunen will definitely be in the pits, as will Schroeder, Locke.
Van Drunen have just been in, I think.
He's in there as we're speaking. Locke will definitely be in, and then behind him we'll definitely see Verhoeven in again. It looks like Weida as well, and possibly Novak. So there's still quite a few pits going into this last session.
I've been trying to keep a little bit of a lookout on that throughout the race as well, keeping notice of who needs to pit still. And as we can see, John Betson is now in the car from the Sim Racing Holland fake team. The driver I would have expected them to put in as soon as they saw the damn conditions coming. Definitely a top driver, maybe not as quick as Justin Jong. As there comes Aaron van Duren in. I thought he was just in, but that might have been another Mercedes that I saw in the pits. But they go ghosting through each other there. But John Benson definitely a quick driver. Maybe not as quick as Justin de Jong in raw pace or raw speed, but definitely have the pace to keep this car on the track and maintaining that 2nd position for the Sim Racing Holland fake team, which will be a massive result for these guys in this particular event. Also in the Aston Martin, which we love to see up in good positions. Chico in the pits as well at the minute. Whether or not that he'll stay in the car, we must wait and see. Hopefully he does, since he could maybe bring that car into decent positions.
Dave Hill, I think he's after going into it now.
Van Doren will definitely be jumping out of that car and handing over to Anthony Terhorst, unless if Terhorst have been sent to the hospital for a pump out session after all the drinks he have had so far. And it is Terhorst in the car, of course. That leaves Van Doren open to come in here and have a chat to us maybe at some point in the race. Within the next 54 minutes-ish would be optimum, I would say. We know that we have a much expected interview with Brett Barthes coming up as soon as he's done driving his final stint of the race.
I'm more excited. Oh, go on.
That he should be finished with rather soon. I don't think you have more than 5 minutes of fuel at a maximum left in that car. Ooh, good job from Dave Hill there, making the move around the orange Ferrari. I don't think that that must have been for position. That must have been the 118 Ferrari. What a job coming through there, coming out of the pits and straight into battling. As we can see, the 1111 car right behind them of Nikolai Schröder will be lapping these guys. Not something that Hill is used to, getting lapped in races whatsoever, but that's the first thing for everything, I suppose.
You're taking so much pride in that.
Oh yes.
I was just laughing. I was like, God, he's relishing this. For me, though, I had heartbreak. I think you missed it on the stream. Adam Locke dropped it on Parabolica and spun himself, but luckily enough, I don't think anyone else was involved. He kept out of the way and let cars by, and that's how Chris Tedder's in the car now for the last stint. He went straight to the pits. So that's why I went, it was heartbreaking. So, but it's going to be interesting because there's a few guys ahead that have actually been in like the 30-minute-ish mark. So I actually really don't know what way it's going to end in the terms of pit-wise. But, you know, Hakle has been absolutely amazing all day in that Ferrari, I have to say. And there, for me, R&E Teal have been massively deserving. If they do get the race win by the end of this race, they've been absolutely phenomenal throughout this 8 hours.
Yeah, I think they're the only car in the current top 10 that haven't put a foot wrong in the entirety of the race. We have seen all the other cars being involved in something throughout the race, and yet it's still this close. I know that there are 34 cars that have been minor things, but they are doing so well trying to keep up, and the race is still so close and everything is still to play for these top positions.
100%. One bad corner and you're gone, and that's it. They'll be on top. But yeah, it's super impressive.
Yeah, these drivers have put a lot of effort into being as quick as they are and a lot of practice into this specific event, and it definitely pays off at this point. We know that John Benson, I saw him on a practice server earlier where there was a question to forward it, and he went, no, he wants the damn practice. in the damp conditions, and that's what he did, and that's why we see him driving so fast in these conditions now. He's one of the guys who definitely practiced it, myself included, also as Patrick Berneur of the Sim Racing Holland, the normal Sim Racing Holland team, comes out of the pits. Also the Aston Martin. Here comes the wonderful liveried 415R2E machine, one of the 2 Audis in the race today. Dan Linsen will be finishing the race for the 787 RIP Honda team. Brings good memories of another RIP Honda team from earlier in the communities that we have seen so far, the RIP 101 team that also went RIP with a Honda. A car that's just ripping everyone that tries to race it. Hard, very fast car, but super hard to drive, and not the best at a lot of tracks. I think after the 1.9 update, that car got shafted into oblivion of pace. But yeah, Dan Linsen here in the picture with the... who's that behind? That's the Sim Racing Holland car behind, I think. Of... yeah, who was it we just saw coming out the pits? Patrick Berneur, of course. As Andrew Richardson for position, we just saw him sliding around the corner back there, pushing as hard as he can to get that car into contention once again. Though, don't Andrew Richardson owe us a pit stop? I feel like he does.
Andrew Richardson, let me check for you. No. I think he will have to pit again, if I remember right.
Yeah, I also think that he owes us that pit stop. Same goes for Nikolaj Schröder in 7th position. But yeah, as Van Hoven here is very close now to the Abbey Racing 333 machinery of Nilsson Abrinosa. Getting into this, we know a lot of people out there will be cheering for the Abbey Racing, but the 610 Motorsports team, they have also been doing such a cracking job so far this race. They have been fighting Abbey earlier as well. But this time in the wet conditions, this might favor the Porsche a little bit more than the earlier conditions. The Porsches have always been known for being good driving in the wet and damp conditions. Not that the Aston Martin is bad at this particular discipline, but I would rather have the Porsche if it was up to me for this. As we have another Porsche coming out of the pit lane.
Yeah, I think now it's just a matter of damage limitation as well with the conditions. I'm interested to see did anyone go on to or stay on slicks.
I think a lot of people stayed on slicks. I know that John Betson is definitely on slicks, as he was one of the drivers who started the race on slicks as well. In those conditions, we did the same in the 221 car, and we think that paid off wonderful. And that's what I've put the SRH fake car into, that strategy position that they have, that they could run the entirety of the first stint without boxing early. Such a great strategy call there from the experienced John Betson in that race, or in that call, that situation. He is truly a master of these kinds of things. But the thing about running the dry tires in these conditions, you need to have them on a super high pressure and keep the pressure up, and then yeah, it is slightly more slightly than the wet tires, but the wet tires, they will overheat so quickly that it's basically yeah, well, do you want to get hit in the face or the ball situation? Yeah. You can obviously choose both.
I see Mike Ambernoz is saying the Aston sucks right now. We're on slicks 333. CBS or Esports have also said they're on slicks as well.
Yeah,
so.
I think that CBSR, they also ran slicks in the start of the race, if I'm not mistaking too much. They did. They also did a lot of practice on that. And Aaron, if you wouldn't mind coming in to get interviewed, we would love to hear from you in the on the broadcast. We have said this many times over this race. Get your ass in here. Same goes for you, Mike Ambrino, so you can come in together and we can maybe set you up on a little date.
Are you trying to take your sister?
Well, whilst that's going on, then that will distract them enough so I can take care of Amanda, of course.
Oh, do you want to know something as well? Do you want to know the result of the Wales and Argentina semi-final?
Yeah, go on.
So Wales shockingly got beaten by Argentina. It was a big shock. Argentina won by literally 2 tries, and they were down. Argentina were down 10 points for the first 20-ish minutes, and just done a great comeback. And we're still down at half time, and just came back. And it looks like Wales fell apart. So there you go. There's an update for all these. So spoiler alert.
Yeah, speaking of rugby, that Ireland-Scotland game went mad.
Yeah, I'm actually watching the build-up to the Ireland and New Zealand game, which is on at 8 o'clock. So I will be leaving this stream a little bit early because obviously this is a huge thing for us in Ireland. So we're not going to be on the esports side of it at all.
Right. You could have both things running. Then you could have the race running on a separate monitor.
Oh no, I'm watching both of them on my boat monitors at the minute, but the minute it starts, nothing's getting in the way of it.
Of course, otherwise we wouldn't know you.
But the main thing is here as well, and this is one of the biggest things. I'm going to ask you the question: do you think Hakola is actually going to hold on to this win, or do you think anyone else can take it to them coming into the last 45 minutes or so?
I would not expect anyone to be able to catch up to Hakola, to be honest. I think that Hakola controls this race from the lead, and he has such a great distance or gap that he can just set the pace that he would like. But then again, he can't get too comfortable, because that's when you start making the mistakes, and just one silly back marker could really put him in a bad position where John Besson could come up and threaten it.
Yeah.
Or threaten the win, or take it away from them. So it will be interesting to see what happens, as those two cars have been on the different strategies throughout the race.
Oh, 100%.
As we go have a little look on the cars further down, as Jan Barf here in the 934 machine, the Advice Racing team, and their sister car here, the 935. The stream is a little bit blurry now, so I can't know. That's the Advice. The other one was the different one. Alex Crawford in the Snag & Sons car. Awful day at the office for them, as Brent Batiste comes into the pits. But not a good day for the Snag & Sons, not on pace with what they normally would do. I still reckon that's because that Lulu is not driving for them at the minute or today. She will probably be back for the 24-hour endurance race. At least so we all hope.
Nice one.
Very nice.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm just looking here at Alex Crawford, and I'm just getting lost in the livery. I'm looking at the detail in it. I love everyone has really gone to town with their liveries here this evening.
Oh yes, that's one of the things. I think a lot of these teams have at least one person on each team who are a livery nerd, who sits there and really nerds into details with them. And even though who are not livery nerds, they will all of a sudden start to put in fancy small things on the car.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of it, and getting the shout out on stream for great liveries. Speaking of, which livery that you have come across so far this race are your favorite? It's no secret which one mine is.
Oh, CBS Sorsmark all day long.
Oh yes, then we agree.
Yeah.
Also one of the true classics of the community. I think that they've only done one endurance race ever that wasn't in the Merc, where they had the BMW, when that was the OP car to have back in the days. Elsewise, they've always ran the Mercedes, and always in these colors. The livery have been updated slightly over the years, but always in these wonderful color combinations. It looks so darn good when they're racing it.
Yeah, it's definitely. It's the Porsche behind them though. Goes for a trip into the barrier.
Well, Barrier is a good friend of him, as Nilsson Abrinosa gets a drive-through penalty. Track cuts galore for him, it seems like.
Oh, you don't want that this late on.
This is going to put a stake in the wheel for him. This could open the door. I think that a few people can catch up to them, but virtue of this drive-through penalty, I know the YouTube chat will be going wild out there because of all the Abbey Racing fans that apparently watches our streams. We still want to get to that 35 mark on the likes so we can get the onboard lap going.
I see Britt's asking about an interview if you want to try get him in. I've seen him, I think it was in the Untalented Motorsports, asking about the interview.
Yeah, just get in here, Britt, you fool.
That's an easy way to do it.
Yes. We'll figure a way to get him in
I'm so disappointed for Nelson as well. I like Nelson Ambrinosa. Him and Mike, I'm genuinely very fond of them as well as Chris. They're good people.
Oh, yes they are. Yes they are. And a great deal of unfortunate have happened to them there, but they'll definitely get back on the horse and try and retake as many positions as possible.
Absolutely, that's a very That's a very English term you've used, getting back on the horse for a man from Sweden.
I'm not from freaking Sweden, stop saying that. You're confusing people out there.
I just like annoying you, that's all.
I'll just message Britt.
Yeah, it seems like he's having trouble, but while you're doing that, we're on with Andrew Richardson here, and still, I don't know how it is, he looks so cool behind the wheel, he's just focused, not a sweat breaking, thinking about what he's doing tomorrow, maybe what he's going to have for breakfast. Doing a great job out there, in fairness, and all Mode 11s, both teams have been phenomenally good here, with a bit of bad luck, of course, for some of the teams.
Yeah, definitely. As we are joined now by Britt Barthes, who figured out that he had to join the waiting room and not try to go straight into the commentary box. Hello there, Britt. Your first time racing in SSRI. We know that it haven't been the most pleasant experience for you, both getting a drive-through penalty for the team. You were shafted on terrible tire pressures on your first stint, and then on your second stint, of course, it starts raining.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what better way to put me in there than to just, kind of screw me over a little bit, test the waters with me, The pressures on the first stint kind of made driving extremely difficult. Otherwise, probably wouldn't have gotten the drive-through. But, drivers can't complain. They just drive. So.
Yeah, and that's the thing in a race like this. You just have to sort of keep driving, because everything can happen in a race like this. As we have seen the rain come back and maybe bother a few people, and it did the same in the start, of course, and a lot of things going on. But general driving of other drivers on track, how do you find that here in the SSRI?
What was the exact question?
How do you find the other drivers on track here in this side? Do you find them overly aggressive, clean, or do you enjoy the racing here so far?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's unfortunately or fortunately. I really haven't ran into that many drivers, but the people who, for instance, the second stint, I don't know if y'all saw it, but I caught P1. P1 behind me, whenever the P1 in front of me pitted, P1 behind me caught me, let him by, but then I started catching him, and then he let me by. So it was, when it comes to intelligence on the track, I guess this is pretty up there for sure.
Yeah, it's something that SSRI puts a lot of effort into, that keeping drivers clean, and if you do stupid shit, then you will normally get a talk to from one of the stewards if you continue to do it, or maybe even the admins, and telling you that you have to improve it quite badly. Mm-hmm. More often than not, experienced drivers will even step in and help with some driver training if stuff goes completely wrong for you. Mm-hmm. We sort of want to give everyone a good chance, and so far you haven't screwed up. Which some people might have been a little bit concerned about before the race.
Yeah. I actually was pretty proud of my second stint. I was fast. I was keeping up with the guys in front, like the guy who was P1 in front of me. I stayed consecutively 5.5 seconds behind him. I guess I didn't practice enough. That's my main issue. I was not putting in a whole lot of effort for this race, so mistakes were made in the wets specifically. Other than that, though, I'd say for what little practice I had, I did a decent job.
Yeah, I would say so as well. You have done great for the team. Are we expecting to see you come back for the next race?
But yeah, I can come back. Depends on, if I should be able to make it. When's the next race?
In about a month, on the 11th and 12th of November, we'll be having the 24-hour endurance race of Kyalami.
Okay, in a month from now. I should be good. Yeah, if y'all will have me, I'll join 100%. And Kyalami, I know that track very well, so.
Yeah, it's just in your back garden almost.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, South Africa, America, totally the same.
Yep, exactly the same. No difference whatsoever.
No.
They both say America, right? So they got to be the same.
The other one say Africa, but close enough. Close enough.
It's an
Starts
American
with an A.
education.
Well, they both have A, you know. That's what I meant to say. I was
So,
just thinking America, because I'm American.
But I have one
Hoorah.
question for you. How does it feel to start the endurance race here in SSRI, which is obviously a great new thing for you, to have a German come in and ruin it on you, not letting go of the German-American relationship?
I don't come after my teammates, okay? You know, I'm a good guy. Everyone makes mistakes. I've made mistakes, you know. I've tabbed to look at distances between people and smacked into a pit wall before, you know. So mistakes are always made by other drivers.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
You thought I was going to be fun about it, huh?
no drama. No, I just wanted to give out to Dominic Geese, that's all.
Dominic's a good driver, man. He's
a legend.
he's really fast in that Mercedes. I'll
He
give him
carries
that.
Oliver.
100%.
Yeah, he always does that.
But he does it willingly in his arms.
Yeah. Oliver loves getting cradled.
Yeah, as always.
Look at this though, Richardson is only less than a second now off Lenson in second, guys. There's a bit of battles out here developing.
Oh, I was just
look
doing
at
some
Dominic
stewarding stuff.
But look at Dominic Geese here, so we're on with Dominic Geese. Concentration. He's probably thinking to himself, right, I'm in P20, but I'm just waiting. If Oliver comes over and has some pizza with me with Brit, then he can cradle me to my room.
Anyways, I'll just have to go take care of some stewarding stuff and I'll be right back.
Okay, we're going to tell a random fictional story.
Will I just?
Please don't do that.
Am I exiting or what am I doing?
You can. Oh, Nelson and Bruno's off. You can sit here and commentate with us. This is your first hard lesson in commentating, jumping in and randomly going along.
Oh my god, the pressure. Oh man.
And we're on now with Andrew Richardson here, who is fighting with Lenson right ahead in the Porsche. This is going to be a genuine race for a podium position. How would you go about this now with still 35 minutes to go?
Oh man, this is a pure just send it moment. Is that Richardson's by himself or what's going on with that?
No, he's literally just after getting third place there.
Oh, there it goes. Made mistakes. Mistakes were made. Good stuff by Richardson to keep it consistent.
Yeah, that's great stuff. And mode 11 there, back onto the podium. Yeah, that was unlucky there for Lenson. He just got the braking wrong into T1. And Ben McConnell is now in the pits as well.
Ben McConnell. At this point, from Richardson's point of view, he should be just going for it, you know. All these top 5 drivers, there's nothing else to do but go for it. You know, 35 minutes left, just, you know, bring it home.
Absolutely. Everyone needs to be pushed out. And Andrew Terhorst here. These guys have been drinking all race long as well, bro. Every time you go on the camera, there's a bottle of beer somewhere.
I saw that earlier, too. I was paying attention. I was like, because we were talking about it in my team. We were like, these guys got double setups right next to each other. That's pretty cool. And then one of them was like, well, they both drink, too. And then as soon as he said that, the dude sitting right there pulled out a beer and was drinking it. Pretty impressive.
Fair play to them. Fair play to them. And
7 and drinking. That's great.
Unbelievable. Some very nice rigs there as well from them.
Yes, those were lovely.
But looking here now as well. So, Van der Huyst was nearly in P6, is in P7 with Jake. Is a Cancellara. I can't really pronounce that name right ahead now in the Audi. I'm surprised the Audi is still giving a fight at this stage of the race, bro.
Yeah, Audi's been known to, you know, run out of tires quickly. Captain Hera defending. He's got him cut off. their whole teammate freaking out over there. Oh wait, he might have him here.
No, he's too far back for this bit now. He'll have to wait now and try after Ascari, I'd say, try and set himself up. Although, look at that, the Audi
Audi was losing it.
On that throttle a bit too early. You need to be so patient, don't you, through the first Lesmo there. You really need to.
Yeah. If I was him, I would have let off a lot sooner to get a better exit out of that chicane.
Absolutely there, but going well. Looking here, so Chris Hill is close to my boy Chris Tedder. McConnell's very close to Gallus. There's some great battles developing for the last 35 minutes.
It's getting nip and tuck at the end. That's what we like to see though. 35 minutes left. People caught up to who they were chasing, probably for close to an hour, and now they're getting to the racing. Good stuff.
239 laps completed so far.
That's a lot. In 8 hours, people have been pushing for 8 hours.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
It's nice to see. And
I know that.
How did you find the Mercedes? I just wanted to ask you.
Oh yeah, it's funny because Chico Lientvar, he was saying that the Mercedes is terrible in the West, but I have zero issues. Like Ascari was nearly flat, once you're taking that right-hander of Ascari, you lift a little bit, but then you're back on the gas and going over the curbs like it's nothing.
Nice.
It's a lovely car to drive.
It's a car that I fear might be different once I get used to the wheel and get into it on the wheel, but in the controller, it induced so much understeer. I hated it.
It is understeery, but all you gotta do is depend on the brakes a little bit more. So like, you really hold the brakes all the way nearly to the corner, and then just you stop the gas, and that's how you get the and it'll track up too.
Okay. So you use the brakes to try to get more rotation under the heavy braking going onto the apex nearly.
Yes, exactly. It's a heavy car with a heavy front end. Being a front engine vehicle is the same as the Aston Martin. Aston Martin's a lot lighter as well, but it's basically the same concept. You depend on the brakes a little bit more, but it's got so much torque that you can just really push.
Yeah. And we're on board here now with our hoist, his teammate there. Look at that. Getting an old selfie in as well.
Getting a third person view.
You know what? I'm a massive fan of CBS, so I don't have a clue who they are, the guys. I love that livery so much. I want to be a part of it.
The livery is everything.
Oh, mate, it's so nice.
I love the colors. I love the rigs, though. I want that. Give me the rig.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. Is okay, Britt. I'm going to give you your first commentary task. So, Tom, if you started last, Britt, do you want to go through each driver, call out their names and what position they're in and how they're doing?
Sure, I'll do that. I'll give it a go.
So we'll do a countdown, right? You can start our first position all the way down if you want to call them out then. Okay.
Well, starting off P1, we have Jay Hakola, number 169. Him and his teammate have been, fighting towards the front pretty much this whole time, keeping P1 throughout the pit stops and gaining off of that. They're doing a pretty damn good job, I would say myself. No, really not any mistakes. Fantastic drive from these guys. We're looking at P6. Oh, they're fighting again. The Audi and the Mercedes. Oh, man. Can he bring it back in? Can he get him in the braking zone, maybe? He can try for it. Just go for it. Yeah. Beautiful move. Good, beautiful move. Oh, but the Audi might cut. Nope, he's too far back.
Dave Hill is after getting by Chris Tedder as well.
Oh, yeah. Those are good friends too, Dave Hill and Chris Tedder. Oh, Nate Rogers is off, P24. They've been having a rough one.
Yeah, it can happen. Can't you just have one of those races where nothing but the worst things happen? But the main thing is sticking it out, isn't it? And just getting the experience in.
Of course, 240, probably 230 something laps for them. Every lap counts for the future. If you want to be winning races, you got to put in the time, the laps, everything. Well, the Audi's got a good exit on this Mercedes. This is a 4-man race starting up here. Oh, Alex Crawford is in the pits. Oh, he was just ahead of my team.
So much going on here.
Agreed. That Porsche is getting a good. Is that Porsche racing? No, he's not. He's a back.
No, they're back markers. But I'm just interested to see the Audi of Jay Castanera hasn't really dropped off too much from their hoist, which
No, not at all.
has surprised me.
You know, if you got the right drivers underneath that Audi, it can use its tires throughout a whole stint. But it's so easy to overuse the Audi.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's keeping it within 5/10. You know, that's good. 27 minutes left. He's got time though, so he can take his time to race. McLaren's coming up on in the back of him. Is that for position? That is.
That is, absolutely. Oh, he has got... Oh, lovely.
Lovely little cutoff too. Lovely.
That's what it's all about.
We were supposed to go through the drivers, and now we have massive battles happening.
This happens.
Oh, man. Oh, the Audi's losing positions like crazy now. It's like the whole train's gonna overlap him. Oh, man. You hate to see it.
Oh, that's next.
Ferrari. This is for position, actually. Oh, man. I'm just getting in here, so I don't know what's going on exactly.
Yeah, no, Fezza is doing an amazing job. I have to say, Gallus with this recovery drive has doing brilliantly as the Porsche head misses the
Porsche's
corner.
off.
There we go. But the Ferrari has been actually very impressive to look at. It's a car I didn't really enjoy driving when the 1.9 update came out, but it seemed to really come into its own. It's definitely a great endurance car. It has a good sized tank, and it seems to be super consistent. And you're a guy who races it on the sprint kind of league races. Would that be a fair thing to say, that it is just a very strong car now?
Yeah, it's you know, it's not the best, but it's definitely top, like maybe 4 to 5. As far as like just overall car goes, the braking is insanely awesome in that car because of the way the downshifts work. You downshift so heavy, it doesn't matter if you got like 5,000 RPMs, you could downshift in that thing and it does not break the engine. So it's incredible on heavy braking zones. And if you can really depend on your downshifts and your trail braking, that it's insane the time you gain.
Dude, you just missed McConnell getting through Van der Hoist there. That was a great move there through Ascari. But unbelievable stuff. So McConnell's on a good move, and they were leading the race for a period about 3.5 hours ago.
Right.
They've been super impressive all race long.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the Ferrari seems to be super strong, but I definitely think we're going to start seeing more Ferraris come on. Maybe it's track specific either. I'm not sure around Monza what is actually the go car. Obviously Ferrari, 2 of them are in the top 3, and an Aston, which I'm delighted to see up there, which has been murdered in the BOP.
Yes, the Porsche is struggling too. You know, it's terrible on its tires, and it's a rough one for the Porsche as well.
Yeah.
Although it's good to see a lot of Porsches in this league. That's really good to see. You know, me being a Porsche fan.
Yeah, there was a Lexus, but the guys in I think it's the McLaren, if I remember right, changed into from the Lexus into the McLaren. It was.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Lexus, man. That'd be a sight to see.
Legend.
Legit. I think these Aston Martin guys are legends too, you know.
100%. I'm that's what I was saying earlier on. It's a lovely looking car, but I'm delighted to see the Aston doing such a good job. And I said it earlier on, I'd love to see them get a good strong finish. And they really are.
Wow. My bad.
Oh.
No, I was gonna say I was actually keeping pace with this guy right here. He was P1. I don't know what happened. Maybe he pitted or something. But yeah, when I was in the wets, I was actually keeping up. Man, if our team hadn't had all the mistakes, it would have been a good race for us. Maybe P3 would still be in the books.
Yeah, that's what we were saying as well. Like, I think we can all look back in hindsight going ifs and buts. But it's been a great event though, Britt. 7 hours and 40 minutes in. We've only lost 2 cars, I think, since the start. There was 25 starting, so some great racing. And obviously one of those cars is a driver who has had a health scare and is now in hospital and thankfully doing much, much better again. So again, coming into the end of this race, we just want to say again, so Soja Verva, we're delighted, from admins of SSRI down to drivers and anyone watching the streams and anyone involved in sim racing, we're delighted for you that you're after getting to the hospital and getting the help needed. Racing's one thing, but we all don't care about racing when there's genuinely a driver obviously in dire straits like that. So that's probably been the biggest highlight, is races knowing that you're doing all right, mate. And we're looking forward to seeing you back in the sim rig soon, but focus on getting better. And I'm sure that's the sentiment, I think, of this race today. It's just we're delighted that one of the drivers like yourself is now doing all right again after a real good head scare there like that. So
yeah, I heard about that while I was helping Dominic out. I was extremely delighted to hear that he was okay. Really sad to hear that it happened to him. We were wondering if maybe it was thinking it was something as small as like a wheel disconnecting or something. But to hear that was it was pretty tragic.
Yeah. But I think that goes to show as well, sometimes in races you might get heated and in the moment get pissed off with people, but don't forget, guys, we're all human, we're all here for the love of it. And it was great to see all the comments in the community with worry for him as well. So it goes to show the camaraderie here in SSRI and in the sim community in general. And I'm with Andrew Richardson now, live as he is in P3, and he's after pulling away quite a bit from Lenson. He's 12 seconds off P2. Do you reckon in 20 minutes he could do it?
Well, that Benton guy, 12 seconds, it'd be tough unless he's gaining a second a lap. Unless he's getting a second a lap, I don't see that it's happening. But yeah, from what I could see, the top 3 guys were pretty close on each other's pace.
Yeah.
So it'd be tough, but I believe in him.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. To be honest with you, hats off to everybody here. Dominic East up in the P19, so you are doing well as well, bro. Up into P19 now. I'm
glad to hear it. I was talking about. I was like, we could be fighting P19, P18 if you have the pace for it. Because I was catching, and he's faster than me in that car because it's his car. He knows that car like the back of his hand.
Yeah, he's very German about it, isn't he?
Oh, agreed. Yes, very German about it.
I love Dominic East, he's a legend. But it's been a great one there. There's been some great racing. I think this is going to be a big race here because Gallas is going for it.
Oh man, Terhos's team is having a rough one all of a sudden. Everybody's catching them.
It's all down to the phase race though. The Terhos is holding the inside line, but I'm telling you here now, this Ferrari has done an epic drive back through the field. Right.
I haven't seen it. I don't know, but clearly he's doing an incredible job. If he's coming from the back to be P6 all of a sudden, he's incredibly fast. He handled Terhos's team like it was nothing.
It's the pace difference has been huge. I'm delighted though for them. They're doing an absolutely amazing job there. 18 minutes left to go. The pressure is on now for positions. Looking back for other gaps, although I do see Richmond is slowly closing in, but he's still 11.5 seconds off at the minute. But for Terhoist, he's 1 second off Gallus now, but Gallus is 9 seconds off Mr. McConnell here as well. I think not much more will happen in terms of people swapping positions now at this stage. I think we're fairly sorted that. It's still a damn track as well. It hasn't really got properly wet. So like our team, we actually banked on it going to wet, and we went on to wet tyres about an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours ago, but unfortunately it hasn't worked out.
Yeah, for my teams, me and Dominic were looking at it. I was like, we literally can't make a decision until we see the next 30 minutes coming up. And when we saw that, it was going to be light rain, we're like, okay, well, if the next is going to be worse, then we'll go to wets. But if it's not going to be worse, we'll just stick to dries, and then hopefully everybody will have made the same. We banked on everybody kind of either making a mistake and going to wets, or it would be dry for at least 40 minutes. Yeah. And if it was wet, if it was just damp or greasy for 40 minutes, we could deal with that. And then so the thing that was great about whenever I had the high pressures in the dries, it taught me that we can have decent pace even with the high pressures. You just lose the tires a little bit quicker.
We have to stop talking racing for a minute. We have to give a big shout out. Amanda Moylex is here as well. That's Mike Ambernose's sister and Nelson's niece. So hello, Amanda. How are you doing? Britt, you have to say a big hello. Come on.
Hello. Welcome.
So I'll give you a backstory with Amanda. So she comes in, and no matter what race Mike is doing, she comes and supports him, which is amazing. But in the last endurance at Silverstone, I think it was, we got her in for an interview, and then Oliver comes in drunk and starts trying to come on to her, even though she's a married woman.
Oh no, Oliver. The drunkard, man.
It's Oliver.
Well, I don't know what's worse, that or you playing that song in the beginning of your stream. You know what I mean?
Oh, we won't mention nothing like that here. This is a PG.
Hey, you're the one who did it, man.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting one, that. But yeah, no, she's a legend.
Legend. Sorry about Oliver, Amanda.
Yeah. See that Amanda's like, I always watch, I love him. I'm getting very nervous now, guys. I'm going to leave in a few minutes because Ireland are about to take on the All Blacks in the Rugby World Cup final. Brett, do you reckon you'll be able to take this stream home for 5 minutes by yourself?
Yeah, I'll do it. I got it. 14 minutes, I can do it.
Well, I leave in 5, so you'll have 10 minutes by yourself.
Okay.
Which is good. But actually, we want to give a shout out as well, Britt, to the guy behind here that has said nothing all race. Tom Van der Meer has been in here doing the broadcast 48 hours, which has been absolutely phenomenal. And Tom, I actually forgot to say, I should have just took over the camera controls for a while to give you a break, because I have access to them as well. I should have actually thought about that. But Tom, you've done an amazing job. It's normally Tom, Chris Hill and Baz Van Nellis behind doing the broadcast, but Tom's done the full 8 hours here. So I think a bit of appreciation for him as well. And Amanda's after putting in something in the chat for Oliver. If Amanda gets divorced, that she's going to marry Oliver. There you go.
No, she's married. Come on now.
CBS, I would risk my marriage for him.
Risk the marriage. There you go.
Oh, what legends. What legends. That's what it's all about here as well.
Vandermeer's been a good camera guy. He catches all the action, which is more than F1 people could say sometimes. You know what I mean?
That's very true. Now, come here, I have a question for you. Amanda's put it in. She's asking, is Oliver a pretty boy? Would you class Oliver as a pretty boy?
If the picture goes by anything, he can, somebody likes him for sure.
To be honest with you, he's even better with a mustache for some reason. I would say my absolute description of Oliver, just looking at his headshot, he's a mix between, let me think.
He's got to be a Tom Cruise with them glasses for sure.
Let me think. So it's like looking at a mixture of, do you know Nick from Backstreet Boys?
Yeah.
In with a little look at the likes of So Nick from Backstreet Boys with a mix of let me see. I'm trying to think of their name.
Oh no, it's
Oh
the
my
man.
god, he's back again.
A mix between so basically you were a mix between Ted Bundy and Nick from Backstreet Boys. Because Amanda's asking, are you a pretty boy? And I'm kind of describe what you look like.
Oh yes, I'm the prettiest.
So yeah, it's a mix between Nick from Backstreet Boys and Ted Bundy, the serial killer.
He's close, but no cigar. Okay.
Yeah, the 333 have done well today, Amanda, except for one drive-through that they got. They have been quite on pace, but currently set in P14.
Yeah.
Been quite a bit on stream by good driving and stuff. I'm surprised that Mooney is still here.
Yeah, I'm literally going to leave now in a second because I was trying to hold out as long as I can. But now that you're here, guys, I'm going to love yous and leave yous. Fair play to everyone watching. Don't forget to subscribe to SSRI. CBSR is my favourite livery known to man. Amanda, I love you as always, and hopefully Oliver doesn't abuse you too much.
Depends on whether or not you join the commentary booth, Amanda.
Well, Amanda did say she's ever divorced, she'll marry you, so you're in there.
Oh yes, very nice, very nice.
Maybe the best man or the bridesmaid, one or.
Oh yes.
I wear both.
All right.
Anyways, as we are back to racing with only just over 10 minutes to go in the race, it's still status quo between the top two guys and Andrew Richardson in P3. I have been away so long that I don't know if he owes us a pit stop. I don't think he does. He should be able to go to the end from as far as I can remember. P4 still Dan Lenson running around with McConnell now in the 269 car. That car have definitely moved down a little bit in this race, but I don't think while I've been gone they've moved down at all, as we are following the 787 car around now. With Dan Lenson being just about 10 seconds behind Richardson, who is 10 seconds behind Benson, who is about 15 behind Heckler. Things can still happen in this race, though it does seem to be seems like that they would need interference from other drivers with incidents if the top fives are, or maybe even top 6, 7, 8 pieces are going to move around. So the reminder of this race. So it might be a nice relaxing affair that we are heading into here for the finish of the race, as the lights have started to disappear over the track. As Andrew Richardson, speaking of mistakes, have been off the track. And the penalties that the stewards have been deciding on are starting to come in now. This could be a big deal for Andrew if Dan Lenson catches up, that he would have to pull out 10 seconds worth of gap, 15 seconds worth of gap to get away from him. But this could throw Cornwall back in the race, actually. As we can see, the penalties are now rolling in from race control.
Collision with car 69. Good number.
Nice. Yes, and another one here for the same car.
Collision with car 2.
Yes, I'm surprised that you have joined us for commentary, Britt. I thought you were just a driver in here for a little bit of interview action.
Colm Volin told me.
Told you what? That you are driving commentary? Yeah, you're the commentary now. Good thing that I'm not sat here alone for the remaining 9 minutes of the race.
Yep.
As all of the penalties are sort of getting handed out now. 5 there as well for another car. I didn't see that exactly.
By the way, P19 for our team.
And and Dominic Gies have moved up to P19 due to the 990 car have been in some kind of issues, it looks like. Great driving from Dominic, who sat there all alone with both Britt and I being sat in here and rather want to talk to you guys than him for some unknown reason.
He don't need us. He don't need us.
No, he don't need us. He don't need us. But yeah, this could be Gallus is in the pits. Gallus is in the pits from P6 at the minute. This could change about in the top 10 who's where when all of this have been sorted out. As the penalties still come raining down. Yeah, Danlands near we see getting through some traffic. Yalas comes out of the pits here in P8. Only losing a single position though to the 415. Yeah, or maybe also to Anthony's horse to have moved that wonderful.
Oh, Chris Titter's off. Chris Titter's off.
Chris Titter's off.
Oh, don't get in the way. Don't get in the way. Oh.
Good job getting that car going as quickly as possible. Being stuck on the exit of a corner is not optimum.
Never.
As now the penalties are being handed out correctly from Stewart's decisions. Instead of giving them all to the 787 car, even though that would have been interesting for the race.
You did miss that the guy who pitted P8, Maximilian Gallus, he was zooting through everybody in front of him, so he's fast. I mean, he's not too far behind, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. But he still had a good showing before he pitted.
I could have told you he would have been fast. He seemed that way all race through.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a quite stellar job in that car. I feel like the other drivers in that car might not have been exactly up to his pace, but that's the fun thing about endurance racing. We are not all the same, not even in the same cars. There will still be differences in skill level and driving styles.
Of course.
Same goes for when building the setups, that sometimes you can get in a little bit of trouble setting the cars up correctly, because you'll have drivers with different preparations of drive style of the car during the race, as we see the Snagenson's cars once again.
You're telling me I had to hop in that car last second, you know? Whatever setup was there, I had to use it, you know?
That's a you problem that you didn't practice up.
Wait a minute. I forgot, okay?
I kept reminding you, goddammit.
You reminded me like once, and it was like just past, like, what was it, yesterday? Or just, yeah, it was yesterday.
One should have been enough.
The last second? Come on, man.
Well, you should have just done practice on your own, goddammit.
It is what it is. I still wasn't too slow.
No, you did a stellar job this race, considering what circumstances you were thrown into in this race. Not the easiest conditions nor pressures you had to run with throughout. Speaking of the untalented motorsport car, Dominic Gies, who have also been part of the commentary team tonight, doing somewhat well in P19. It has been a rough race for all of us in the team, but especially for Dominic, who has been so fast and was deserving of much better results and more fortune in this race. But as they say, fortune favors the brave, unless if you are German.
Of course.
And then it sometimes doesn't, and this is one of the times for Dominic Gies. He picked the wrong team to race with at the start of the season, obviously. No regrets from my side, of course, but yeah, he's a good guy, fast driver, very consistent, easy to talk to, very German in the way that he acts and talks. Very nice guy, very nice guy. Doing a good job of just keeping the car on track now. He knows that there's not long left in this race, and he's likely to join us in comms directly after the race is over, hopefully. Because I sort of don't want to sit here and interview a million drivers after the race. I prefer getting super wasted.
Oh, classic Oliver.
Well, it's 9 o'clock now, so we can start being less kids-friendly on the stream. That's the rule of thumb. But yes, we have here a battle between Abbey Racing and the Astro Racing team for position. This is P14 that could become P13 if Patrick Vaneur, who've just been off track. I say we go. The action is on the Astro Racing team car trying the outside, but door is being closed a little bit there by Abbey Racing. Good driving from Nelson Abrenosa there. Trying
it on the impact.
Yeah, he does a good job of parking that bus, but look at that drive that Cody gets out of the corner. He definitely have the overspeed coming into turn 3 here as Nelson Abrenosa is really following him all the way out there, trying to force him right, and they collide going in a straight line. Unfortunate situation for both of them. They will definitely be blaming each other for that. Abrenosa cuts across the corner. Cody stays on track. Will Abrenosa hand that one back? I don't think he will, even though he probably should. But
really upset about that, blasting him and everything.
Yeah, he definitely makes his opinion come through. There's Patrick Vaneur here. Is in the battle with Chris Titter, of all people, side by side. All of the action is kicking off now with 3 minutes to go. Dominic Gies with the perfect viewing position of this as Patrick Vaneur takes the
Tedder's really
position away
struggling.
from Chris Tedder. Chris Tedder seems to be struggling at the minute. Not a good job. Chris Tedder also falls behind Dominic there. That means Patrick Bernard gets the P12 away from Chris Tedder. But the true action is going on for just a few positions behind. As Cody is still on the back of... Oh my god, on the back of Nilsson as he spins out on the exit of Ascari into the wall he goes. That should secure the position for Nilsson and Brenoso. No way that Cody can come back with that amount of damage that he have picked up there. Oh my god, what a relief from Nilsson. Though the stewards might be looking into something after the race with the straight line collision there and Brenoso not handing that one back. Interesting to see if that will be reported or not. But wow, what a sequence they have been around, and I know that hitting that wall gives you a lot of damage, but Cody, he'll definitely be trying to keep the car on track for the remainder of the race. He knows that it's the car 2 that is behind him, and he is quite far down the road. He's only coming into a Ascari about now. And not just that, he would have to overtake and then get the 5 seconds gap, as the leading car will be coming towards Papoliga now for the penultimate time, getting onto the final lap. In not that long here we have a replay of what happened, of the unfortunate Ascari situation. Hits the inside curb, nothing wrong with that, then goes onto the AstroTurf, just loses it on throttle. He's trying everything he can to get up there and force the move on the Abbey Racing car, but no sir, not tonight. Abbey Racing keeps P14 as the race leader, have started the final lap of this 8-hour endurance race. Hi Amanda, I'll be seeing you later tonight just for a quickie, as we all know. Anyways, back to the main part of the race, racing. Jonas Hakulua leading the race. They have been doing a superb job with the RNE tail team. There have been no mistakes throughout this entirety of the race. Just keeping it on track, keeping to the strategy, keeping everything going as usual. They have been showing a lot of decent pace once again. They have been doing superbly all season, and this will be one of the races that they will remember fondly. They really had to fight for this one. The 34 car, they had a few small mistakes. If they didn't have those kinds of mistakes, they probably could have been up there challenging Hokula for this win and taking the endurance crown down from their heads. John Benson and the two De Jongs have been doing a great job in that 34 machine of the fake sim racing Holland car. Andrew Richardson in 11th position, also a great recovery from these guys. They were quite far down the field on lap 1, and they have moved their way steadily through the field. Great driving from them as well. The entirety of the Mode 11 team, who will round out the podium. They will finish the race ahead of Dan Lenson, but that is it's a story for later. If someone will grab a screenshot before the race is over so we can remember the results when people come in for interviews, that would be very kind of you, Tom van der Meer. Yes, I'm throwing this one on you. As Hokula now only one more corner to go, and he can secure yet another win for the RNE team. Over the many years they have been driving, superb drive this time around. No mistakes from Jonas Hokula or the rest of the crew in that 169 car. Oh, almost thought he was diving into the pit there, but no. Across the line he goes, race winner. RNE seal, great drive. Well deserved, guys. You can celebrate all you want.
Good job.
What a result, what a drive. I'll take my hat off from you guys as John Benson comes in here finishing second for the Sim Racing Holland fake team. Good job from these guys as well, with the two De Jongs on the team helping out John Benson for this one. A guy that all of the guys are decently fast, but John Benson, a very consistent driver, also good at coaching drivers. If anyone ever needs anything, he's the guy to go to. Andrew Richardson and Mode 11 without Bas van Melis this time around. Happy man. Andrew Richardson crosses the line to finish off the podium. P3 for him. Dan Lenson comes in at 4th with the 5-second penalty. Ben McConnell takes a 269 car over the line to finish P5. That's a car that was in contention for the lead earlier in the race, but that just didn't seem to have the pace in the rain. Also a few differences in incidents with them. De Horst and Van Doren in the real 69 car, P6. Good drive from these guys. We still want to hear from you and how many beers you have been drinking. I'm not pronouncing that name for the 415 car, finishing P7 with the fastest lap for the Audi. Good job from these guys. Yes, exactly what Brett just said. 91 machinery. Gallas doing a great drive there to keep those guys running and in this race for P8. Park of P9 with the other Mode 11 car. The 555 of the Amigos racing team of David Hill and Chico Leventar finishing the race in P10, which will round out the top 10. I'm not going through the rest of the field. You will come into the commentary booth, the rating room if you have something to say, guys. We'll just be hanging around for a few more minutes, seeing if anyone will put a few words on the race. We don't care whether you finished in the top or the bottom of the grid, but if you have something to say, come in and join us. Else I will have to drag Amanda in for some late night flirting, of course. And Britt will be all over her as well, as we know.
Whoa, no.
Yes.
Married woman, hello. I have respect, alright?
You have respect? Yes, you have respect. What is that? Is that similar to respect?
Is that a new lingo?
Well, I'm just, probably. Anyways, what a race we have had this evening from start to finish. Tons and tons of action on track. Very good drives for a lot of the people out there. 34 disqualified in pit lane for some reason. Don't know why, as we have Dominic Geese joining us here. Dominic, how was your race?
I literally don't want to.
Anyways, screw you, Dominic. We'll just drag in some of the guys who won the race. Hello, Jonas and Dominicius. Congratulations on your top result here tonight. How was the feeling on track and crossing the finishing line here at the end?
Thank you, first of all, and I have to say I didn't like this rain. I mean, it put a spanner in the works, and it was the sort of rain where the wet tires just overheat and the dry tires aren't really warm enough. So it's.
Yeah, but it looked like that you guys had the pace throughout the race. It seems like you're the only ones on the entire field, to be honest, who wasn't involved in any major mistakes or even some small argy-bargy. Keeping to the plan all throughout and just keeping nice and smooth, steady procedure from you guys. But honestly, normally when we see you guys race, you'll win the races by an entire lap. Did you find it especially difficult tonight? Question for both of you, keeping the lead.
Piotr can answer this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, we ran into a Merc who went across Schalke. Yeah, take care, Schalke, if you're hearing this.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're the guys who hit him. Yeah. You weren't involved in something then.
So we pitted, I think, only for fuel and repairs. So then I was actually still quite well on the tires, with a struggle. And slowly grow the deck, actually. That's about the rockiest we had it. And then a gamble in the end on the wets. It didn't work out, yes. As we hoped to, but it wasn't that big of a difference. 0.5, 1 second, but when you start to push the wet tires, they just start to go overheat.
Yeah, but you guys, you must be super pleased with this. Tricky conditions throughout the day, tricky starting conditions, tricky finishing conditions, and then obviously the unfortunate incident with Vivard, who is all okay. After all, I don't know if you heard what happened to him, but he is fine in the end, in good hands at the hospital now.
Yeah, we were told what happened there. It's unfortunate, and thank goodness that he's okay. That's all that matters there, really.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, congratulations on your finishing results. I really want to get drunk, so I need to get through some other guys for interviews as well.
Certainly.
But before you leave, are you guys planning on coming back for the 24-hour race of Kyalami next month?
Yeah, that is the plan. Yes.
We're expecting you to see you fighting for the win once again when we hit that track. You always seem so fast, and the Ferrari might be a good car there as well. But congratulations on your win, and we hope the best for you in the coming rounds, and hopefully seeing you again on track for the next round.
Yep, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for commentating, broadcasting.
No problem, no worries. As we are now joined in this small chat by the Mode 11 drivers of Nick Vargas and Andrew Richardson. You guys, you did an amazing job as well today, getting that car up the field. Congratulations on the podium as well. How did you find the conditions out there? We know it was tricky in the start of the race and the finish of the race and everything in between. We saw you quite far down at the start of the race. Can you maybe put a few words on what happened?
Yeah, sure. First, thank you. On the face of it, started P3, finished P3. It sounds like it was quite uneventful, but it was quite the opposite. The first stint, obviously, it was damp, but we decided to go on wet tyres, which was safe to drive, but they overheated awfully. So towards the end of the stint, I was really struggling. And then unfortunately had an incident with another car just coming on the lap I was pitting, which lost us a big chunk of time and did quite a few positions. We tried to just keep it clean from there and work our way back up through the field. Thankfully we had a good bit of pace in the dry. Unfortunately we had another little a spin from Nick, which gave us a bit of damage that we had to fix, so lost a fair bit of time throughout the race. But you know, at the start of the race I would have been happy with a P3, so I guess we've got to say I'm happy with it now.
Of course, you can really say that without all the issues you've had, you might have actually been in contention for the race win here. Though the 169 car, they did get collected in the crash with Vivard when he was stuck on track, unfortunately, and had to box for repairs there. But this could have been your chance of winning the endurance event here at Monza. You reckon, maybe?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you look at even just the amount of damage we fixed throughout the race, if you just take that time off, that would put us pretty much in P1. So, you know, it's bittersweet, maybe you could say. But no, it is what it is. We made those mistakes. You know, some other cars had dramas as well. Otherwise, they may have been in front of us. So, yeah, you just got to make the most of it. It shows the importance of staying clean throughout the race.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't heard much from Nick. Nick, how did you find the driving out there on track today?
Yeah, good evening, guys. It was a really interesting race, eventful, as Andrew mentioned, especially with started to rain again, and we were also a fair bit of time on 3 track limits, so that made it interesting, so to say. But no, yeah, we had I think proper pace in the dry, also actually in the wet on the dry tires. So yeah, it was a great race again.
Yeah, are you looking forward to Kyalami next month? We know that the Ferrari is not the worst car to have there, sort of say, probably up there for some of the best cars to run at Kyalami. Do you reckon that you guys can be in contention over the course of a 4-hour race? We also know that we'll probably see Bas again in the car and maybe some expansions as well to the main Mode 11 car.
Yeah, definitely looking forward. I love the track, Kyalami. It's a great track and yeah, suits the Ferrari well. Yeah, definitely with some additions in the team, yeah, we're gonna go for a good top position again.
Yeah, we noticed that it's not that often that we see Nikolai not being in the top car in any team that he drives in. But today he was shafted into the 111 car, who also had a very good race considering the things that happened to them throughout. Are you planning on merging the 2 cars and maybe making one super team for the event coming up?
I think for the 24 hour, we're hoping to field 2 cars, so hopefully some of our other drivers who weren't available this round will be there and we can field 2 cars to the numbers high on the grid.
Well, we always know that Bas is willing to pay anyone out there who have decent pace, so if anyone have pace and wants to be paid a right hand, then literally go to Mode 11. I hope that Bas is not listening to this.
Oh, I'm sure he won't deny it. Sure he won't.
Sorry, Bas. And Bas's mom. No, but I really want to get drunk now, so I think we will round out the stream by saying good luck to you guys and congratulations on the great podium you achieved. And remember to join us for the next race on the 11th of November, the 24-hour charity event where we'll be raising a lot of money, hopefully. Remember to go check out the charity auction that we are running as well. And yeah, just happy spirits and see you then.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, thank you.
Good night. I was Mr. Volleyball, and with me in the commentary booth have been Dominic Giese and Colin Mooney as well.